I need you to see this up close for our little screen besties in chat. Look at that. Look at how smug this is. He's like, he'll never recover from this. Oh, it's so good. I didn't really want to watch the Tim Pool versus Lance of the Serfs. I thought it definitely could be interesting. They've been beefing a little bit back and forth, and I think it could be a little interesting meme to check out how everything's going. I didn't know if like Lance was going to accept Tim's invite onto his podcast. Personally, if I was ever invited, I would honestly, at this point in time, I would only want to talk on call. I don't want to be in his like weirdo West Virginia bunker. I just don't. I don't like going into people's basements, kind of period. And I don't like visiting people where they're like away from a lot of civilization and going into their house. That's just me personally, but you know, everybody has their own opinions. You know, I'm not the only person with opinion, so you know, it kind of do what it is, and it is what it does, Yugi, which is fine or whatever. But you know, I guess we'll see. It's still going on. It's been going on for like 2 hours, so we can just take a look. I probably won't be pausing that much, but I want to get a little looky here. What's been going on? They kind of ramble for a little bit at the top of the hour, but we'll skip a little forward in. Hi.
Like Christ turned water into wine. It was his first public miracle.
His blood was made of wine, right?
Well, no, with transubstantiation, the properties of bread and wine remain, but it actually becomes his flesh and blood.
I've had like serious problems with alcohol personally, which is probably why I was projecting issues. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just asking, like, when you actually eat the blood of Christ, is that Christ is inside you? But like his blood is alcoholic. Is that why it's wine?
So the properties of bread and wine remain, but what we believe as Catholics is that it's his literal flesh and blood. Okay. By his body, blood, soul, and divinity.
But he's not made of bread and wine.
No, he's not literally made of bread and wine. No.
Get crunk.
All right, let's read the news. Here we go.
All right. Well, I'm not Catholic. So me personally, where we are, we don't think that it's literally the flesh and blood. It's just kind of like symbolic and it's nice. But you know.
We also have Serge Dupre.
We already did say what's up. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Jesus is not a crouton.
All right, here's the story. We got this ABC 7 New York police issue call for help. Outrage continues to grow over deadly subway chokehold encounter. So the death of a subway rider who was put into a chokehold by a former Marine on the train has been ruled a homicide, and now activists are calling for charges to be filed. They have planned several protests and rallies on Thursday as the NYPD has issued a call for public help in their investigation. Jordan Neely, 30, died from a compression of the neck, the city's medical examiner determined Wednesday. Neely is recognizable to some New Yorkers as a Michael Jackson impersonator who regularly danced in the Times Square transit hub. On Monday afternoon, he was yelling and pacing back and forth on an F train in Manhattan. Witnesses and police said when he was restrained by at least 3 people, including a U.S. Marine veteran who pulled one arm tightly around his neck. A physical struggle ensued, leading to Neely losing consciousness. He was rushed to Lenox Hill Hospital, where he was pronounced dead. On Wednesday, a medical examiner determined Neely's his death was a homicide. However, that does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a homicide. Okay, that's the stupidest bit of writing I've ever heard. As a murder, they mean. Homicide means death caused by person. It doesn't mean criminal. So what they're trying to say is, though.
Well, I don't think homicide is just a crime, right? And I mean it. I mean, no, actually, they're right. They could, violation of civil rights could be something that isn't prosecuted specifically as a homicide. But it's like it's like what the McMichaels went through when the feds got a hold of them after their murder trial. Like, that wasn't necessarily a murder trial. They did plead guilty to it. But it wasn't necessarily a murder trial, but it was a trial based on the expunging of the civil rights of the person they killed, right? So technically, this is true, but I mean, I guess, I don't know, it's a weird thing to harp on.
The death was ruled a homicide. It does not mean the case will be prosecuted as a murder. That is up to the Manhattan DA's office, which is investigating. But I suppose I'm probably being a little bit too harsh because you can, they're not being clear here. You can make the argument there's reckless homicide, there's negligent homicide. And so what they're saying is it's not clear that he will be criminally charged. They probably just should have said They're going to say, as a part of our rigorous ongoing investigation, we'll review the medical examiner's report, assess all available video and photo footage, identify and interview as many witnesses as possible, and obtain additional medical records, read a statement from a spokesperson for the DA. So we've got video coming out of New York. Protesters, I believe this was yesterday, were seen in the streets, and the police made some arrests.
That's true.
And we'll get into it in a little bit, but one of our reporters, Eliyahu, was physically assaulted by one of the protesters and had his property destroyed while he was in the process of doing journalism.
Unfortunate.
But let's just get down to brass tacks here, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of arguments about this one. This is the story of a guy who was having a mental breakdown. I guess the news that recently came out was that he was a subway performer and his mental health collapsed after his, I think his mom was killed, is what they're reporting. And after that, he kind of just lost it. And then he had been arrested 40 times. He had once punched a 67-year-old woman in the face. And so as he was belligerent and on the subway, reportedly threatening people, saying that he would take it, he was ready to die and he would hurt people. This is when the three men subdued him.
I don't think that he said that. I don't think he said he was ready to hurt people. I don't think he said that. From what I've read, I've never heard I've never heard anybody say he was ready to hurt people. He said he wanted to go to jail. Well, my bad. He said he didn't care if he went to jail and he didn't care if he got a life sentence. But he didn't say that hello, I'm here. I'm ready to kill people. I'm going to start killing people on this train right now, right here. I can do it. Like, he didn't say that.
Reportedly, the Marine told everyone to call 911 and get the police down there, and then he ended up dying, which has resulted in the left, like AOC, whether or not people, I don't know if you consider her left, but AOC.
Yeah, she's progressive.
She said this was a public murder. And now you've got protesters.
Well, I mean, colloquially speaking, yes, indeed. This was a public murder. Yes, by definition. I said I wasn't going to be pausing this much. I'm sorry.
The left, like AOC, whether or not people, I don't know if you consider her left, but
also
AOC,
I love the passive voice. He was like, "Oh yeah, he died." Murder. No, he was murdered.
And now you've got protesters calling for this guy to be arrested. They're saying he committed a murder, and I think this is actually a really good example of what is described as anarcho-tyranny, in that you had 25 people pushed onto subway tracks in the past year. You've had like a woman get raped on a train in Philadelphia. And we don't hear a single peep from any of these politicians, from any of these activists, until someone actually stops the guy. If you go back 7 years...
Kills him, right? He killed him.
Sure.
Yeah.
So when someone is being violent and then someone else acts in self-defense of others and the person dies in the process, now there's all of a sudden calls for, okay, so this guy should be criminally charged, but there was no call for stopping the 25 people being pushed on subway tracks. That's an ongoing and acceptable thing, I suppose.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, what is he talking about? So there's no outrage. There's no big talking about people pushing, like 25 people getting pushed onto like the subway tracks. Like, do you think that nobody has ever said anything about people being pushed on the subway tracks in New York? What are you talking about? I mean, what do you want the legislatures to do? Make it a crime to push somebody on subway tracks? I'm pretty sure that's already a crime. What do you want? This is like Ben Shapiro's tweet that was like, I can't believe the left isn't calling for the banning of crime. Like, what are you talking about? People already get charged because of this stuff, and it's 25 people over the course of a year. Like a little bit more, like 2 a month over what, like 8 million people who live in a city?
I'm never going to sit here and try and defend people pushing people on the subway tracks. That's a crime. Like, that's terrible.
Attempted murder.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if they die. So that's horrible. No one's going to be on the other side of that argument. But in terms of like the guy who just got killed, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
And also, how do you necessarily know that they were pushed on the train tracks because somebody was trying to kill them or like trying to hurt them? What if the train tracks were just crowded and you kind of got like bumped off? That can happen too, but whatever. I guess.
Doesn't,
my bad.
In self-defense,
I'm sorry for thinking.
Like, the proportionality of what you're doing has to be in response to the actual aggressive actions of the person, right? It has to be proportional. Is that correct? So you feel in your mind that it was a proportional response for him to choke him out to death in that situation because he was going to become such a threat to the person who choked him out.
I think he's going to say
right there.
What's the lead?
I think he's going to say, like, I'm not saying that I wanted to kill him.
I'm not saying he intended to kill him. I never said that, but he did end up killing him, right?
That's immaterial.
Well, no, but what has to be material, Tim, has to be, is he doing what he's doing?
Proportionality argument, or are you making?
Yes, I'm asking you that because is what he did proportional to the threat?
Yes.
So the threat that he was going
it
to
is
do,
proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die in the process.
and end up killing him, even if that was.
See, now you're doing it again. You're ascribing intent.
He should harp on this. Tim's using weasel words here. So for some other people who didn't hear it and how weaselly this is here, we went from chokeholds, specifically chokeholds, and then Tim turned chokeholds to
and end up killing him, even if that was.
That is threatening other people.
So the threat that he was going to do.
It is proportional to subdue someone that is threatening other people and saying he'll die.
So yeah, so we jumped from chokeholds to subdue. Just like a chokehold is equal to any other, method to subdue somebody who's acting erratically on a subway train. Which I don't believe so. I believe there are many ways in which you can subdue somebody without like putting a bunch of pressure around their neck, their breathe hole and their brain blood tube. I think that's something that you should definitely stay away from when you're messing with people on the street, because you have it's very easy to kill somebody. It actually, surprisingly, I know, it is very easy to kill somebody. You punch somebody in the jaw and they get knocked out, their head falls, like 5 and some change feet for an average person, and then hits the sidewalk. Their brain could not their brain could crack, their skull could crack and they could die. You put somebody in a chokehold, maybe even just for fun. I don't know if like I have anybody here who's ever like been with friends who've been we're gonna put you in a chokehold, or you put somebody in the chokehold. It's funs and games and laughing, and then all of a sudden they're like about to pass out, or they did pass out, and you're like, oh fuck, oh no. It happens. It's very easy. And so, yeah, I think that we definitely should be putting some, we should definitely not be advocating for people to, put your arm around somebody's neck and compress their breathe hole and blood tubes, personally.
In the process.
And end up killing them, even if that was.
Blood choke, you're out in like 5 seconds.
No, I'm not ascribing intent. I'm saying the results. This is what happened. The guy's dead. He's dead.
Results are immaterial to the proportionality of action.
So the proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing, his actual actions.
He held the guy on the ground.
I'm saying the results. This is what happened. The guy's dead. He's dead, right?
Results are immaterial to the proportionality of action.
Results are immaterial to the proportionality of the action. Wait, no, it's not. No, it's not. If the result of you doing an action, what? No, it's not. If the result of you doing an action would be astronomically worse than if you didn't act at all, then yeah, that wouldn't be you acting proportionally at all. What are you talking about? So to Tim, results don't matter in this case of these, because they're talking specifically about like the proportionality of a response to an action, right? He's like the outcome of the outcome of an action has no bearing on its proportionality of another action, which I just don't believe is the case at all. That's
so the
ridiculous.
Proportionality of action in your mind was justified to what he was doing, his actual actions.
He held the guy on the ground while he said call 911.
And killed him and choked him until he died.
You're doing it again.
No.
Okay, so what if he was like standing on, like literally as he was on the ground, he was just standing on his throat with like 1 foot on the other foot and his full weight on the guy's throat for like 10 minutes that they're in the train. I mean, he's subduing him. So honestly, it doesn't matter if he dies because, he's subduing them, and that doesn't matter.
No, you keep saying I'm doing it again. I'm saying this is the end results. I'm not saying this is what he meant to do. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what's in his heart. Neither do you. None of us know what he meant to do that day when he woke
absolutely.
up. Right?
If someone is threatening other people, you are allowed to subdue them.
And then would it be like an involuntary manslaughter?
So see,
No, but this is what happened. It's to the point of death. So you have.
It's not a criminal.
It's not. I'm not saying he intended to kill him. That's a difference, right? But if he ended up dying as a result of that, was that proportional?
Yes.
He needed to be killed.
No.
Or he could have killed someone else.
Hold on. Stop that.
Okay. I kind of get it where Tim's coming from here. Actually, in this specific argument, I kind of see where Tim's coming from here, where he's like, he is going like a little step further, and Tim is catching him there. But yeah, this is the Chauvin defense again, explicitly. Yeah, and it didn't really work out for him. It really didn't work out for him, I will say. It really didn't. Especially since I think we all know that choking somebody out or like putting any pressure on their neck at all is explicitly more dangerous than other forms of subduing somebody, like just like kind of holding them down, like holding their arms down and their shoulders down or something, you know? I think we all know that this is way different. That on top of the fact that the guy who choked this guy to death, like walked up behind him, and everybody else was on like another side of the train. Now, one thing is, in a discussion, I wouldn't be too hard set on the 15-minute thing, because the 15-minute time frame was given by somebody who was there on the train when it happened and also did the recording that we know of, the 3-minute recording that we know of the altercation, but of the strangulation. But you know, it was just like a guess. He said, I think it was about 15 minutes. But we don't know necessarily. We don't have like a full time frame. We don't know the time from when the choke began to when the cops got there. Because I haven't heard footage. I haven't seen footage or like heard anything about him letting go until the cops got there, or if he let him go after he got limp. Well, actually, we know he didn't let him go just after he went limp. He kept holding him for a long time after he was limp. Same with the Chauvin thing. And unresponsive and not moving. That on top of the fact that he wasn't even really fighting that much when he was in a chokehold. I think he just kind of wanted him to let him go. There was no like huge fight, but anyways, I'll let this go on.
That you keep trying to say needed to be. No.
But that's what happened.
The Marine,
that's the end result.
You're saying the Marine tried to kill him.
No, I didn't say that.
Then why,
you are saying that I'm saying that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, for I know I was going to say I was letting go. Wait, one last thing, I hope. I think Lance here should say, even if it involves a high likelihood of him dying, instead of like needing to die, changing it to like something else that's not necessarily needed, but like you're okay if it leads to death, or if there's a very high probability of it being death. Something along those lines.
I'm saying that's what ended up happening.
Let me respond. Then why would you say needed to be killed?
Because what he did to him, his chokeout ended up with the guy dying. So that was the end result. So his proportional response to what he thought was a threat was that I'm going to choke him out. I'm not trying to kill him, but I'm going to choke him out. Whether or not he dies is going to be something that we're just going to remain to be on the cards, right? This is chance. We'll leave it up to chance here.
So you are making a huge leap right there.
There's no leap.
That's actually not.
What he's doing is that proportional. Is choking someone with the possibility of death. With the possibility of death.
Yes,
okay, so
absolutely.
So that's
I'll tell you this. Let me tell you. So if someone tried illegally entering my home,
sure,
I will use whatever force necessary to stop them from illegally entering my home, right? I have the legal justification in the state that I live in to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from entering my home illegally. Well, you can't invite someone in.
Well, these are two different things. Do you have the force that is necessary, or do you have the force that you feel like is necessary? Because those are two incredibly different things. If somebody kind of like walks in, like kind of wanders into your home, like if they accidentally like kind of, if you live in like an apartment complex and they accidentally open the wrong door and they go, oh, sorry, and then they back out, and then you pull out a fucking Civil War cannon and like blow a hole in their chest as they're like walking down the stairs. Yeah, obviously. Or even while they're still in the doorway. Yeah, obviously. You can't do shit like that. If it's just like the force needed, then obviously you can't do shit like that. If it just gives you just do whatever you want, drop a fucking airstrike on them if somebody like you know walks onto your property, right? If you live on a farm, then obviously these are two incredibly different things.
And there's actually some legal barriers here. Like if someone actually walks up to your house and the door is open and they walk in, that's actually not an illegal entry. Mm-hmm. It is to a certain degree, but it's like trespass. Sure. It's like your door was open, there was no obstruction, and then you'll make an argument about entering the domicile could be considered 4th degree burglary, depending on which state you're in. If they actually open the door and enter, they've now committed felony burglary. And you are entitled in West Virginia to use whatever force necessary to stop someone from illegally entering your house. That doesn't mean you just intend to actually kill someone. So in terms of we're out in the street, someone is threatening someone else.
Well, what was the point of talking about all that if he wasn't going to bring it into like a house analogy? Well, yeah, right? Zero. Like, what the fuck is this relevance? Bro is rambling. I thought he was going to talk about like a house analogy, and I was thinking about countering that, and now he's moving on. What was he just trying to put some distance in between his argument and the last time Lance spoke?
You are legally entitled to subdue them. Now,
Even if that, even in the act of doing that, you could kill them.
Yes, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. Because where you're going with it is like, what act of subduing would be permitted in your mind? You are legally entitled to entering your house. That doesn't mean someone is threatening someone else. You are legally entitled to subdue them.
Also, I'm not sure if Lance does this, but I would harp on the threatening thing, because that's actually really big. Because as far as I've known, as far as I've read a couple of articles, he never made an explicit threat towards anyone. He was just erratic, and self-loathing that could have made people uncomfortable. But I wouldn't say that like comes completely up to just straight up threatening. I think that is very different. But anyways,
now,
even if that in the act of doing that, you could kill
I keep
them.
wanting to say subjuation,
absolutely. Because
or subduction,
where you're
but
going
those
with
are,
it is like,
those are different words and not words.
What act of subduing would be permitted in your mind then? Like holding his hands tightly?
One that doesn't have a possibility of death, I would say, because
give me one. Give me one.
I would say hold down somebody's arms. Their
expertise. Zero. Absolutely.
Their shoulders.
And I think I can contend that no one here has any, right?
Also, I don't think that you need to.
I've watched a lot of movies.
No, but
Sharp elbows.
But no, none of us have black belts. We don't know this shit. We're just a bunch of people who talk on the internet.
But now going black belts. I mean, I have hostile environment training, and I have some minimal martial arts training. Minimal. I've done some kung fu, taekwondo.
So once again, there's no experts here to talk about this. Yeah.
So certainly will contend. I am not an expert. However, if someone is threatening harm against another person, and 3 people find it reasonable to subdue him, and the person dies, that person was in the process of committing a crime. If you lose your life in the process of committing a crime, I'm not going to blame the victims for this, right? Would you blame the victims for this?
When you're saying
well, it depends. It really depends on the crime. If they're in the process of like doing a whole genocide, or painting a funny smiley face on the tip of a nuclear warhead before they shoot it off into a crowded city. I mean, yeah, I guess I wouldn't feel bad if like somebody shot him before he pressed the button. If somebody's jaywalking and then somebody hops out of their car who was on the road, runs after them and like hits them in the back of the head with a sledgehammer and then crushes their brain, I think that would be, I would think that, yeah. But even though jaywalking is indeed a crime, I don't think simply any crime means that you should be open to being murdered.
Victims
or killed, I guess.
The people who are being attacked.
But were they attacked prior, or did they try to subdue him? Do we have footage before the event begins?
So in New York, for example, if you go up to someone and threaten them, you've committed a crime, right? You've committed a criminal act of violence against another person by threatening them and going up to their face, right?
And so you're saying at that point you have the ability to proportionally respond with violence.
Yeah, actually, there's a video of this. Myth Informed has it. 7 years ago, this man was called a hero for diffusing violence by putting another man in a chokehold. A man in the subway was getting up in people's faces, and he was threatening them, and another man got up behind him and put him in a chokehold, and he was put on national television, and he was celebrated as a hero for doing so. So this is what I'm talking about, a narco.
Man stops fight that's just about to start by subduing a guy. Also, just so you know, in that story that he didn't talk about is the fact that that guy actually let go of the alleged possible attacker right after he went limp, and then they held him down by his shoulders and his arms until the cops came. They didn't keep strangling him until like somebody pried him off of him. That actually didn't happen. On top of the fact is that the guy who got choked didn't die, which is, crazy.
Tyranny. I feel like you're latching onto this completely from a point of you don't have knowledge on proper technique for subduing an individual.
None of us do.
Nor the legal expertise.
None of us do as well.
But see that's kind of an absurd thing to just outright. Well, look. I'm going to say this guy committed a murder and should go to prison, but I'm not an expert and neither are you, therefore he should be convicted.
I never said that. I'm actually asking questions because these are things that I don't fully understand about. Is it legal for him to do what he did?
Yes. That's why he wasn't charged.
Proportionally legal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he wasn't charged. He was released. However, in this day and age, what's likely going to happen is...
Well, he wasn't charged because they don't have all of the information to prove that he or they don't have the biggest reasonable doubt. I actually don't know how booking works, or like keeping somebody in custody works in New York specifically. I just don't remember like their laws specifically, but you either have to have like reasonable cause to keep somebody in jail, or it has to be of like a certain threshold of a crime to keep somebody in jail. That they could be like a suspect in, because they can hold like a suspect in a much more violent crime than this possibly could have been, and they don't have all the research yet. They don't have all the information yet to prove that he should be in jail or shouldn't be in jail. And I think actually New York passed like a pretty expansive, bail and booking law that made it harder for cops to just keep somebody in jail, which I think is a good thing typically. But
is a narco tyranny. People go out in the streets, they protest, and the police say, for political reasons, we're going to go find this guy and we're going to arrest him.
But I don't know. It depends. Unfortunately, we don't have footage of what happened before the chokehold.
That's what I'd like to know.
But if there's enough people on the train that are witness to what was happening, and they're like, "Yo, he was threatening all of us," then I think the cops are not going to mess with that guy.
And that's what was reported. And there were 3 men trying to subdue him as he fought back. So there's.
Oh, also, does Tim think in states or municipalities where they've banned police from using chokeholds, does he think that police they don't have a way of subduing somebody? It's just like not possible. It's just like they actually can't do it. They can't stop in those places. They can't stop people. They can't stop people. They're crazy. Without the chokehold is the only possible way we know how to stop somebody from doing something. Anarcho-tyranny? Yeah, anarcho-tyranny. It's when crime happens in places that I find politically advantageous to make fun of. That's what anarcho-tyranny is. It's anarchy, but the anarchy is tyrannical because there's a lot of it.
There's no debate that this guy was acting violently and threatening people, and even said he was prepared to die. At that point, you have what could be a terroristic threat. I think if a guy got on a train and screamed,
do you know what that word means?
I'm going to cause harm to people, and then said he was willing to die.
Okay, wait a second. He keeps saying this. I'm not sure if like Lance is going to combat this, but like, does anybody here have you heard? Did anybody quote the guy who died saying that he was going to kill people? Did that ever happen? I haven't heard that before. I don't think bro knows what the word terrorism means. Also, Vasquez, this is the guy who filmed the video that everybody knows. Well, the original video that dropped. Vasquez told NBC News New York that Neely, this is the guy who died, got on the train and began to say somewhat aggressive speech, saying that he was hungry, saying that he was thirsty, and saying that he didn't care about anything. So aggressive. He didn't care about going to jail. He didn't care if he gets a life sentence. Vasquez said Neely was held in a chokehold for about 15 minutes. This is all that we know about so far. From what I've seen, this is literally all that we know that happened. That was said. I don't want to show. Yeah, that guy's dead. That guy's dead as fuck. I got on the subway. He had aggressive speech. He doesn't care if he gets a life sentence. He said it doesn't matter if he died. This is a terroristic sentence. Oh, this is Vasquez again. Yeah, it's just like, he's just lying. He's a POV, I'm lying. POV, I love lying. Vasquez said, I think nobody thought that it was a risky situation because he was defending himself. He was defending himself all the time. All the time he moved, he tried to remove the guy's arm. Then when they had him on his side, he kept kicking. So we thought that he was defending himself and that he wasn't going to die, even though those were the kicks of somebody who was fucking dying. But okay. All right then. Yeah. I love Tim Pool. He lies so much all day and every day about everything that he thinks it's advantageous to lie about.
You'd probably want to stop him because there's signs all over the subway saying if you see something, say something. I suppose we could go the route of when Luke Rutkowski had that video.
What?
There was a guy in a subway with a knife stabbing people, and the cop said, "We're not going to get involved at all." And then some guy had to try and intervene himself. It's funny, that guy's a hero.
Yeah, that was, I think, oh yeah, here it is. Matt Walsh retweeted Alexandra Cortez's tweet from 6 hours ago and asking specifically, what are they supposed to do? What are people supposed to do in this situation? Are they just supposed to sit there? If someone's screaming, they're gonna hurt somebody. You just sit there and wait until it actually hurts the person, and then you respond. And
I'm just curious.
That's a fake story.
We have
I want to see if I can look it up.
Mail from October. 25 victims have been shoved in front of subway cars so far this year. 2 victims were killed. Where was the protest?
For random crime? Where was the protest for? What random crime? What do you? I'll have you know, 56 people died in car collisions with pedestrians. Where are the protests? Where are all the protests? Oh, you think it's a big thing when somebody is strangled to death for multiple minutes as people watched for being angry about being poor and hungry? But you think but you don't care about like you don't blow up a police department every time an old lady gets her bag snatched by a sneaky fellow with a black and white striped shirt with a balaclava, huh? And throws it into his burlap sack with a giant money sign on it. Where's your protest then, leftists? Checkmate.
Well, where was the video footage of it?
There is video footage of it.
Is it public?
Yes.
Public video footage?
And I can't play it on YouTube, but there's video footage of people being pushed in front of trains. And where's AOC? Where's any of these protesters? Nowhere to be found. Anarcho-tyranny is that when the criminals do it, as explained in, Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago, when a criminal does this act in the Soviet Union, that's just a criminal, that's what they do. But when you, the citizen, defend yourself, you knew better.
But so you're blaming AOC for not bringing attention to this specifically? So as
blaming.
in, or you're saying that she's hypocritical because she doesn't talk about the people being pushed in front of trains, but she's talking about this now? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying hypocritical. No, I'm saying I have a question of why now? Why only when people are victimized and they defend themselves are we now upset about what happened on the subway?
Keep saying victimized. We're talking about a poor homeless person who may have been having an episode and died in what ended up being the struggle. So why are the people who were subduing him victims? What makes them victims of this?
He assaulted them.
So
wait. Tim was the guy who said that no, my bad. I'm sorry. That was Marjorie. Marjorie said that was that getting yelled at in New York was assault. Man, I know people think that New Yorkers are pretty harsh, but are our words so sharp that they hurt? They're classified as deadly weapons? Are the insults from a New Yorker classified as deadly weapons? Is it that bad? Me when he assaulted them. He assaulted them?
So you have that on camera that he assaulted them first.
According to all the news reports and the police and the witness statements.
Can we see the footage? I want to see. I haven't seen that yet.
I think we can show the choke out.
Okay, so according to the news reports, the witnesses and the police, he went and threatened violence against people, which is assault. And
right, but you're saying he specifically threatened.
No, Lance, do not say right.
Violence against the people who subdued him.
No.
Do we have evidence of that? It's one thing for him to be in a train being like, I'm upset.
You're not winning an argument here.
I'm not trying to win an argument.
You're being
I'm
awfully
asking
pedantic.
Awfully pedantic.
Yes.
Why would you use pedantic in this form? I'm trying to get to the root of this problem.
No. It's absurd to imply that if a guy walks up to a woman and says he's going to harm her, that another man can't protect her.
Right. And so this is why I'm asking: did he say to the people who subdued him, "I'm going to harm you.
Yes,
I'm going to hurt you"?
That's immaterial to a self-defense claim in proportionality.
Huh? What?
I'm going to harm you.
Yes,
I'm going to hurt you.
That's immaterial to a self-defense claim in proportionality.
Okay.
If this guy was threatening people, right, and then someone said, "I'm going."
Wait a second. How do you? He is on crack, bro. He moved to West Virginia, but that doesn't mean that you got to get on the meth, brother. You got to calm down, man. You're still from Maryland. Chill. What is happening right now? What is bro saying? Like, you need a threat to be able to invoke self-defense. Without the threat of violence, without like a real tangible threat of violence, you're just killing somebody. That's just assault. What are you saying? Where did he learn this?
To stop you before you hurt someone, that is legal self-defense acting in the defense of others.
This is stopping before he even threatens anybody.
Who are stopping the guy threatening people, the victims of a violent individual who is trying to cause harm. See, I just find it fascinating that there's an effort to defend the aggressor in this circumstance. Right?
Oh, so you're suggesting that the guys, even if the guys that were choking out weren't the ones being threatened, that they're still considered a victim because they stepped in to defend other people?
Well, I'm saying outright that if you're on a train and there's a guy, you're on a train, you can't get off that train. You are trapped.
Yeah,
right?
I used to live in this area, by the way. I used to live in Flatbush. I used to take these trains every single day. I have seen this. I have seen this and worse. I have seen people in the middle of episodes where I was like, this person could potentially either harm themselves or harm me. It never crossed my mind that I need to choke them out to the point of potential death in order to protect everyone else on the train. That never even entered my mind. So that's why I'm asking you, do you have specific
but that's because you're a soy beta
cuck. People who subdued and ended up killing him.
But why does that matter?
I don't think there is footage.
But like, what is it?
All right, well then that's all I want to know.
But what does it have to do with what I said? That's why I understand your thought.
Because I would think that the proportionality being that you ended up killing them, even if that was not your intent, I understand that you don't think he intended to do that, fine. But even if that was it, were they like threats to him in the immediate present? Were they on the verge of committing an act of violence towards him that required proportional violence that ended up in death?
But it's not a requirement someone threatens you for you to act in defense of others.
Did he threaten anybody?
Right. So your question is kind of in an unnecessary direction. And I'll elaborate. If you're on a train and you're trapped in a box and someone is threatening violence,
box full of
then
demons.
Yeah, you're a victim. So
I've been a victim multiple times then.
Lance needs to really dig down on this because this debate is a difficult one, but it should be had if this is the way that Tim wants to go and they want to say like he was threatening, this debate is going to be had in the specific verbiage and tone and everything those words were said, because Tim actually has a hard argument here. I don't think this is an easy argument for like our side to win, but I think we have a, what is it in I think we have a favorable matchup. I was going to do like a fighting game references. I think we have a favorable matchup. I think it's I think it's like a 60-40, 70-30 type matchup. I think you do like pretty well here. Yeah, like a 6-4 matchup. Yeah, something like that. That's what I think personally. Mostly because this is going to, this debate is going to be had if they want to go to he was threatening so he deserved to be choked out, even if it opens up like a high likelihood of death. They're going to have to really do a lot of legwork to make I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I'm sick of it, I want to die, I don't care if I go to jail for life, into worthy of opening somebody up to end their life. That's a lot there. And I think you should really dig down into that, and that's where the debate is really had, because other than that, I think you're just like you're working upstream from, you're working in their ball court. They have the ball in this situation, mostly because you've appeared to have ceded or acquiesced to their idea that he was threatening in the first place, which is something that's really important to this conversation, because I just don't think that you should be having, it's a much more difficult argument to make the case of he was threatening, but then he shouldn't have been put in a chokehold. But then you would have to go back to make the argument that he should have, it's reasonable to then restrain, but you shouldn't be restraining with something that could have a high likelihood of killing somebody. But then Tim could come back if he's smart enough. He would come back to, well, if somebody has like a medical condition that you don't know of, then like subduing them period could make them have some, or even like a mental condition like anxiety, they could have like a panic attack or something, and then that could lead to their like breathing issues that could then lead to them going unconscious or dying. And so would that be okay? And then you would have to like do a debate on like that gray area there. And right. And so I feel like backing all the way back up to he wasn't threatening, or if there is a threat, it's nowhere near the threshold to open him up to that high of a likelihood of dying. That's just me though. I'm talking too much. I'm sorry.
in these
Yes,
subways.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the craziest thing to me.
But I don't feel like a
interviewing-
victim. I've never been hurt. I never was hurt by people who are going through those kind of episodes.
Other people have been.
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm not saying this is a good
25
thing.
people were pushed in front of trains.
Okay, so these 25 people
25
were pushing
in
front of
New
trains.
York.
How is that directly related? Were these people also going through episodes? Were they also people who were homeless? Did they have mental illness?
mean,
were like?
I would say
What's the
anybody
correlation
shoving
here?
someone in front of a train at random is like
am
going
illness.
through an episode. You know what I mean? The correlation
how do you
is
know it was
that
random?
crime and murder on the subway has been increasing, or has at least been apparent in the press, but I don't see you caring about it at all until it's the aggressor who gets killed.
No one, I think, on the left is
Like
going to
random
defend
crime?
this stat that you're pulling.
Then
up
why
about
put a
people
guy
being
in
pushed at-
prison for finally saying stop killing people?
This is like Tim. If I
Who
approach,
is the? What are you talking about? This is what is this? What is this like scapegoating, bro? What in the world is happening? How could you say stop? What do you mean stop killing people? Bro was just hungry. What are you talking about?
you today, and I was like, "Hey, do you know what goes on in Rikers Island? Have any of you done a show on what happens in Rikers Island?
That is
How they hold
true.
people in Rikers Island. Do you know what?
We not Rikers Island specifically, but we talk about prison reform all the time.
Okay,
and how
okay. Do you know
screwed up
about
it
bail
What is
reform
all
and
the
the fact
time?
that people die in Rikers Island?
I talk about how crime is
waiting to
bad
have
all
their
the
day
time.
in court because they
Yes.
can't afford it.
And we've talked about it.
And you've
But I
done
don't-
entire shows on that.
but
And
I
you
don't-
talked about how people literally die in prison
we
while they're
talked-
waiting for that shit.
We talked
That's
about
terrible.
Yeah, okay, so we actually talked about one guy who got wrongly arrested, lost his job, was kicked out of his apartment, went to Rikers for 3 months, only to be released and then told, "Sorry, there's nothing you can do about it." The city owes him nothing because they considered the prosecution not to be malicious. But this is the problem, man. Like. We talk about stuff like this all the time.
But the example you just gave me was not me talking about the systemic problem of people who are poor being in Rikers
quite
Island
literally
before
what it
they
was.
before they get to trial. They die before they're not released. You just gave me a story of someone who was released
I'm
prior
giving
to
you an
that.
example of a specific show we've actually talked about someone wrongly held and had their life destroyed.
Okay.
Now, of course, we can go on further and say yes, people have died. Yes,
They
the
have.
system is corrupt. And my point is this: when we talk about stuff like this, like wow, in October we talked about 25 people being pushed in front of train cars. You guys just shit all over us and ignore these problems. Then finally, when three
Ignore
guys.
what
Ignoring this. I
problems?
told you, no one's on the other side of this.
Crime?
No one is pro push people onto trains.
Where's your protest? Where's your protest?
Where's
For
my
what?
protest?
Where's
Yeah,
your
where's your-
protest?
Where's your Rikers?
How many? When have you had a protest for anything besides giving rich people more money?
Protest.
We had it on the show, but you don't
did
watch
a
the show.
protest.
Protest?
You did an actual
No,
protest.
yeah,
You
protest.
did
That's
that.
not a protest. That's a
We
live
don't walk on
stream.
the streets ever,
But
right?
I'm not blaming you for not talking about that, Tim, because this
Listen, don't hold us to your standard. We don't care about the shit that we talk about. You're supposed to. Okay. This is why talking to these people is so difficult, because at the end of the day, that's what they're going to go to at the end. Like, that's what they're going to go to all the time. Yeah, you're right. Actually, they did have a protest. It was called Charlottesville. Oh, anyways, this is why it's so hard to talk to these people. They don't like to have values. They never have, they never will, bro. This just is no values. Don't hold me to the standard of values because you are supposed to be the person who's supposed to actually care about this shit. I made a live stream about it, and that's as equal to going to like the gates of Rikers or to the, Justice Department of New York and protesting in front of the doors or something, or, contacting local politicians or making PACs or lobbying or any of these types of things, like doing a live stream about. I had a protest. It's called a live stream. No, you didn't. Do something that doesn't just strictly make you money, and then I'll respect you.
is the problem of like you are judging someone based on absence, based on your absence of caring about something. Why haven't you talked about this, Lance? The fact that you haven't talked about this means that you don't care about that.
That's not what I said.
Not true, though.
That's not what I said.
That's the implication of what you were saying right now.
My implication is, instead of helping us deal with this when we talk about it, you make up garbage about us and then post nonsense on the internet.
What have I?
What are you talking about? He's so mad. Everything I've done about talked about Tim is stuff that he said on his stream.
Brought up garbage about people pushing people to trains. This is the most random
I'm not
example.
talking about you saying. I'm saying you don't talk about it, right? I'm not criticizing you for not talking about it. I'm
Crime
saying
is bad.
finally, when there are people who are like, we've had 25 people pushed in front of trains, we've had 2 of them killed, I'm not going to let this person hurt somebody. It's y'all saying that person should go to prison. It's like, how?
Yeah, he killed somebody. I think that he should be at least charged and go to trial. Maybe not found guilty, but yeah, I think the guy who died deserves to take that guy to court. Personally, yes. Oh, you don't don't talk about every single instance of petty crime ever, or of crime ever across the entire United States, so you must not care. But when this very hot button issue that I've made into a political point starts to happen, then, because I just don't think that it's that political to say that somebody who killed another person should be like tried in court.
How is that solving the problem? You guys are making it worse. Your protests, your support for the criminals make this worse.
So our solution to this, if you're asking, when you're saying you mean the left, right? Our solution to a lot of this is that
you're speaking in support of the criminal, so I'm saying you.
Okay, so
criminal
I'm saying
of what? Being angry?
to a lot of this would be investing very heavily in things like healthcare, like getting and making sure that people have access to it, and not cutting the restrictions, like allowing people to have access to healthcare, not as a requirement based on how much money they have, based on their income, but allowing them to get the care they need. That would have gone a long way to preventing a problem like this and future problems that are going to happen. I have no idea what's going on with the 25 people who've been pushed in front of trains. If it happens to be because people have mental illness, this is a tangible solution that we could work towards. This is something that are you against that idea about investing heavily into mental health care, public health care? Well, then there you go. So that's a much better line. So
I just don't know, like, what is, like, genuinely, what does he want? Because we can protest to, so I don't know, like, does he he cut his chops by recording protests, but like, I remember reading about how he didn't pay attention to any of the shit that he was doing. He wanted to, you know, get a following and look famous, but like, did he really not pay attention to any of the protests that were going on, even like the BLM ones? Because even the BLM ones are asking for tangible things, you know? Somebody to be charged, somebody to be put in jail, somebody to be held responsible, maybe even found guilty or something, somebody to be held accountable, for police procedures to change, for funding to change, for new services to pop up, for community-based organizing, for, you know, politicians to step down. All of these protests are for very specific things that have been done. Like no BLM protest is just like, no BLM protest that I ever have known about is make things good and not bad. Good, make law that make bad thing no more and make good thing forever. I don't think that's ever been the case. I don't think any BLM protest has been like, has said police should, like, I don't know. I don't even know like an analogy here. Because like everything else is actually something tangible. I don't know. Would he be happy if AOC? Well, she can't even sponsor it because she's not in the legislature. Would AOC like make a tweet in support of pushing people in front of subway tracks double illegal bill? If you obviously, guys, Kathy Hochul comes out with the press briefing. Guys, we've heard your pleas. And we've now understood that pushing people in front of subway tracks, even though illegal, is not enough to stop it. So we've come up with a solution. It is now double illegal to push people in front of train tracks. And if you've done it once before, it is now quadruple illegal to do it. And like, holy shit. What if they make a bill that taking funds away from the NYPD and putting it towards installing a large cartoony white gloved hand at the front of every subway car, at the front of like every like subway, you know, locomotive, like at the front of every, you know, subway train. And it's on a sort of like, you know, that like grabby thing that you kind of, it kind of looks like a lattice and it kind of spreads out and collapses back on itself. It's on one of those, right? And it's kind of like this the whole time. And if it sees somebody that's pushed onto the train, it'll go, wah, and then reach forward and then pick the person up and then put them on the side of the train. And then it like back at the ledge and then give them a pat on the head. And then it goes back. That's what I think should probably happen. I think that would be the bill that Tim Pool would want to sponsor for him to finally think that Democrats aren't, I guess, like cringe or something. I don't know. Why would you take it from the NYPD? Why don't they take it from the NYPD and invest it in plexiglass to stay in front of the tracks, and it only opens with the train doors. I don't know. I guess they could be cool. Like the walls are like plexiglass or something, and then like the door kind of like retracts and then kind of comes back, I guess. Well, because if that's the case, then I mean, I don't know, like maybe somebody could fall through possibly, and then they'd be giga trapped. Who knows? No, he wouldn't want it to save them. He would want it to shoot them. Oh, so true. A gun pops out from the ceiling and just like blows your head off with a 50 cal.
Here's my issue. My issue is when this story came out in October, we talked about it. And we said, why is this happening? What are the solutions? What are the problems? When this story comes out now, you, completely ignorant of what's been going on in New York, side with the criminal. And so people like me are flabbergasted that we've been focused on the issue of crime, the issue of mental health, the entire time going back several years. And this is why I left in New York, because two cops got murdered outside of my apartment. And then what do we hear? Protesters in the street defending the criminals.
You keep saying criminal. I have a problem with criminalizing people who are homeless or people who are poor or people who are mentally ill. And suddenly,
I'm not saying he's a criminal for being poor. I'm saying he's a criminal because he threatened people with harm. Like incitement to violence is a crime, just like AOC says, right?
What do you mean incitement of violence?
Video footage. I want to see the moment where he was threatening the very people who tried to take him down.
Look, either you accept that the witnesses, the media, and the police say this is what happened, or we can agree. No one has any idea, so there's no point in even talking about it.
I think the interesting maybe confluence is that
for one is what is he talking about? What do you mean? Why is he keeps lying? Incitement of violence?
You were mentioning preventative measures are a way to go about it. What do you think about defensive measures? Like people should be armed and ready for this kind of thing, regardless of the prevention methods.
I mean, when it comes to defensive measures and people should be armed, I'm going to probably be on the exact opposite as the rest of you, because you're probably very pro-gun here, right? I'm just making, we don't have the same problems in Canada that you do in the United States for mass shootings, for mass gun violence, for that kind of stuff.
You have 30 million people, don't you? Is it 30 million?
Okay, so by ratio of the...
Okay, but like, that's a comparable amount of people to California, and California has a higher crime rate and even more left-wing politicians. So
population, Tim. So if you compare ratio of the population, Canadians to America, we don't have mass shootings like you do. No one else does. It's a uniquely American problem. The mass shooting thing is a uniquely American thing.
Obesity is pretty heavy here.
Well,
and per capita is a thing, Tim.
I don't think it's fair to say uniquely American, because there are mass shootings in many other countries.
Oh, there is, but it's a uniquely American problem that it's disproportionately happening here.
Well, mass killings aren't a uniquely American problem, but mass killings done with the use of firearms is much more uniquely.
What is happening? What is this? What is going on? Am I losing it? Am I just tired or something? These non sequiturs, these questions, it's melting my brain, bro. I feel like I have to be in like tip top shape to be able to keep up with this. This is this is incredible. The shift. Well, I'll have you know that America isn't the only place where somebody has been killed before. All right. We're talking about how school shootings and mass shootings and public shootings are bad. And bro goes, well, I'll have you know. I'm not sure if you've heard of this before, but people have died outside of America. Like, all right, man. So true. You got me there, buddy.
American. I don't think anyone's going to debate that countries that have fewer firearms are going to have fewer people killing each other with firearms.
That's crazy.
Australia has more per capita than the United States?
More per capita what?
That is not true. No.
List of countries by firearm-related deaths. Historical list of countries with firearm-related deaths per 100,000 listed per year. Firearm-related deaths per... Yeah, it very clearly is not. Is Tim okay? Look, Australia's down here at like the 0, and we're in like the 5. At first they don't think pronouns are real. They forgot like 5th grade English class, and now they've forgotten like preschool level counting to 5.
Country comes close to the United States.
List of countries by no. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a mistake.
Sorry,
El
Australia.
Salvador, Venezuela.
And when you're correct,
Wait, what was
Sorry,
this?
I'm sorry,
Wait, what was he even looking at?
No, country comes close to the United States.
Wait, I'm sorry, guys. How's this even determined? Oh, this he's looking in alphabetical order. Bro, look at this. Australia is actually the second most violent country for gun-related deaths in the world. It's right there under Argentina. And right above Austria. And then there's Azerbaijan. And surprisingly enough, then there's a country that starts in B. Comical, isn't it? It's almost too good to be true. Barbados, and then even Belarus.
Countries by no. Okay, I'm sorry. That was
all right, brother.
El Salvador, Venezuela.
And when you're correct,
So
when
is it right if I
Also, it's not even right anymore because it's not even right anymore because it doesn't make any fucking sense because now it's sorted by total, but it's completely different years. Like some of these are multi-year and like Eswatini. And here's just like 2015 for Guatemala, and then Brazil is at 2017. This is just what are you talking about, brother?
just finish my thought?
Sure.
Yeah. So my basic point.
That was way off. The United States is not the most. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
El Salvador.
And so of all the other countries in that list, which of them are considered part of the G20?
Damn, these aren't shitty countries because everybody loves Brazil. Our favorite Congress drag queen comes from there. Gotta respect. Ninth at top 10, baby. Top 10, baby.
That have similar economic
America,
systems,
top of the list everywhere.
Societal, structures.
Top of the
United
list
States
everywhere.
#1 when you compare them to any other G20 country.
So it's true that as far as developed nations go, the United States does have a much higher rate of gun violence. I wouldn't say developed nation. My argument is simply that other nations do have higher rates. Depending on the nation that you're looking at, there's still a pretty decently high homicide rate in a lot of developed countries, and there are a lot of mass killings. In the United States, those mass killings are generally carried out with firearms, but according to CDC studies, firearms are used to prevent more violent crimes each year than they're used to commit.
I don't believe this for a second. I'm looking this up verbatim to see if I can find this. I'm looking this shit up verbatim. Oh, so it's just crimes, not deaths? Fast facts, because I don't even know if this is true. It doesn't sound true from what I've seen, but also I could be wrong. So we're gonna look for it. A firearm injury, firearm violence prevention, firearm injury, gunshot. Okay, you've been injured with a firearm. You done been hitted. You done been hoarded. The different types. How common are firearm injuries? Firearm injuries are serious public health problem. I will say. That is true. More people suffer non-fatal firearm related injuries than die. Okay, crazy. Some groups have higher rates than others. Oh no. Defensive gun use. How often does it occur? Although definitions of defensive gun use vary, it is generally defined as the use of a firearm to protect or defend oneself, people, or property. Estimates of a defensive gun use vary depending on the questions asked. Population studies, time frame. Yeah, okay. Given that variable estimates, do we understand gun prevalence? Okay, wait, this does not say that it happens more. It says that, bro, we have no clue what the fuck this question even means. And so we can't even figure that out. I love lying. Oh man, lying is so based. It's so fun. More than 45,000 firearm-related deaths, more than 7 both victim firearm and non-fatal firearm injuries. Males account for 86, 87. Holy shit, I'm gonna die, guys. I'm male. I'm a male. Yeah, I don't know if this is, like I was like, I'd be shocked if the CDC said that. That is the only CDC link that I have on like firearm crimes and prevention of crimes with the use of firearms that the CDC has mentioned ever. Okay, cool. If anybody else can find it, I guess let me know, but I can't.
So it's a much more complex argument than simply saying the U.S. has more firearm deaths, therefore restricting firearm ownership would prevent those.
Let me ask you too.
Sure.
Do you know what country has the most grenade attacks?
I only know the answer because I saw you type in it. I think it's Sweden, right?
I actually didn't type that in. I searched for
by the way, high murder rate was a very clumsy.
I don't want to cheat, so I saw you type in it, but yeah.
I didn't type in Sweden. I typed in most grenade attacks by country, and Sweden is the only thing that comes up.
Wow.
And yeah, Sweden has more grenade attacks than any other country, but
I would say probably Sudan. Palestine. Contested areas in the like the Gaza Strip. Ukraine. That's one. That's definitely one right there. That's a huge possibility. With like 2 a year, yeah. Afghanistan, that's a good choice. Good answer. Good answer. Syria, good answer. Turkey, good answer.
Grenades are illegal there.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Okay.
I've got a feeling.
Why are there grenade attacks?
Okay,
in Sweden?
I would love to answer this question. So if we're going back to guns and the U.S. versus Canada, when I said that there's G20, if we look at all the G20 countries, the United States disproportionately by ratio of the population has way more gun deaths, way more gun violence. And a lot of that gun violence, by the way, is people killing themselves, just so we're completely clear.
Yeah.
But if you look at it in the framework of Canada has a very different set of rules for firearms than the United States does. You can still have a firearm in Canada. You just have to take a 2-day course and you get a license and then you get gun training and then you have the ability to buy guns. And
I'm sorry, but this is an insane title and it's like as funny as it is tragic, but Sweden has a problem with hand grenades. And here's, what do you mean we have a hand grenade problem? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What? Absolutely. This is a huge what situation. Anyways, on Sunday, 63-year-old man living in Sweden was biking with his baddie when he was hit by a fucking grenade. Wait, when he reached down on the path and picked something up, it was a hand grenade. It exploded. He died. The blast was so strong it threw his wife off her bicycle in front of him. What the fuck? Huh? Old man was like, huh, what's this? That's crazy. Okay. All right then. I mean that's pretty bad, but also like rappers who got caught with rocket launchers. Like, yeah, sure, like that's like grenades are pretty bad, but rocket powered grenades are, I would say, much worse. Like you're putting a rocket on a grenade. How can you say that it's not worse? It's very clearly worse. Plural. Oh yeah, there's actually been a couple of rappers or rappers' friends who have been caught with RPGs and rocket launchers and bazookas. Sorry, with grenade launchers, bazookas, all that type of stuff. Real trap shit. The RPGs are different. You don't get it. Yeah. So decommissioned grenades. Right here, let me see. In 2015, police seized 45 hand grenades. Why are there so many grenades? 10 dead and 10 were dead. Why are there so many? Why grenades? Yeah, what's going on? Crime in Sweden is still relatively low by international comparisons, but the nature of hand grenades is used for war. Is there somebody just like selling them in their like 25-person military? It wouldn't be that hard to find them. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's that many, right? Overall, violent crimes have gone down the last 40 years. Used for war. Hand grenade. That's connected with gangs and organized crime, but it doesn't seem to be perpetuated by one particular group. Most recent attack. Yeah, but how? Why grenades? Lend themselves all sorts of criminal work. But why grenades? Wait, part of the problem has stemmed from how hand grenades have been historically treated in Swedish law. Previously, hand grenades were governed as flammable explosive materials rather than weapons, and the minimum sentence for possessing one was 6 months. That law was amended in 2018? In response to more attacks, now the minimum sentence for aggravated grenade use is 2 years. More serious offenses carry the maximum sentence of 4 years. Aggravated grenade use. All right. Well, honestly, this makes a lot of sense. Honestly, wait, this actually goes against his argument. He's like, oh, why does Sweden have such bad grenade issues? Well, poor regulation, like here in the States when it comes to guns. Hand grenades were seen as flammable objects and not bombs. Wait, so you're telling me that they were like kind of like almost the same as lighters? Or like a flamethrower? Sweden be crazy.
That way, everyone has a license. They know how to use firearms properly. They're not just going to be running around the streets, pointing them, and then all that kind of shit. And you can also control for that.
But that's not what's happening in the United States. Like people just running around randomly. Like
no, I'm not saying that it is. But I'm saying that in my opinion, that is a better system. I'm not trying to take your guns away. Hell no. I think guns are fun. We all love shooting guns. I like having a second penis. I'm just saying that like at the end of the day, if you look at how it works with Canada, this could be applied to the United States federally. You could have a federal program where you have to have a 2-day gun training program. You tax the gun producers and the weapons manufacturers, and then you get them to pay for it, so poor people could afford this program.
Right, but you can't do that because gun ownership is a constitutional right, or I should say, gun ownership is a human right, guaranteed, protected against government infringement.
Okay, you can still get it. What are you talking about? You can put barriers in between people and. Wait a second. This is like literally what all of these fucking people were arguing about. Wait a second. When that like Covington shooting happened in Tennessee, these people were all going crazy about how we need like mental illness, like red flag laws. They were losing their minds about how we need like anti-trans laws. Like we need to make it illegal for trans people to be able to own guns or some shit like that. I don't know where Tim was on all that, but like all of his friends and all the Deuterinos that he knows were all saying shit like that.
I'm all about training in schools. I think the public schools should have gun training for kids.
Like they used to.
Absolutely,
yeah. Gun clubs.
I would highly advocate for more training, but you're just suggesting that you can't force it on people?
The Constitution clearly, and according to the writings of the Founding Fathers and to, I think, Heller versus D.C., gun ownership is a human right, and the Constitution protects against government infringement of that right. That being said, we got the NFA, we got the updates to the NFA in the 80s, so certainly gun rights have been infringed to an absurd degree. You know, not to mention, back in the days when they codified the Constitution, people owned warships privately, and Halliburton, Northrop Grumman. Well, I shouldn't say Halliburton; they're a construction thing. But Northrop Grumman, Boeing, etc.
Lockheed.
These companies are private companies that build nuclear weapons. So we basically where we're at right now is that private corporations with no accountability can have the most powerful weapons of mass destruction in the world, but them and the government and it doesn't follow. Either the people have the power or they don't have the power, right?
What is bro talking about? Lockheed Martin can't just build a nuke in their spare time. What are you saying? They can't just be like, yeah, guys, Jake, I'm bored. But yeah, throw up another nuke. We got a 3-day weekend. Guys, we're all driving out to the desert and we could drop a new nuke. And the problem here, honestly, is capitalism. So if you don't like the idea of private companies being able to know how to make nukes, then I mean, you can. Also, I'm not even sure necessarily how these operations work. I actually am not sure necessarily how these how like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon work when it comes to government contracts. Like how much of it is owned by the government and how much of it is owned by the private company. I think the research and development is done by the company, but I'm not sure if like the government gives Lockheed Martin CEO like the blueprints to how to make a nuke and then they put it together. I think like, I don't think that's how that works, but I guess I could be wrong, but
We've abdicated it to corrupt organizations.
And corporations are not people.
Right.
Let's be clear.
That's true. They are persons.
Regarding this dude that choked the guy out, I think what's going to come up is was it adequate force or was it too much? And I feel like if he had punched the guy directly in the face, that would have been worse. Because although, if they got into a fist fight, because he could have fallen backward and hit his head, at least he was in control of the guy's body. It's really sad that the guy died, but I feel like this was like a very low level amount of force to apply to someone that was
strangulation,
to kill people or hurt people.
Why did 3 people find it necessary to try and stop this guy?
He was probably flailing and kicking and screaming. Who knows?
So it is hard because you mentioned there's no footage prior, but something happened that resulted in 3 New York people who are likely not conservatives to decide this man must be subdued.
Yeah,
3 people. Yeah. So when it comes to the idea of proportionality, I'm like, if 3 New Yorkers of all people were like, this guy's got to be stopped, that's kind of crazy.
Well, there was one guy, and then after the one guy did, 2 other people were like, all right, it's pretty safe. I guess I can hold his arms to stop him from flailing. So I would say it was really one guy, but 2 other people decided to kind of help out a little bit.
Crazy to me because look, I'm a gun nut, right? My view is people have a right to defend themselves with a lot more force than people in New York do. But if people in New York felt they had to stop him, these people, I doubt these guys are conservative. There's like no conservatives live in New York. It's like 20% Republican, and if they are Republican, they're probably moderate right.
Yeah, man. Ever heard of Yeah, man. I'm so glad Long Island doesn't exist. Bro, there's like no conservatives in New York. Long Island isn't even real. It's just not real. It just doesn't exist. The literal police, they don't exist. It's not real. The richest people in the absolute world doesn't even exist. Isn't the New York legislature like 60-40 in regards to Republicans and Democrats? It may even be like 55-45. Like New York is not as wildly lefty as people try to imagine that it is, and like the Democrats there aren't even like that far left. It just doesn't make any sense, bro. You live there. How do you know so little?
Something must have happened. But I don't even need to sit here and say what could have or
the Republicans literally hold the House right now because of Long Island.
Based on what the police, the media, and the witnesses have said, is that this guy was threatening people with violence and said he was prepared to lose his life over it. Three men then said this man must be subdued, and they subdued him. And then the guy died, which sucks. It's unfortunate.
Did he get a cause of death?
It was a compression of the neck. Yeah. Homicide.
So you've got a massive platform here. A lot of people watch you all the time. And so what you say...
Lance really needs to go over that after that point, but I don't know if he will now.
If this is a problem that genuinely concerns you, why isn't it something that you would frame and want to advocate for? Because
I feel like he got on it earlier,
for mental health access and bring that up on a regular basis. And I'm not saying... And I'm sure... No, okay, hold on, Tim. I'm sure you've done it before. I'm sure you've had specials before. I'm what?
We do it a lot.
Okay. Why isn't that the focus? Why isn't today, hey, by the way, everybody, this horrifying tragedy happened on the New York subway. We got to talk about this.
Yeah.
Here's our angle. Our angle is we need to invest in mental health. We need to invest in giving access to public health care for Americans.
First of all, when it comes to the issue of violence in this country, conservatives have been screaming about mental health for decades.
Reagan is one of the ones that like gutted the institutions in America.
He is making up like a completely false story.
Ever had.
The more it goes
divorce. How about that shit?
Yeah,
gun control.
Yeah.
No fault divorce, am I right? My wife can just leave me if I beat her.
The reason that they like him is because of the way that he stood up to communism, but I totally agree that there are a lot of really bad policies, and I'm not a stan.
But conservatives have taken the stance of gun violence and mass shootings as an issue of mental health. Mm-hmm. And then the left takes the opposing
But do they invest in that?
No, I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that they say that necessarily, that it's a thing of mental health. I think what they say is that it's a symptom of a godless American society. That's what I think that they say. Actually, that's what I know that they say every time there's an issue. So no, I don't agree with you there. That's what they say. They're like, we're godless. That's why we keep shooting each other. We need to put like religion in all of the church, in all of the schools, everywhere, all the day, every day.
Do they vote for it?
Well, of course not. The Republican Party's garbage.
When I look at the votes of the Republican Party, they're not voting for amendments that are actually going to like give people more access to mental health.
But that's
where you have an opportunity.
But you don't want to come to a show where we say the Democratic and Republican Party should be dismantled and obliterated, and then make an argument that one side is bad. I'll sit here and be like, bro, if you want to have make a list of every single member of Congress who should be removed from office, I will put all of them but like 4.
One problem is that when people advocate for mental health, lot of that advocation is more drugs, that this new drug will fix your brain. But I'm of the belief that less drugs allow you to fix your, like sometimes for very short periods of time, you might need something to help, but then you don't want people long-term. I don't want them on crazy pharmaceuticals that make them go,
Right.
Well, that make them go, wow. What are you talking about? Guys, if you're in the right mind state, then you can just like overcome all illness. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but you can overcome all illness. Like at the end of the day, all you really need is like some grit, some determination, and a little bit of elbow grease, and a lot of gumption, and maybe even some herbal tea and some meditation. And I'm pretty sure that you'll just overcome your mental illness in time. We all know this. This is them being anti-mental health right now. Oh, they're crazy anti-mental health. Always have been, always will be. Oh, speaking of that, I got an angry Twitch DM right before I started streaming. I got an angry Twitch DM. Somebody messaged me and they were like, in your last stream or something, you used BPD as an insult for no reason. Now, I know what they're referring to. And I would like to, I guess I could take a second here. If this is a video, you can cut this out of the video. Or, I mean, I don't know, maybe leave it in, I don't know. I think we were talking about Crowder. Now, Crowder has a history of making fun of people who are having mental health issues, specifically women. Making fun of people with like mental health issues. So I think what I said was that, also in his like response video to being called out for like verbally abusing his wife, he said that, there's a lot of mental illness in our relationship. I could drop all this information about the illness that one of us had, that ruined everything. So, and I was like, oh, now you're the BPD girlfriend. Look at how crazy you are now. Making fun of him, and in his mind, that's something that would be bad. But obviously to us, that's fine. I mean, and I can understand how I guess somebody could like take that as me making fun of, like, using people with BPD as like the butt of the joke. And I'm sorry. I mean, not every joke lands. Sometimes they're not good. So sorry, partner, I guess. But I at first I thought it was okay. Yeah, it sounds like in bad taste. I don't think it's crazy bad, but I mean I can see how somebody is upsetted by that. And you know what? I feel you. Didn't you say that they were good girlies after that though? I think directly after that, I said, but actually that's even comparing them to Steven Crowder is disrespectful because BPD girls are kind of based. And Steven, it's because I think I like spoke like for a second about how or maybe I didn't, but anyways, like, mental, sometimes it's cringe to be like, bro, you're mentally ill, because it's kind of shitty to mentally ill people because the mental illness kind of makes them sad and not go to the college course that they fucking paid for. When these people are just evil, and mental illness typically doesn't make you simply evil. So unless it's the one I have because I'm crazy. I'm joking. I'm not crazy. Thank you for apologizing and not doing it in the future. I can't promise that I won't do it in the future because I'm literally a guy, but I'll probably say sorry if I do it in the future. If it's something that I think is bad. So if it's not, then I'll say I didn't want it to come off that way. Which, it happens. Sometimes you tell an edgy joke and it's actually just objectively bad. And sometimes you tell an edgy joke that it's reasonable for people to laugh and reasonable for people to be upset. And you know what? As long as I don't go all the way into the why would you ever say that category, all we can do is just, say sorry to the people we hurt and do our best.
And we have to bring up often this medication actually increases suicidal ideation and aggressive thoughts and things like that.
It can.
I do want to answer your question. You said, why isn't that the subject of like the show today?
Yeah, or the premise or the framing of it.
Because when we do talk about this stuff, on like a normal day when news breaks of like 25 people pushed in front of trains,
Sure.
Yeah.
Or a woman was raped on a train in Philadelphia, and we're sitting here saying like, what is going on in these cities? What are the failed policies that are resulting in this? We talk about it all the time. Today, we're talking.
What policies? What failed? What policies? The only thing that you can say is like mental health, honestly, and maybe some protections from people being able to fall onto the tracks. But like outside of that, like, what are you talking about? We need to. Maybe he does want to.
Protesters went out in New York and physically assaulted one of our friends and reporter because he simply filmed them, and they are demanding criminal charges of the guy who tried to stop the violent offense. See, that is a narco-tyranny. That when you have ongoing crime, when you have victimization, people being killed, and a woman being raped on a train, we talk for a year, 2 years, 3 years. When the riots happened in 2020, we had Michael Tracy's reporting showing all of the riots across the country and the mom and pop shops that were putting up signs saying, please don't hurt us. We talk about it nonstop. And then one day, someone on a train, 3 guys, say, we must stop this man. Maybe because they were like, we've seen too many people die on these train tracks before.
This is putting a lot of shit in people's heads. This is putting a lot of people. Bro has invented a whole story to justify strangling a guy to death. Just so you know, all of this story that he's put up on. There was like a girl across the country and somebody was like ooga booga on the train and she was like ah, and they thought that, and they got the flashbacks in their head and they were like, we can't let this happen again, we gotta stop this guy before he goes ooga booga to our women, and so they just had to kill him, you know, as it goes. It don't make no sense. My source is that I made it the fuck up.
And now we've got leftist protesters saying that guy should go to prison for it. And AOC calling it a public murder. I'm like, yo, AOC,
you just didn't read the lore.
I didn't see you call out the public murder in the subway trains. And again, maybe it's ignorance. But the problem I see is, this is why I refer to the left as NPCs or a cult. Yeah, there's complete ignorance to the problem ongoing, and then a hyperpolarization in a single moment in the wrong direction, which makes the problem worse.
You know what's so wild is the other side feels the exact same way. In the other direction.
In the opposite direction. Except we're not conservatives. You see, that's the problem.
Is it all right if I jump in with something?
I kind of don't care. I kind of don't care, like whether you're a conservative or not a conservative. Just so you know, because a little wrap up, if you're ever in a debate or anything, because I know we have like a bunch of new frogs, and since I've last talked about this, if you're ever in a debate or anything against people like Tim Pool who try to like weasel word his way through labels, typically you'll hear this from either literal neo-Nazis or like huge fascists or like mega racists, you know, white nationalists, or these sorts of conservatives who want to like ride on the edge because they would like to use the sort of like back and forth fence sitting model to be able to kind of like flow with the wind, whatever they want to get done in whatever's like politically efficacious for them. Now they'll say that that's just where they are politically. Now it could be as well. I'm just saying that it's also a very convenient spot to be in when you don't have to, you know, oh, I'm not on any side. I'm just going where the truth is, man. You get a lot of those like disaffected. Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. Sorry, you get a lot of those like disaffected people who are like, the left and the right, they're so bad, they're all bad. And then a guy comes in, he's like, yeah, it's so true. That's why I'm not on either side. I'm doing my own thing. And by that, I mean, I side with the right 89% of the time. And they're like, so true. I love being in the middle. You get a lot of those people as well. Cringe and lame. But yeah, I would say stay away from labels. When it comes to calling them things like this, I wouldn't call them a conservative here. I do believe they are conservatives. I wouldn't call them conservatives in this situation, because then you can do like a, you know, they can do a no true Scotsman and then like divide between like what is and is not a conservative and how they do or don't. It like they like help conservative goals more than not. So I don't think there's a reasonable distinction between them and somebody else who would call them a conservative but would also believe very similar things.
something, right? Because I've been reluctant.
He's a conservative. He's a moon lord, and I'm a traditionalist.
I've been reluctant to interject because I don't want to just dogpile. And so I didn't want to get in on it.
Oh no, I'm
part of that argument.
The dog pile.
I promise.
I'm sitting in
Yate's
chair, right? This is where Yate's sat. Did Yates sit here?
Oh no, he's not. You're not that guying him.
I think when you talk about mental health and trying to solve the problem of mental health in this country, that is a deceptively simple way of putting it, right? Every single person in this room would have a very different idea of how that problem should be solved. And I agree with you that right now Republicans aren't doing a whole lot to talk about mental health issues.
Nothing.
At least with respect to whatever mental health issue that this specific person is dealing with.
But New York is not a Republican place.
No. I totally agree with.
Okay, but there are still like Republican mayors, and there's still Republican, local legislatures in those, there's still Republican city councils. There's still Republicans in the legislature that actually use their power and can pass. That you can, if you're a Republican and you have like a decent idea, you're going to get Democrats to sign on, because there's a lot of Democrats that aren't that far from Republicans in the New York legislature. I'm sorry, like not everybody in the New York legislature is a trans communist leftist Maoist. Okay. I'm sorry to burst bro's bubble, but that's not true.
That too, but I'm saying he was saying, why don't Republicans do more to advocate for mental health treatment? My point, however, is that I think the kind of advocacy you'd see from conservatives on how to solve the problem of bad mental health in the United States would be a much different set of policy prescriptions than you would want. So one example of this, right?
Actually, what Ian said.
And there's a number of different directions you could take this in. My fundamental belief is that we live in a culture that encourages man to live in ways that man is not meant to live, and you just see negative health outcomes from that, both mental and physical. However, when you look at traditional psychological definitions of mental illness and how we used to treat it, back in the 1950s, you had about 500,000 people in the United States in insane asylums. By the 1980s, it's about 100,000. Okay, so without even adjusting for the increase in population size, there's a significantly lower number of people who are committed. And part of that is because the requirement to get somebody committed involuntarily to a mental health facility at that time was they can't take care of themselves. Today, they have to demonstrate that they are a danger to themselves and others first before they can be committed. Now, is someone not being able to take care of themselves necessarily the perfect indicator of whether they need to be committed to one of these institutions? I have no idea. However, what I do know is...
What? You getting, I'm not sure if you getting involuntarily committed to a mental illness prison for the rest of your life is really something that we should put on. I think that they can't take care of themselves. Are they? Sure, I guess we could have a higher bar than I think they can't take care of themselves. Bro, if they can't take care of themselves, then like send them somebody to help them at their house. Don't put them in mental illness jail.
Once we push the goalpost all the way in the other direction and say they have to demonstrate that they are a significant danger to themselves or others, oftentimes they don't get committed until after they've already hurt somebody. So it's a much more complicated situation than saying we just have to throw more money at the system when we don't even have a solid definition of what good mental health is, and also at which point someone should be committed.
So I think the important point, going back
to outside another country,
I agree. This is not a conservative show. But if you are in a cult, you wouldn't know that. You would only hear what the cult says.
So here's what I have to respond to that. If an objective person, say an alien, just showed up and looked at your channel, Tim, and went through all the videos, and you were to ask them, poll them, is this person and his views, where would you place them? Most likely they would say conservative. That's going to be my bet.
That's actually wrong.
Yes.
But more because the guests that come on.
Not just even the guests, but the way they're framed, the thumbnails, the words that you put in red, and the whether or not you're...
Yeah, I think a basic 8th grade level of media literacy. I feel like I could take one of my baby cousins who don't know anything about politics and have them scroll through his channel. And I would say, do you think that this channel leans more liberal or conservative? And I'm going to tell you now that if they had like a decent media literacy class, they would tell you conservative. It's just like, what are you talking about?
supporting or going against one, either the Democrats or the Republicans. But hey, you tell me that you guys don't like the Democrats and you don't like the Republicans. This is not a Republican stream. You don't want to even endorse Republicans in any way, shape, or form, or vote for them.
I don't.
Big no.
I don't vote for party Republicans we do like.
Okay, sure. But there's a lot of right wingers who watch you. Right. So that's what I mean when I say you do have a voice and you do have an audience of right wingers who are going to vote at 30%. One point or another. 30% of your audience is right wing.
Most of the people who watch this, the largest faction is libertarian.
Okay.
Is that a socially conservative? I mean, I don't know. Let's just take a look at the last, week. Take a look at the last week, just really quick. Fox News loses nearly half audience since firing Tucker Carlson. A video specifically highlighting them, like Fox News making a bad move, by implying that they're making a bad move by firing Tucker Carlson. I don't think that's an unreasonable way to read this video. Greg Gutfeld jokes that Tucker will run for president. Bombshell letter release, ex-CIA official admits CIA collusion with media to help Biden win. Obviously, this video would help right-wing causes. Former Bud Light exec slams company, helping right-wing causes again. Journalist leaks footage of Steven Crowder in fight with wife. This could be left-wing causes. Conservatives call for gun ban for trans people. Second A advocates say no way. You could probably say like middle right for that one. Anyways, just look at these. Conservatives defend Down syndrome Barbie, calling it pro-life and not woke. What the fuck?
The next largest would be considered traditional liberal. Oh, no, I think...
but along party lines, who are the libertarians going to vote for? Not the Libertarian Party. Most likely they're going to vote for who...
If you consider yourself a libertarian,
abolish the police.
One of the two, Republican or Libertarian.
Yeah, most likely,
usually.
yes, one of the two. So that's why I say, Tim, for the people who watch you who are Republican leaning, why not frame it that way for them so that they can actually start pushing more money into that?
That's why I'm here.
That's
basically true, I think, in a lot of ways.
That's what Moon Lord does.
So here's what I think. I think you're in a cult. Right?
Okay.
I think the cult is derived from algorithms on social media.
Okay.
So you only surround yourself with this loud noise. We saw a really good example of this with that Sisson guy. Is that his name?
Noise.
Harry
Styles.
Yeah. Those two guys went on the Tim Dillon podcast and he said, please, no, don't clip this. Okay. I will lose followers. I can rag on Trump all the time and people still watch the show. Seamus and I can have an argument over me being pro-choice and him being pro-life, and people still watch the show. And if I pull up All Sides with 3,770 ratings, Tim Pool is a centrist. But you think I'm conservative because you live in a bubble.
All Sides has a low initial confidence for this rating. Unless otherwise noted, this bias rating only refers to online news coverage, not TV, print, or radio. So it's the coverage of Tim Pool is how this is made, not of the content that he's actually made.
All right.
So because I'm too far left the opportunity.
Also, who the fuck is this? The Tim Dillon. I've never heard of this guy in my entire life. Have you guys?
You guys are such pussies.
Oh fuck, he's a air quotes comedian. I've never heard of this guy in my fucking life. I've never heard of this guy in my life, brother. What is he, one of those I'm anti-PC, anti-woke, I'm canceled. I'm canceled. You can't say stuff like that. Is he one of those guys? I get 300,000, I get almost 1 million views. I'm canceled. All right then. Curious stuff. I don't know. I don't know, man. Does he have a Twitter or something? He have a bird app? He does have a bird app. Here, 1 second. Let's take a look at his bird app. Let's see what he's doing on his bird. 1 mask, 2 mask. Oh, apparently there's a couple people who I follow him. I've never heard of this bro in my life. Tim Dillon. Always a great time talking about the future. Here, Uno Momento. I'm scrolling through to see if there's anything too insane. Okay. Bird app time. I love comedians. They're my favorite type of people. Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, Bill Burr. Oh, he's one of these. Oh, he's one of these. I see. Okay, interesting. I don't think we'd get along. Yeah, I've never. Have you guys heard of bro in your In your life, he's insufferable? I've never heard of bro in my entire life. Yeah? The name's familiar? I like Bill Burr. I'm not talking about Bill Burr. I'm talking about this guy, this Tim Dillon guy. 49 state landslide. I don't know. Him even thinking that a 49 state landslide was possible, I think that in and of itself proves that he's in a right-wing bubble. I think that's huge proof that he's in a right-wing bubble. I saw him on Rogan a bunch. Is he just not funny? He was on Rogan a lot. But did he get banned? I think he debated. I think Cedar debated him. Did he? Is he like one of them libertarian types? Wait. He is. Oh. I don't know. Let's see. Is it true? Did they talk? Comedian Tim Dillon roasts Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I'm not seeing that they talked. Yeah, I'm not seeing that they talked. Libertarian comedian, what a strong combo. Yeah, I know, right? Don't think the DeSantis administration wouldn't be doing the exact same thing in Ukraine, huh? Republicans have always viewed the war as an economic and cultural benefit. Trump, for his faults, seems less keen on unending war. All right, then. Okay.
So knows too far away is what you're saying?
Yes. So like when I go hang out in Washington, D.C.
Right.
Okay.
And I go to National Harbor or I go to Baltimore, Maryland Life. I'm in Baltimore.
I don't know why you do that. Washington, D.C.
The people who come up to me and are like, hey, man, I'm a big fan, are not conservatives. They hate Donald Trump. In fact, I was at a poker table last week and a guy said, I just hate Donald Trump. Man, I can't stand him. I wish somebody else would run, but I can't vote for Joe Biden. I think you're surrounded.
You don't have to be like not a Republican or not a conservative to not like Donald Trump. There's a lot of people who are conservatives who are Republicans, lifelong Republicans who don't like Donald Trump. Most lifelong Republicans don't like Donald Trump. I'm sorry. Like, do you remember all the coverage that he had when he was first running?
Quite a bit.
They hate the guy.
If
they still
all
do.
Sides has nearly 4,000
Tucker hates the guy.
People rating
Tucker Carlson.
and the end result is centrist. If
Mr.
I'm
Conservative.
actively pro universal health care, not to the same degree as like Bernie Sanders, I believe in private health insurance, and I'm pro-choice, I am absolutely not a conservative in this country.
I've listened to your debates on pro-choice.
I don't believe so.
You're pro-choice from a Tim Pool's perspective.
I'm pro-choice from a traditional liberal perspective, as traditional liberals
not
have
from
been.
what people who would define themselves as pro-choice would say, right? Like you concentrate very heavily on the 9th month abortions and baby guillotines and stuff like that. Like
what?
Yeah. I remember watching you debate
baby guillotines.
Yeah. Okay. So baby guillotines is my own personal interpretation and joke of it. But you were talking about how women, how like disgusted you are that women may have an abortion in the 9th month, right? Or even
a viable baby
of a viable baby
that could.
I wanted to scream at that time, being like, women.
Okay, this is a hard topic. This one specifically is a hard topic. I think it's winnable, but I think it's winnable, but it's more of like this is a 50-50 matchup. Yeah, I think I think experience in debating and skill at debating takes you further than whatever side you're on this. Actually, more than anything else. Not helping himself. Yeah, this is a huge 50-50 type of thing that you do. I would say you'd be very prepared to talk about this because you really can make a pretty decent argument for like a viable baby not being a viable baby that can be born. If viable also includes like if it's born today, it'll have like a normal life and everything. Right? That one's harder to actually make the argument for because you can just have the solution can be universal health care. They can the abortion in that case would be to remove the baby, right? Right? And then they can like disown or something if they don't want it then, right? That'd be like the most defendable argument, but then that takes into account having universal health care or like universal mental health care or like and like child care and all that type of stuff. Still, right? And then like because it makes it a little bit easier because then you have to like broaden out to not only like if the baby's viable, but if they have the viability of actually caring for the baby, being a good mother, and like at the end of the day, if it's still in their body, then they should be able to make the ultimate decision of if it could be born or not, right? And that is an argument you can absolutely make, but and then be like then they could just deal with like the social repercussions of such. But just to simply say like, yeah, I mean, I want to see how bro handles it, but that is a hairy situation. If you're
women
not
who have abortions
completely
in the
on your
ninth month,
toes,
they're not doing that because they got bored or all of a sudden they're like, oh, I don't care anymore. They do that because it's a fucking tragedy. Like statistically, women who are getting abortions in the 9th month, it's because there's a medical complication that could kill them. That's why they have to do it. What do you
false
mean
argument?
False. That's
said,
the real world.
I already said viable. I'm trying.
Yeah. So these things. So I'm seeing people say these things about like 90% of abortions happen in the first trimester, or like C-sections. We're not talking about that. These are completely. You're not hitting like the root of the question here. The root of the question is like, should it be legal to have a straight up abortion, like baby dead? And I think this is what we're specifically talking about. Baby deaderino, feederino, deaderino. Is that something that should be legal, right? And not just like C-section or remove the baby or something. It's just like, should that be legal specifically? Not like how often would it happen or can it happen, or it's should it happen and should it be legal? That's the question I had.
Again.
What are you talking about, Tim?
I already said abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months.
This is ridiculous.
Do you know what viable means?
Yes.
It means the baby can survive on its own without medical complications.
Absolutely. And
why legalize abortion of viable fetuses?
I'm not sure if I would say without medical complications. I'm pretty sure it's just like it can be born without fatal medical complications.
At 9 months when the baby could just
women are not getting abortions at the 9th month for pleasure or because they want to.
This is actually a dodge here.
No, that doesn't happen. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of the highest.
Sorry,
because there are medical operations that could kill the mother, and they need.
Oh my gosh! Wait a second. Are they too dumb to actually catch that he actually kind of sidestepped the question?
Viable means?
Yes.
It means the baby can survive on its own without medical complications.
Absolutely.
And why legalize abortion of viable fetuses at 9 months when the baby could just be delivered?
Women are not getting abortions at the 9th month for pleasure or because they want to suddenly do it for kicks. No, that doesn't happen. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy of the highest. Because there are medical operations that could kill the mother and they need to get an abortion.
Why legalize?
I just told you that's the reason why.
So all right, I'll try and break it down for you. Can the baby survive? Let's talk about a baby. The baby can survive on its own, yes?
Sure.
Okay. Abortion is defined by Planned Parenthood and the law as terminating the life of the baby.
Correct.
Why terminate the life of the baby if it can survive on its own?
Because it could kill both of them. That's why it is done at that stage.
So how do you
kill one or the other, and they have to make the tough decision at that point.
So how do you remove the fully formed 9-month baby at that point?
Oh, I don't know the science of it. I've never performed that operation.
How do you wait, what? How do you remove the baby? Baby removal surgery? Obviously. What a dumbass. It's terminating the pregnancy. Well, actually, here, wait, let me see. What is the specific legal definition of what an abortion is? The termination of a pregnancy by various means, including medical surgery before the fetus is able to sustain independent life. Termination of a pregnancy by various means, specifically, including medical surgery before the fetus is. Okay, wait a second. Wait. If this is the actual law definition of what abortion is, then you can terminate or maybe, I don't know, maybe termination of a pregnancy is different, because termination of a pregnancy for me just means just like stop the pregnancy from happening. And that could be induced labor. Maybe this is a question that's already been asked. Has this gone to court before? Is induced labor abortion? Because it said it just includes before the fetus is viable. I want to figure this out now, because this is actually something really interesting. I did want to like brush up on some of these things. I don't debate as often as like my contemporaries typically, but I do like to make sure that I'm brushed up on all of my stuff that is important for me. So this is a question that I actually haven't completely gone to yet. I've never been asked. I've never heard this question being asked before, really. About like I probably should have done this before, but I'm glad I'm figuring this out now. That I probably should have looked up what the specific legal definition for what an abortion is, and if like an induced pregnancy is under there. And it seems unironically that yeah, it can be induction abortion. But take a look at this. So this is abortion care by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, OBGYNs and gynecologists, pussy doctors and baby doctors. Pussy doctors and womb baby doctors. They're here, they're talking. So this is under their abortion section. abortion care, right? And here in the second trimester abortion, how's the second trimester induction abortion, medical abortion done? The second trimester induction abortion involves taking medications to cause the uterus to contract and pass tissue. The entire process generally takes between 12 and 24 hours to be completed. It's done at the hospital or clinic where you can be monitored. The medications are used to place the vagina, taken by mouth, injected in the uterus. They're given through IV. Pain medication is given. Anesthesia, the epidural, maybe an option as well. Yeah, this is. Yeah, wait, that's literally an abortion. Wait a second. So abortion isn't just killing babies? No. They call it, apparently it's called a medical abortion. I'm not sure if this holds like more valid, that term holds more valid weight among the government or something. Yeah, they're calling it an induction abortion. This is actually a good point. This is actually something that I probably should know. It's very niche, but if we're going to be having like abortion debates moving forward, it is something important to know, actually, to stop some more slippery eels from slipping and sliding through our hands. Slippery, slippery boys. Slippery boy. Slippery, slippery boy. Let me see. Let me look on the CDC if they have anything about induced abortions. Yeah, I'm not getting anything on that specifically that's coming up on the CDC right now. But yeah, as far as I've seen that, it seems like, yeah, terminating a pregnancy also includes inducing abortions. Yeah, it's like a second or third trimester type meme. Why it's done. Induction is one option for abortion in the second or third trimester. It may be done because of a severe medical complication. It may also be done if you can't get an abortion earlier in the pregnancy. Okay. Risk. Failure to end pregnancy. Tissue remaining. Is super interesting. This is something that it's something that I definitely should know. The pill is a method of medical abortion as well. Yeah. But we're talking about more like inducing a pregnancy more than, or inducing the pregnant labor, inducing labor to push a baby out. Can you do a video on it when you do more research? We could just do like an abortion argument video, which definitely could happen. Procedure in which medication, drugs are used to end a pregnancy. It does not require surgery and performing through the 9th week of pregnancy. It involves taking 2 medications. These memes works by blocking the hormone, and the other one, the pregnancy cannot continue to grow in the uterus. There's cramping and bleeding. To empty the uterus, UD empty, UD go in empty mode. Medical abortion is highly personal decision based on your own circumstances. Women may choose medical abortion because of the risk of their congenital or inherited disease, to end unwanted pregnancy or an unwanted pregnancy, or to complete an early miscarriage. For health complications of their carrier pregnancy, they could be life-threatening. The different types of surgical, medical, 9 weeks of pregnancy or less. The uterine lining is thin and the embryo, they're saying embryo. So like, this is like way earlier before viability. It will not stay attached. Almost out of, okay. Yeah, this is not before viability. She was not in the different stage. She wouldn't be alive. Yep. I don't know. I'm trying to see if there's anything about like the viability of the baby that has anything to do with this.
My name is Dr. Patty Giebink.
Hi, Patty.
I've been a board-certified obstetrician gynecologist for over 25 years, and I've completed thousands of abortions. Today, I'm going to describe induction abortion.
I'm just going to keep this off stream unless they just in case they play something that will get me in trouble.
It's generally done from 22 weeks to term at 39 weeks. Because the child is so large and developed, an abortion procedure at this point takes 2 to 3 days to complete. And due to the risks and the need for monitoring, this procedure is generally done in the hospital or a surgery center. On day 1, mifepristone is given orally. Mifepristone blocks the pregnancy hormone progesterone, causing the lining of the uterus to degenerate, starving the fetus of vital nutrients and oxygen. Mifepristone alone doesn't necessarily kill the fetus, so fetal demise is often induced beforehand. This is often only done for babies 20 weeks or older. A syringe with a large needle is filled with a drug called digoxin. Digoxin is used to treat heart problems, but an overdose of digoxin will cause fetal cardiac arrest. A long needle is inserted through the woman's abdomen or vagina, and the digoxin is injected into the fluid surrounding the fetus under ultrasound guidance.
That's crazy. What in the world? They have like, I'm glad I took that off screen because they have like it's not real, but there's like a picture of it. And it's like the world's longest needle you've ever seen. It's like cartoonishly long. It's like if you had a needle phobia when you were little, and you thought like the little butterfly needle that they had gave you like gave you nightmares and you were crying and screaming, then bro, let me tell you that this is the longest needle I've ever seen in my entire life. And they poke through the skin, through the flesh, through the muscle, through everything, and then into the uterus. It's like going through like this much flesh and then into the uti. That was crazy. How big it is? It's probably like this long, very, very long. About 35 inches. Oh, it's big. Yeah. Yeah, they put it all the way through. Oh my God. I didn't even think about that. You know how crazy that is? Like you can take a piece of metal that's the same shape as like a needle head, and then take it and then just put it right through completely through somebody and then pull it back out, and they'll probably be just fine. Yeah, like their whole body, impale their whole body with like a little needle and then just pull it all the way, like a 1 foot wide needle. Well, not wide, long needle, and then just pull it back out the other side. And you'll probably be fine. That is crazy. That is remarkable. Quick jab. Yeah, that's the Joe jab.
The fetus doesn't die immediately, which is why this is normally done 1 or 2 days beforehand. For the drug to be more effective, the abortion doctor can also inject the digoxin directly into the fetus, targeting either the body.
He pulled out an even longer one. No, dude. They were like, this one just goes into the uterus lining. And then he pulled it out. And then he got an even bigger one. And they're like, but we can go straight to the source. And he put it right through and then into the fucking heart of the fetus. And then put the death juice in. I was like, oh, this is crazy. But wait, he's straight up said, but wait, there's more to that fucking fetus, bro. Oh, but wait, there's more. I told you they get bigger.
Body, heart, or umbilical vein. Potassium chloride can also be used to induce fetal demise more immediately. The fetus usually dies within 24 hours of the injection of digoxin. If the fetus
That's my favorite
24 hours, the injection can be
villain.
repeated. Death is normally confirmed by ultrasound before the start of delivery. On day 2, 24 to 36 hours after the mifepristone, the woman is given misoprostol either orally or vaginally, causing her to go into labor. The misoprostol dose can be repeated every 3 hours up to 5 times. Usually, after 24 hours of starting the misoprostol, the woman will vaginally deliver the fetus. If the woman is having trouble delivering, she may be given a synthetic hormone called Pitocin to promote labor. Once the fetus and the placenta have been delivered and the bleeding is under control, the abortion is complete. Complication rates increase as the fetus grows. The major complication from induced abortion is incomplete abortion, in which pieces of the fetus and placenta are left behind. This requires surgical intervention. Other complications include cervical laceration, infection, hemorrhage, uterine rupture, and even death.
Jeez. All right, well, complications include pussy laceration, some hemorrhage, and death. Okay, well. All right, then. Well, yeah, they're going into labor. Crazy. Induced abortions in the U.S. New data on abortion. 18% of pregnancies in 2017 ended in abortions. Approximately 800,000 abortion rate. Blah, blah, blah. Reproductive age. Why is this started? Why does the chart start at 15? Oh wait, no, never mind. Oh, no, why does it start at 15? I was like, oh, I'm okay, but then I realized I'm really not okay. Why does this chart start at 5? That's the wrong chart. I'm lying to you. But the chart does start at 15. It's like abortions, women aged 15 to 44. That is crazy. 15. Meteor. All right. I want to continue on with this, but I'll say so far inconclusive.
So shouldn't the law then be, if the baby must be removed and it is alive and capable of survival, all actions must be taken to preserve the life of the child and the mother?
I would say they'd probably choose the mother first, right?
Why?
And this is a strange scenario. How often do you think that this happens and all of a sudden they're like, the baby could have lived.
I wanted him to answer that question.
Why did you choose the other option? It's like, this is a tragedy of the highest order because they...
Also, another meme that just for me, when I debate, I like to ask just like kind of one question at a time, because what happens if you ask like multiple questions, then inadvertently they can pick like the path of least resistance, like spending time and then just driving something all that you have to like kind of get at them in just like one very poignant question, and using that as like the tip of a spear to like run them through, I think is better than having like a bunch of questions, even if they're all hard, right? I think it looks better to ask just one really good one and have them fall apart on just that, and because they won't have like an idea of like, oh, we have so much, they couldn't possibly do it, even though they all were like that type of question. It just looks better, and it makes the conversation easier to flow.
They want to have the kid. At 9 months pregnant, a woman.
But if you're a rapscallion, then what you can do is then use it deceptively by, just gish galloping them. And then if you lose at any point in the debate, then you can say that, oh, well, you never answered this question that I asked you.
On her way to give birth. So it's like, it's the worst possible fucking thing that could happen to her.
That's not always, again, I said I didn't want a dog pile, but that's statistically not true. There have been surveys done on women who had later abortions, and for a pretty large sum of them, it's because they were not sure whether the father of the child was willing to commit. And then when they found out he wasn't willing to commit, they would have the abortion. And so there are different stats you're going to find for different points in pregnancy. When it comes all the way along to 9 months, I don't have the statistical data on that. However, I do know for later term abortions, there are reasons other than what is traditionally considered to be a medically necessary reason. For example, some people...
Yeah, not everybody does it for a medically necessary reason. And also, what do you term late term abortion? Why do people have these? So this is what I was looking for. How many factors contribute to delays in obtaining abortion care? Okay, so here are the reasons why people get later term abortions. Barriers, the number one reason. All right. Raising money, the second reason. Not knowing about the pregnancy is another larger reason. They have no clue. Now, I don't know what being pregnant feels like, but I feel like at some point in time, you're definitely going to know. I'm not sure if that's later or, but difficulty getting insurance. So not being able to pay for it. Money. Again, I would wrap like these two into the same thing. Trouble deciding about the abortion. That's another one. So yeah, where in here is like, oh, here at the very bottom, disagreeing about the abortion with the man involved. Oh wait, no, that's not even like talking about the man not committing. Where did he get this where did he get his information from? His ass?
We'll say that a negative mental health outcome is a reason to abort a child later in pregnancy. So if the woman is depressed, they will list that as a reason for why the child had to be terminated to save the life of the mother, which is certainly not the case, very obviously. And to the point of what Tim is saying, when we say there's no such thing as a medically
if you're mentally
abortion,
not able to have
the principle behind that is, if there is an operation which is necessary to save the life of the mother, and then she miscarries the child as a result of that operation, which was necessary to save her life, that's not an abortion because nobody's intent was to go in there and end the life of the unborn child. And so if a woman's having complications where she has to deliver early, you deliver the child early, of course. And if you're at a point in pregnancy where the child isn't viable, that's a horrible tragedy. You still do what you can to save the child, but you can't always save the child, and we understand that. But to go in and rip the child apart to end their life is never something which is medically required, even though an early delivery may be.
But are there situations where if the baby is in, this is so harsh, in its complete form, that even...
Why do you say it like that? Why do you say it like they're a Dragon Ball villain? If the baby is like Boo in his complete form, what do we do then? His power level is huge. Oh, it's so weird. Wait, there was something I was going to reply to.
Necessary to save her. The mother
mental health
when it
outcome
comes
is
all the way
definitely
along to 9 months. I don't have the statistical data on that. However, I do know for later term abortions, there are reasons other than what is traditionally considered to be a medical and negative mental health.
Oh, that is so fucking slimy. In what we just looked at, there was 8% of people said that like even the man at all was a part of their decision in whether or not they were going to get an abortion. And he said, oh, it's not all of them. And he goes for the bottom of the list at 8%. Holy wriggly boy. Insanity.
Save the child, but you can't always save the child, and we understand that. But to go in and rip the child apart to end their life is not
situations where to induce early pregnancy could kill the mother, so they have to break the baby's body apart so that they can get it out without killing the mother.
I've never heard of such a thing. So, and there are letters, by the way, signed by literally thousands of doctors who have said.
So let me ask. Can I
just say one thing? So 88% of abortions are in the first 12 weeks. 88% of abortions. Less than 1.3% of abortions take place near the 8th or 9th month.
How many abortions
is that? Guttmacher?
Well, how many is that?
I don't know the actual numbers. This is the percentages.
13,000.
Okay, but we're talking about less than 1.3%.
Hold on, 13,000. That's the number of people who die from gun violence in the U.S. each year that aren't suicides.
Gentlemen,
so that's 13,000.
Oh my gosh. I think those two things happening is very different.
To justify abortion when it happens as in it's a good thing.
No.
I don't celebrate it.
You're saying it doesn't happen.
No.
You're saying
I've
it doesn't
never
happen.
said it doesn't happen.
13,000 times.
I said it's extremely. There is 338 million Americans. I'm sorry. The numbers are going to be a little daunting.
Oh no, he's Canadian. He said sorry. He
didn't. I don't understand your argument then.
My argument is that there's a lot of human beings.
13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem, right?
Okay.
If 13,000 people die from guns, we have a problem. Yes, of course.
If 13,000 late-term abortions happen, is that a problem?
No. No. Actually. No. Actually. Well, actually, I don't know if it's a problem because I don't know why those people are having. If there are 13,000 abortions, but it's like the abortions happened because the women were being held at gunpoint, then yeah, I would say that's a problem. But if there's 13,000 that are happening, then no, it's not necessarily indicative of a problem. Now, the reason why the abortions could be happening could be a problem. Like if the reason why people are getting abortions is because they're really poor and they can't like afford to have a baby, then improving people's like socioeconomic and educational issues and hurdles in life would make it so that if they did, randomly get pregnant, that they would be able to actually take care of the baby, and then they would have a lesser likelihood of being able of like wanting to go through an abortion. So, but I'm not sure if Tim's ready for that conversation.
Completely different things.
Well, how so?
Okay, so if someone dies by a gun, are they being shot? Were they killed? Did they kill themselves? Was it a suicide? Was it a gang violence thing? Who knows?
That's a good question.
Can I clarify? I don't want to argue. I just want to clarify.
I need to answer this. In the case of but in the case of late-term abortions, more often than not, when statistics say, and when they are polled, they say the reason that they are giving it is because it's a medical complication that could result in the death of the mother or the child.
Right. So let's. Can we make the argument then that the use of guns on people are allowed?
The use of guns of people are allowed.
To end their lives is allowed. Would you make that argument?
What? Also, does would Tim have any stipulations if you bring up, well, how many people are taken off life support every single time a year? How many times a year are people like removed from their ventilator or taken off of life support because it's been determined that they won't make it? How many? What are you talking about? Yeah, how many? Because I mean, like, if you think about it, those are people dying and even getting killed, technically, like you taking away somebody's life support. Yeah, and 21,000 people die a year by suicide.
Murder.
We should make that illegal, honestly.
So if Colorado, for instance, passes a law saying there is no medical requirement for an abortion, is it wrong to kill the baby?
You're trying to compare murdering someone with a gun to a woman having to make a medical decision that could basically preserve her life.
No. I said not a medical reason. That's what I'm saying.
Should she have the ability to have an abortion for any reason? Yes.
At 9 months.
At 9 months, I would say at 9 months, because it only happens according to the stats based on complete medical necessity. She has a right to do it.
No. Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
So the baby...
Okay, wait a second. Well, let's do some things. Let's see. Colorado abortion laws. Center for Reproductive Rights. Boy, I love reproducting, and almost as much as I love rights, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Colorado law limits public funding for abortions. Okay. The state generally requires be notified if a minor is going to get an abortion. Colorado requires abortion providers to submit reports to the state. Providers who violate will be restricted. State protections. Enacted a statutory protection for abortions as a fundamental right, which states one, every individual has a fundamental right to make the choice. Fundamental right to make decisions. The individual's reproductive health care, including fundamental rights to use or refuse contraception. Pregnant individuals have a fundamental right to continue the pregnancy or give birth to, or to have an abortion, and to make the decision on how to exercise that right. A fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent or derivative rights under the laws of the state. That does not restrict the type of health care provider can provide to abortion care. Colorado law includes protections and buffer zones, crisis centers, when prohibits the states from cooperating with out-of-state investigators for abortion memes, directs Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies, confirms. I'm trying to see if there's like literally anything in here that says that. I don't know, maybe like the only thing that possibly could have said this in here was that they have like a fundamental right to choose if they want to get an abortion. Colorado General Assembly. Okay, let me type in abortion and see like the last thing that had been passed by them. Wasn't Tim like arguing that women shouldn't be allowed to choose whether they get a divorce last week? Listen, don't worry about them, okay? Abolishing abortion in Colorado bill. Okay then. Now, these are bills that got enacted. Search abortion type. Audit, ballot, bill. Ooh, publication. Bro, what the fuck? Can I just get like some... Can you just tell me what the laws are on the books at the moment? Why is your website so ass, Colorado? Fuck you, Colorado. I hate you, Colorado. You're cringe, Colorado. More like cringe-a-lotto. Huh. They'll never recover from that one, and I hope they don't. I don't know when this was written. Third trimester abortion in Colorado. Provide assistance to women. For late-term abortions, third trimester abortions after 27 weeks. Huh. He's not a conservative though. He's not a conservative. He's never has been, never will be, brother. Never will be, brother. Abortion in Colorado. When was the last time this was updated? Man, I wish. I mean, apparently April, like last year, the governor signed the Reproductive Equality Act that guarantees the act prohibits public entities from restricting or denying those rights. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about this. Okay, I don't know, maybe, I guess. I haven't seen this as real yet. Is this a Tim Pool video?
To tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on.
10 months ago.
Which, because of this Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe, center...
Okay.
Baby could survive on its own, and the mother is legally now allowed to just end its life.
She has the right if she wanted to. You're saying so in Colorado, and
it's not a trick question. You're
I know, but I'm asking you because you're the one who brought this up. I don't know what Colorado specific law says. So if you were saying that in Colorado, women have the ability at 9 months to have an abortion for any reason, they could just decide that they're born. Yeah. Okay, I think they should have the right to do that, but the stats show that they're not doing that. But they should have a legal right to do that. Yes, it's their body, it's their choice, of course.
So this is what I disagree on. I think if the baby needs to be removed from the woman, there's no reason to kill it. You know what I mean? Like you could just C-section and then put it up for adoption.
But I'm telling you that doesn't happen.
But it does. But
okay. There are two directions where you can go here. Where you can just say like, yeah, if the baby's viable, then you could just like remove it, I guess. And you could also, right, as long as they have the option to remove it then, period, right? And then and then have it completely like out of them, right? Like have it be removed from the body, period, right? Then sure. But you could argue, and I don't think it's a losing argument. It's a difficult argument. I don't think it's a straight on its face losing argument that until the baby is birthed, the mother, the person carrying the baby, has the complete authority to say whether or not this baby should be born, period. Which I don't think that's like, should, walk amongst this earth, period. I mean, like, I don't know necessarily. You can argue that. I don't have a strong, I wouldn't personally argue it because I don't have a strong feeling either way on that personally. So I can't really argue it. I don't have a strong position to argue from. But yeah, I mean, I can see it. You could. You just have to take a strong stance on it.
Hold on.
Like you might be able to bring up anecdotes, but the stats don't say that.
Hold on.
Me when I'm Anik, am I done?
Why allow it to happen? I just don't understand. Are you arguing? Wait, hold on. Are you arguing you oppose it? And you think it's morally wrong, but you think it should be legal?
I think that women should have the right to decide what they do and have bodily autonomy over their own body.
We're not talking about her body. We're talking about...
It is her body. Of course it is. At 9 months, even if it's still inside her, it's still her body. Even if it's a viable baby,
it's still her body. We're talking about the removal of the baby, yes?
The forceful removal of the baby?
Baby removal?
Forceful.
So she chooses to have that. She should have the right.
Oh my goodness. Oh, did they put the baby in a chokehold? Oh my... Guys, okay. Holy crap, I've got it. Here's how you get conservatives on the abortion thing. It's not abortion. But they can put the baby in a choke. They can put the fetus in a chokehold if the mom says that they're trespassing and they need to get out, but they don't leave. Holy, it's trespassing. It's burglary at that point. You should be able, I think you should be able to be put in the, stand your ground. You should be able to be put in the chokehold. Fetus should be able to be put in the chokehold then. That's what I think. It's literally self-defense. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, stand your ground. It's castle doctrine. It's castle doctrine.
Right. It says the baby must be removed from my body. Why kill the baby if they're removing it?
Baby removal.
I don't think they should do that. I would if they ask me, Lance, should I do this? I would say no, but she should have a right. Yes, of course. It's her body still. That doesn't stop.
So, like, the woman is pregnant, the baby is viable and capable of surviving on its own.
Sure.
And she says, before it breaches oxygen,
before this drops.
You think that should be allowed?
This is again the baby
kill him.
This is why I brought that up. But what a weird scenario. This doesn't happen. This is not the real world.
But it does. And if the argument is that it doesn't happen enough for you to care, that's fine. You're allowed to believe that.
Sure.
What I don't understand is it seems like your position is a rather shocked position where you recognize there is something inherently wrong with taking the life of a baby that could survive on its own, but you're also taking the tribal position of women should be allowed to do it anyway.
No.
That's not a tribal position. Those two things are not. Those two things are not on the opposite sides of the spectrum. You can believe something is morally wrong, but also be allow people to do it. Okay. I think if you're out in public and you got your partner on a leash and they're walking on all fours and they're like panting and going like every once in a while, and you walk into Taco Bell like that, and then you're like, "Can I get like 4 Taco Supremes?" And they're like, okay. And then you go into the corner and then you get your Taco Supremes and then you dump the Taco Supreme fillings into a fold out bowl that has the name of your partner on it. And then they go, and they start like making like dog noises and like chewing through the food. And they're eating it without their hands and shit, like they're slobbering on the floor as you pet them and go, yes, eat, my child, eat, grow in strength, eat. I think like all in the corner while I'm just like chilling with my friends, I think that shit is morally wrong. Okay. We don't get to like huge kink shaming here. I think that shit is morally wrong, period. I think that is period immoral. Not even I don't like it. I think that is immoral. But I do believe that you should legally be allowed to do it. I think you legally should be given the opportunity to do it if you want to. Yes, eat, right? You know, can you imagine that shit like behind you while you're eating at Taco Bell? Like, can you imagine? That was for the people who weren't completely on board with me saying that that shit's morally wrong. But those noises, while they're like hands and knees on the fucking floor, okay, scarfing down the fillings to 2 taco supremes out of a damn bowl on the floor. You can't sit here and tell me that shit is not immoral. But they should be allowed to do it.
Were to ask me, Tim, hey, Lance, do you think it's a good idea if this woman who's 90
I'll give you something to scarf down and grabs concealed carry,
but the baby's viable? Do you think that's a good thing to do? I would be like, no, of course not.
Then why should it be allowed?
Because it's still her right. It's still her body. But bodily autonomy doesn't stop at my morality. Tim, it's not my choice. Right? It's not my, yes, but that's not my choice.
Why kill it? Why kill it?
That's her choice, not mine.
Why kill the baby?
Ask her.
You don't have to. Lance is actually right here. He doesn't have to answer that question. Like why? The justification is like they should be allowed to make the choice. I don't have to give a why. They can give a why. You can ask them.
So, ask her. Okay. So my point is simply this. You don't need to be shocked by it. You are allowed to have that moral position. I think most people in America would prescribe that to be, would ascribe evil to that.
Sure.
I'm not sure about evil, but
you can ascribe evil to whatever you want. That's up to you. That's your choice.
The idea that you would say
doesn't mean that she should
the woman
legally be
wants the baby removed, and then in the process, instead of letting the baby live, remove it but kill it. Right? There's no reason to do that. There's no. You can give the baby up for adoption. You can drop the baby off on the doorstep of a post office.
I agree with you. I'm not disputing
why
that.
Legalize? Even if it's one, why legalize? You see, this is the craziest thing.
Because her autonomy should not be cut off based on your morality. Because you don't think that idea is good. You don't like it.
But the baby's been removed from her body.
Well, that's if it was removed from her body and it was still viable, right? And that's where the baby guillotines come in, because I don't think this happens. I don't think women on the 9th month get abortions with viable living children and then be like, I don't want it, kill it. I don't think that happens.
I mean, you don't have to think it happens, but statistically it does, because your entire argument is this only happens for reasons of the health of the mother or the health of the unborn child.
I said,
so you believe
I said the statistics show that at the 9th month, if a woman is going to have an abortion, it's typically because it's a medical complication that could either endanger her or the child's life.
Yeah, you could just say that it's like you could just use the same argument to say that like you could just go bodily autonomy as a human right. And if something's in you, then you should be able to say you want it out. And if something's out of you, then you could say you want to keep it out. End of story, period. You could just say that. I don't think that's unviable.
It does, because your entire argument is this only happens for reasons of
Theo, thanks for the prime.
The health of the mother or the health of the
Thank you.
I said,
so you believe
I said the statistics show that at the 9th month, if a woman is going to have an abortion, it's typically because it's a medical complication that could either endanger her or the child's life.
And what I am saying is there are doctors who will justify that by saying the medical complication is she is depressed. That is literally one of the reasons given in surveys of women. And another reason that is
a reason.
I was going to be with.
Okay, but Seamus, I got to stop you because this is a nebulous argument that doesn't get anywhere, and I can respect the point that if you go to
also it could be a factor.
If you try and look this up, you're going to find left-wing sources and right-wing sources that will contradict each other. So my question is strictly on the legality of terminating the life of a child. I can sit here and pull up, oh, hey, here's one. Women abort Down syndrome babies late term rather frequently. I think that's wrong. I don't think that someone's life is forfeit because they have Down syndrome. But your argument is that they do.
No, it's not. That's a...
Wait. Argument is that it does. For one, how do you know if they're actually saying that they're aborting the baby because they have Down syndrome? What if they simply lie? What if you just go like, oh no, it's like for another medical reason. I was just like worried about it. Right? It hasn't been born yet. Can we even do that? Can we even like check fetus brains to see if they are going to have Down syndrome? Can we even know that yet? Or are they is bro like stuck in the world of like Gattaca? I'm not even sure if that's possible. Yes? Well, another thing to look up. Oh, that is true. Specifically like chromosome thing. You can scrape off some fetus meat and then like check its chromosomes, right? Yeah, diagnostic tests can typically detect whether a baby will or will not have Down syndrome. You can also argue this point as well. The way in which you would argue this, I'm not sure if I would do this, but the way in which you would argue this if you wanted to win on this point would be arguing from the point of if it's the same thing with like, it's the opposite position that we would have typically of like if like you can't, if the parent can't take care of the kid, then the kid shouldn't be born, right? Like, right, you can like spread that out and, you know, argue that in that way. You would say the same thing here in this situation, that like if they literally don't believe that they could possibly take care of the kid, then I don't think that they should have a kid, period. Right? So if you're just not capable of taking care of like a child with Down syndrome, I mean, like, yeah, it's kind of shitty, but it's also shitty to be like put into foster care and like thrown through foster care for their entire like developmental life, because their parent can't take care of them, right? So I mean, you know, I mean, choose which one you want. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I can't have a baby either, so.
The pro-choice argument, because you're pro-abortion, right? Sure. Pro-choice traditionally in this country put limits at around like 15 to 16 weeks, meaning if the baby is dependent upon the body of the mother, then it is the body of the mother and she has final say. If the baby is viable, it can be removed in a process that ends the pregnancy but doesn't end the life of the baby. That's kind of like the compromise where the baby gets to live and the woman no longer has to be pregnant. There seems to be this amoral argument where, well, but just kill the baby anyway, which doesn't make any logical sense. That's the pro-abortion side. So if you...
Well, it's not like just kill them anyways. They give reasons. You may not like the reasons, they do give reasons, and I believe there's more to those reasons than what they're saying. It's not just like, oh, let's just kill it for fun.
Go back to the 90s, if you go back to safe, legal, rare, etc., if you even look at Tulsi Gabbard in 2020, that's where I'm at. Conservatives are pro-life outright. Seamus would argue abortion in any capacity should be banned entirely. I'm in the traditional Democrat position, but you see, there is a tribal, amoral, illogical position of just let them kill the baby regardless. I don't see any logic there. I don't see how that makes sense morally or ethically or just mathematically.
Right. So you said I'm pro-abortion. What I'm against is forced birth, and I don't think the state should be forcing women to give birth against their will, which is what your position and your position is as well. So I'm against that. I think that's creepy big government shit. I don't think they should be forcing them and turning them into these viable wombs against their will.
I completely agree. I'm against forced birth, just like you. Cool. Except my difference is that if the baby's at 8 months and can survive, they can take the baby out as if they would have an abortion, but not kill it in the process.
If it's a viable at 8 months, is it viable?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
It is true that just because the baby is viable doesn't mean that it's viable for the pregnancy to happen or viable for a C-section to happen as well. Just because the baby is viable, just because the fetus is viable does not mean that the mother is viable for like that, for the baby to come out. Because he's using the fetus being viable as a proxy to it being able to be born, but those two things are not the same thing. And just the fact that that exists alone means that it should be allowed all through the pregnancy, so that can happen, right? So you don't have to get to like, you don't have to legislate every single possible particular. It's just an easier way for that to happen. I just don't believe that there are going to be that many people in the world who are going to be like, yeah, just let's just kill the baby. It'd be funny, Lamau. I just don't believe that that's what happens. And I also believe that doctors will probably say that we won't provide that. We can, you know, induce a pregnancy. We can medically induce a pregnancy, but that's different. Yeah. Yeah, that is forced birth, Tim.
It's viable at 8 months. Dude, there have been babies after 20 weeks.
Bro, your whole position is that women have a right to kill the baby even if they end the pregnancy, and there's no logic there.
The logic is that I don't think you...
Also, one thing that they're not even talking about yet is that if you want to reduce the amount of late-term pregnancies, then what you would do is make abortion care more accessible, so women don't have to be in any like massive waiting time to get like a pregnancy, so they can get an abortion before it's time for it before the 3rd trimester, or even before the 2nd trimester, or halfway through the 2nd trimester. That's what you would actually do. You would make it more available. So, cause like one of the number one reasons for that women actually gave, not one of the reasons. And by one of the reasons, I mean the literal least chosen reason. One of the reasons, as in like one of the top reasons for why women get late term abortions, is because they couldn't get one earlier. Increasing like sex ed. So women actually know when they have an abortion, when they're pregnant, so they can get an abortion earlier if they need to get one or want to get one. Also making feminine hygiene products and birth control and birth tests and pregnancy test, not birth tests. I think the birth test would be if like a baby came out. A pregnancy test, making those like free and easily available and privately available as well. That would also reduce the likelihood of a late term abortion happening, but I'm not sure how on board they would be for that.
Agree with forced birth at a point.
How?
How at 8 months? At 8 months, Tim Pool thinks forced birth is fucking cool and poggies.
Stop making up stupid bullshit.
But
no, hold on.
That's what this is.
Bro. Nonsense statement. Because I already said I agree with you. A woman should be able to end her pregnancy whenever she wants. A woman could end her pregnancy whenever she wants. Say it. Tim Pool said a woman can end her pregnancy whenever she wants.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not. Well, why in the world do couples ever try for a baby when the woman could like snap her fingers and have cum formation into baby final form whenever she wants?
I demand you say
and giving birth are both ending a pregnancy.
Make up something fake. Tim Pool agrees with forced birth is a false statement. You're lying. I have already said I believe that women have a right to terminate their pregnancy to a certain amount of time.
That is a real thing.
No, yes, you just said that. If the baby is viable, that she shouldn't have the right to be able to terminate it.
To kill the baby.
Yes.
I said she can end the pregnancy whenever she wants.
And ending the pregnancy can be giving birth or aborting the baby.
Or a C-section that keeps the baby alive.
She has to be forced to give birth against her will in a C-section, but the baby is viable and they give it
so
off.
So how do they remove the baby?
Either way, the baby comes out of her. You're saying that.
So you literally want forced birth. You literally want to force women to give birth against her will.
So you're saying you're saying they should use the tools to rip apart the body and pull that out, whereas I'm saying they should just take the baby out.
I'm saying she should have the right to decide what happens to her body. That's it.
Okay, but either way the child is coming out. You're making this argument about forced birth. Either way, what is in her body is going to be outside of it. The question is
the innie will be coming out
forceps into the skull of the small person who's inside of her and then tear them apart limb by limb to get them out? Or should we say, no, that's not an acceptable way of delivering a baby. You shouldn't kill that unborn child.
Well, it's not delivering a baby.
Either way,
that's
it comes
abortion,
out of her body.
So.
Either way, the child comes out of her body. It's not as if there's one scenario where the pregnancy magically disappears and doesn't leave the body.
Let me add, forced birth is a nonsense politics statement.
But in your scenario,
what do you mean nonsense? It's literally what it is. It's literally what it is. It is forced birth. You are forcing them to give birth. Yes. They wouldn't have given birth before, but you said they must give birth. That is like, how can you say that we're forcing them to finish a pregnancy, but not forcing them to give birth? Are you dumb? The motorcyclist is scaring you? Why? Because you're cringe? Is that why? He is girl bossing and gaslighting
against her will. Like she can't.
She's
decide.
already pregnant, dude.
I know, but
we're not talking about forcing her to do anything. She's pregnant.
But then
you're forcing her to give birth.
I did.
Stick by it.
I know. I reject the. There's no such thing as forced birth. They're saying you can't kill that baby.
Let me tell you how fascinating this is.
To give birth.
The left
the baby inside
is so fervent about legalizing the killing of a baby at 9 months that I can sit here and say I think women should be able to terminate their pregnancy whenever they want. But if the baby is viable, there's no reason to kill it.
She has.
But like that's a lie. When you they can do it whenever they want, and then you add a bunch of qualifiers that means they can't do whatever they want, then that's what we call a lie. That's a lie.
To be forced to give it, then she has to be forced to give birth and then give the baby up. Is what you're saying?
Give birth. Define.
Yes. Okay. So that is forced birth, right?
So
she can't decide to terminate it at 8 or 9 months.
Define give birth.
You just said at 8 months if the baby is viable.
I didn't say 8 months. Define give birth. I'm trying to understand what you're saying by forced birth. What does birth mean?
You just said when she is at 8 or 9 months. Okay, so she's at 8 or 9.
I said viable.
Okay, so it's viable. The baby's viable. She should have to give birth to it in some capacity. C-section, whatever.
Define birth, and I can answer your question.
Birth, the
define birth. Define who? Define, Mr. Peterson, do you believe in God? Define do. What do you mean by that?
The removal of a child into the world from a mother's womb.
So how do they do that?
The woman pushes the baby out.
So then what would you call an abortion at 8 months? Is the woman pushing the baby out?
No, it's most likely a medical procedure done by a doctor.
And what is that medical procedure?
An abortion.
But what is that?
I mean, it depends. It could be you take a pill and then you have a miscarriage. To they inject death juice into the baby, to them, into the fetus, or them, I don't know, man. They could peel it apart like a tangerine and pull it out. That could also possibly happen. Many ways abortions could happen. There's not literally just one way for one to happen.
What is an abortion?
Yes, like what?
How is it done?
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure how it's done in 8 months. I know earlier on it's usually done with a series of tools. I don't know how it's done at 8 or 9 months.
Okay, so your moral argument is forced birth. I'm trying to understand what your position is. If you don't know how an abortion is done, then are you in favor of forced birth?
Man, I love Can you imagine how easy it would be if all of you all were conservatives? I could literally say whatever I want, and you guys would all go so true, and then give me $150 each. That would be so base, dude. Could you possibly even imagine? Holy shit! It's so easy.
But you think that women should have to expel the baby, right?
It's completely fine for me not to know the medical procedure of how abortion is done to stand up for the rights of a woman's body. I don't need to know how people perform abortions directly. I'm not going to lie here. I'm not going to pretend.
Removing a baby from a woman's body is birth.
Oh, so you're saying it doesn't count?
No.
It's birth of a different nature.
I don't think you have a definition, and I'm trying to understand what you mean by forced birth. But if you can't define the removal of the baby in a different way, I don't know what you're saying.
Birth, Tim, like the birth of a child.
So is a C-section a birth?
Sure. Yes, it is a form of extracting a living child that is viable to live in the real world.
Well, I mean, technically, you can give birth to a baby that's stillborn. Technically, I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm getting annoyed.
No, I would define birth as someone.
No, it's not.
Giving birth. They are pushing a baby out of their body.
So I don't think women should be forced to do that, right?
You don't think women should be forced to push babies out of their body?
But the baby is in their body, so it's got to come out somehow.
So you just have to come out.
No, I don't know. Okay. But I'm trying to figure out what you mean by this.
So that would be forced birth. So she's forced to give and make a viable child, live in the real world.
I mean, so when you're pregnant, the baby's going to come out of you at some point.
That's the
Either
point.
we rip
no
it
matter
apart.
Oh my gosh. Are they arguing that every single time that like an embryo or fetus or is a miscarriage a birth then to their is a miscarriage a birth then in their definition of the word birth? And if that's the case, should that also be illegal? Like, what does this mean? It's all birth. It's all birth. It's all birth.
What happens? The baby is coming out of the woman, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So there's no being in favor of that or not. It happens. Period.
Yes.
Okay. So what's your point?
Yes. Everything
is in favor of a natural process by which a woman has to have a baby removed from her, no matter what anyone says or does.
That's crazy.
Your point is that at 8 or 9.
Wait. So is an abortion just a flavor of birth then?
Months, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tim.
You are wrong. Yes, I'll stop you right there because when you keep saying 8 or 9 months, that's not what I said over and over and over again.
Viability is after 6 months.
Viability is
that means that there's more than a 50% chance
but you're also wrong. It's not 6 months.
I wouldn't say that.
It's not 6 months.
So as soon as the baby is viable, Tim, as soon as the baby is viable, then it's okay for
that's third trimester. That's late term. But just because it's late term doesn't mean that it's viable.
She should have to be forced to have it extracted from her and then live. Is that correct? Is that your position?
Well, it's not forcing the woman to have a baby live if the baby's already alive. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right. So you're okay. So we're talking about semantics.
I got a compromise for you. I got a compromise for you. We'll tell the mother we killed it, but we'll sneak it off and give it to someone else.
Okay, listen, I can't. When are they on to the next topic? I can't keep doing this.
Obama voted against it. But you would be in favor of that.
In favor of what?
The Born Alive Act.
Why the fuck would you have done that? But I think she has the right to vote for Anheuser-Busch. Yes, of course. These are terrible. We want to talk about LGBTQ plus.
We got to do it.
So why I'm here.
And Budweiser opens that door. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anheuser-Busch CEO has finally disavowed the Dylan Mulvaney ad in private to investors, though he's not made a public statement. Sales are down 26%. They're going to be giving out free cases of beer to distributors, and they've vowed to spend millions of dollars in marketing. But the boycott is particularly effective, I would say. And there's videos now coming out of people at sporting events where the Bud Light is just behind the counter, totally full, and everyone's buying other brands. So did Ian and Seamus both just leave at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know where they went, but they ran just for both leave.
So let's jump into this. What are your thoughts on the Budweiser thing?
The first quarter of sales that Anheuser-Busch was involved in during their earnings call wasn't even ended before their boycott started. It ended before their boycott started. So you wouldn't see any fall in Bud Light sales that happened in regards to this big push until the second quarter sales. Sorry, the second quarter sales call comes in. So it's just it's just not true. Let me see if I can pull up this article for you really quick. His story. Whether Bud Light sales nosedive won't register on Anheuser-Busch earnings report this week. Sales tumbled over the last month. Delivered a custom can to wait, it wasn't even on the shelves. It was literally just a custom can to Dylan Mulvaney. Wait, I didn't even know that. They made it seem like it was such a huge issue. What the fuck? That is so funny. For the week ending in April 22nd, the sales of the beer fell 21% according to NIQ data given to Bump Williams Consulting. The week prior, Bud Light sales were down 17%, even as sales of rivals like Miller Lite and Coors Light increased. That prompted the beer business daily to write on Monday that they have never seen such a dramatic shift in national share in such a short period of time, but don't expect the sales free fall to be reflected in the beer maker's bottom line. Thursday, Mulvaney published their meme on April 1st, but they didn't start picking it up until I think like the 14th or the 22nd. One of the two. I think it was like the 14th. It was like around the middle of April. But it won't come up on their earnings call. So look at this smug ass face. It doesn't, everything that he's going to talk about hasn't even shown up on this earning call. And look at that smug ass face, bro. What the fuck? Smug and ignorant. The blessing of the smooth brain.
My thoughts are keep going. You're doing awesome. All of you. I mean this. To every single person protesting Bud Light, fuck yes. I am so here for this. It's fucking amazing.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Budweiser sucks. Anheuser-Busch sucks. It's a massive multinational corporation.
They're super anti-LGBTQ+, so it's been beautiful to see. I love it. Oh, they donate so much to right-wing Republicans who push anti-LGBTQ laws. So Anheuser-Busch getting taken down. Oh, man. I'm so...
It is actually a huge W. They should do it to Home Depot next.
Too, absolutely. Yeah, they think that they can pay off Republicans, they can hire GOP aides, and that is going to be satisfactory for their customers who are upset with them as a brand. So clearly what we can see...
No, I'm pretty sure what they're doing is to
Anheuser-Busch is a faceless corporation with no
quiet.
real values that is willing to spit in the faces of the
and
little
to give
guy
them more
if
tax
it earns them a
breaks.
profit. They're a trash company and nobody should buy their products. The left and the right both agree. Here. Unity for once. I hope they fail.
Same thing with Disney. Keep going after Disney. I'm
Absolutely.
all for it. Take Disney down. I'm all for the right wing taking on Disney, all for the right wing taking on Anheuser-Busch. Yes, of course. These are terrible fucking corporations. I'm all here for it. By the way, the Daily Mail is like the #1 source on the show, right? Like every single time you pulled it up. Because that same site that you showed me, All Sides Media Bias, it has the Daily Mail on right wing. And I know that you yourself, when you pulled it up...
they're actually fantastic. Daily Mail.
But if you use them as a primary source, you understand why I'd say that. Like
we don't use them as a primary source.
Okay.
What happens?
Okay,
is
buddy.
When we pull up stories,
It's just when I pull up stories, I like to go to the third page on Google and then click the top link. That's how I know I'm getting the real news.
CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Fox News, ABC, and they'll each have like 300 words, and then you go to the Daily Mail. After doing a search on key elements of the story, and the Daily Mail will have like 7 different versions of all breaking down different components. Okay. Like if you scroll down the Daily Mail, they often do these special sections where they have entirely different stories within the story, providing more context. Like for instance, this story from the Daily Mail not only talks about the current story with the CEO, but it even goes all the way into all of the context going back to the commercial that was released, the sale drop at 6% in the first week, to the video. It like covers literally every, even as a photo of the VP and her husband.
Yeah. That's a little bit much, I will say. That is a little crazy. That is kind of insane. And there's so many fucking ads, bro. Holy shit. It's always the Daily Mail. It's always Daily Mail. It always is. I mean, the Daily Mail does go into depth sometimes. It's not like you can't find that in other in other news publications. They actually do it a lot in other news publications. Yeah, more like Daily L.
In depth this story is. So it's like if I'm going to pull up a single article, I can pull up 5 ABC, CBS, New York Times, or I can just pull up this one that has seemingly everything in it, including Kid Rock.
Or, I mean, but it's like more biased. That's the problem. Like you can pull up one article that's biased or 3 articles that are not anywhere near as biased. I'd pull up the 3 articles. I mean, like people are paying you people are paying you thousands of dollars a stream. I think you could spare the seconds pulling up another article. That's
including John Rich, including Bud Light being poured into a dumpster.
Yeah,
so
it's
a massive aggregator.
Yeah.
But honestly, I have no problem with y'all going after fucking Bud Light. Have a time, go nuts. I have a really big problem with what I feel on this show is a lot of anti-trans hysteria and fear.
We love the trans.
Takes place. And
we love the trans.
I have that book at home. We can talk about that in a second. And I'm totally comfortable talking about that book. I've read it.
Should it be in schools?
I want to talk to you about the trans issue.
What they have just like a book?
Right. And that's
what they have they have anti-trans props on the desk? Huh? What he's like, oh, he's talking about the trans stuff. He like pulls out like a like a plastic tub from under the table.
That's why I ask about the book.
Okay,
it opens the door.
We can get to the books and the schools, the curriculums, and everything that Florida's taken away. But you profess to be kind of like fact-based, science-based, right?
Yeah.
Like you pull up. I've noticed you want to pull up stats and figures and stuff like that.
Of course.
Why is it that you push propaganda when it comes to trans people?
Like what?
That is so far beyond the pale.
Like what?
Okay, let's start with gender-affirming care. Mm-hmm. Gender-affirming care, you're very, very against. I've heard you call it mutilation.
I don't call it mutilation. I've never said that.
That's what you say on your.
Let's see if that's true. From Timcast, right? Let's see if it's true. Let's do an advanced search on Twitter and see if I can find anything. Is this what you were looking at? Is this the tweet that you sent me, Will? Gotta wait until 18 for genital mutilation care, but before that, everybody else is getting in on the table. All right then. I mean, he did retweet this, and it literally said genital mutilation care. So, I mean, I wouldn't say he's innocent here, personally. You may not have said it, you just boost statements where other people say it, and you boost other people who say that exact same thing, even though you may not say it specifically yourself.
Sure.
I do.
No, I don't.
I don't know if he does. I call it mutilating children.
I call it child sex change.
When you were talking about Dwayne Wade moving his family,
someone in the crowd said, "Why are you mutilating your son?" That was a quote from someone else. I didn't say that. I call it.
But do you agree with it?
I've explicitly said I don't take the right agitator approach of calling it mutilation because that's not effective in having a conversation. I will plainly call it a child sex change as what it is. I'm not going to call it gender affirming or mutilation because I don't think those things accurately explain what it is.
Okay, so when it comes to gender affirming care, 0 to about 10.
Are you talking about child sex change?
No, I'm talking about gender affirming care. 0 to about 10 years old.
You got to define.
The answer is yes.
Well, that's a part of it. I'm also talking about puberty blockers. I'm also talking about assisting with social change. I'm also talking about therapist meetings. I'm also talking about all of this type of stuff. A lot of stuff goes under gender affirming care. I'm sorry. Not simply bottom surgeries is the only thing that goes under gender affirming care. Sorry about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Specifically not genital reassignment surgery. That's no.
You got to define it, okay? Because if you're talking about something different,
I'm talking about all of these things.
All right, so
I'm talking about gender affirming care.
If someone is trans and they're young and until they're about 10 years old before they go through puberty, gender affirming care would be in the form of you using different pronouns, preferred pronouns, and allowing them to dress differently.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Do you have a problem with that? Does anyone here?
Yes, I do.
I don't.
Okay, so both of you don't.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you accept that there is no surgery being performed on children at that age, from 0 to about 10? There's nothing, there's no hormone blockers, there's no puberty blockers?
There is hormone blockers. I don't think surgery is happening on kids under 12.
So hormone blockers aren't given to children until they go through puberty.
That's not true. We actually pulled this up with Destiny. He actually called me out. I was wrong about a stat.
Okay.
What we found was 47,000 cross-sex hormones. I think it was something like 17,000 puberty blockers and like 2,000 double mastectomies for girls after the age of 13 or whatever. But
so that doesn't apply to anything I just said.
That's true. That doesn't apply to anything he said.
Puberty blockers were preteen. Puberty blockers.
Yes.
Oh, okay, but that's also not like 10. You still have like.
So that doesn't apply to anything I just said.
Puberty blockers were preteen. Puberty blockers.
Yes, puberty blockers.
They have to someone.
Wait a second. For me personally, when somebody's a teen, that's when their age ends in the word teen, right? But does he mean teen as in like you have 2 digits in your name and you're younger than 20? Yeah, teen is 13. Yeah. There are just a couple numbers in there. For me personally, for you to be considered a teen, you'd be a preteen if you're 12, right? You would a 12 and under, I guess like 12 to like 8, 10. That's preteen, right? Right, guys? I hate talking to people like Dimple. They make me angry. Yeah, 9 to 12, preteen.
For girls after the age of 13 or whatever, but
so that doesn't apply to anything I just said.
Puberty blockers were preteen. Puberty blockers.
Yes, puberty blockers.
They have to because they have to give them the puberty blockers before puberty starts.
Yes, of course.
Right.
Not always.
So you're just reaffirming what I just said. From 0 to 10 till you're about to go through puberty, gender affirming care only comes in the form of using different pronouns, using different names, allowing them to dress differently, and that's it. And you don't have a problem with that.
Wait, Lupron too?
Okay, so we'll get to Lupron, but up to that point, you don't have a problem with this yet, right?
I'm saying,
does brother know his Lupron means?
That there is no surgery being performed on children at that age. 0 to 10.
Let me just start from the beginning so I can make sure I'm getting what you're saying right.
Yeah.
I don't care if parents call their kids names or whatever. I care about medical or surgical intervention.
Okay, so that doesn't happen until about the age of about 16. That's the average age for.
But you're wrong. Okay, like and look, we had Destiny on the show. We went into great detail about it. There are girls who are 13 who are getting this done, and there was a study. Actually, it was Canadian, I believe. 12 to 17, they had several hundred surgeries performed.
Okay, so again, I said the average age, but if you want to say that there are people who get this at 12, that could be the case.
Who would have it? I think
let's start with puberty blockers, Tim. Mm-hmm. Lupron. You both have a big problem with Lupron?
I don't know a lot about it, but I consider it a medical treatment.
Okay. Yeah, we shouldn't be giving Lupron to kids.
So you don't think you should give Lupron to kids? Why don't you want Lupron being given to trans kids?
No, actually, oh man, I really hope instead of like trans kids, he just said kids, period. It'd be so much better because Lupron was not originally given to. Lupron being used for transgendered human beings is actually using the drug off label.
Because it's a puberty blocker that inhibits the natural function and development of their body. And more importantly, I think my view is built upon what we've seen out of Europe already, right? So earlier on, maybe a few years ago, I was more agnostic on the issue until Sweden, Denmark, Finland abandoned this and the Tavistock Center got shut down. Mm-hmm. And the data they released said this actually caused more harm than good. And then I was like, well, okay, hey, how about that? And for some reason in the United States, they're still hell-bent on moving forward with what we can already see from, better countries with better healthcare systems saying no to this, right?
Okay, so I can address those individually because
it depends on what you mean by better healthcare systems. Better healthcare systems in the sense of they have better outcomes and they have better preventative care. Yes, better healthcare systems as in they have better doctors. No. No, brother. This is something that like a lot of like baby lefties need to understand. And a lot of other people need to understand. America has the best healthcare system in the world. We have the best medicine in the world. We have the best doctors in the world. We have the best specialized equipment and doctors and hospitals on the planet. People fly from their countries to America to get this type of stuff done. People don't leave America to go get healthcare in different places when you're not filthy rich. If you're rich, America is the best place to be for healthcare, period. Almost any single ailment that you could possibly have, unless it's something so niche that another country's doctors have gotten to it before us. But outside of that, no. Okay? Our healthcare system is like a Lamborghini dealership. We got the best of the best, the cream of the crop. The problem is not everybody who walks in can use it and drive off the lot with a new Lamborghini. It's sad that I even have to make a reference to healthcare to a good, like a fast vroom vroom car, but here in the country it is. I'm sorry, at the end of the day, we have the best healthcare, period. No, actually, on this, when it comes to health, when it comes to medical research, no, yes, America's #1, period. End of story.
I have the explanation as to why that happened.
Bent on moving forward with what we can already see from
also I want to look
on the issue until Sweden, Denmark, Finland abandoned this and the Tavistock Center got
those individually because I have the explanation as to why that happened. When it comes to Lupron, 0 to 10 is about the age where gender affirming care only comes in the form of different names, pronouns, stuff like that. We can all agree that's completely fine.
We can't. I disagree. I disagree. You three can agree, but I don't.
Fine. Okay, fine. But it's their show, so I just want to concentrate on seconds.
My position is more just like, I don't know, man, like social therapy stuff. They say that after puberty, desistance rates are between 65 and like 92%.
Okay, so that's completely false. I'll get to that. We have to do this.
Come on, bro.
We have to do this piece by piece first. Okay. Oh, let's get through Lupron.
Hey, I just proved you wrong. Studies show 10.
Wait 1 second before that. So conservatives keep, as far as I know, okay, on this whole Tavistock thing. If you ever see a conservative bring up, or like a right winger or somebody who leans right, bring up like Tavistock, understand that they're deep in the like anti-trans like bigotry memes, okay? Because what happened with the Tavistock Center is that this center was reviewed independently to check its viability for taking care of patients long term, and if they were doing a good job and up to like standards. They weren't. And so because of that, they got shut down. And then all these patients are being moved to other healthcare centers. You know, they're being moved to other healthcare centers. And yes, it did like disrupt trans healthcare. It did, but it didn't get shut down because they were like providing healthcare, like gender affirming care. They got shut down because they were just like a bad clinic, period. Sorry. I mean, all right.
10 follow-up studies found resistance of 61 to 98%.
Yeah.
Right. Studies have reported higher rates of dissidents among childhood adolescents found dissidence rates ranging from 61 to 98%, with evidence suggesting that they might be less than 85% more. Oh, sorry, I'd say sorry. Wait, what the fuck is he looking up? Did he mean to type in detransition? Wait a second.
Can you click? Let's get through Lupron.
Hey,
first.
I just proved you wrong. Studies show 10 follow-up studies found resistance of 61 to 98%.
Yeah. Can you click on the Wikipedia?
Wait, am I dumb?
Detransition topics.
Oh, you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic. But
what are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know if you are taking these studies specific. Well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite
what
curious.
Is this?
Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma?
Wait. Maybe I may be wrong on this. Dissidents. The focus on. Ultimately decide not to transition. Oh, okay. Sorry. That's the word for people who feel gender dysphoria but ultimately choose not to transition. Okay. So what?
How's that proven wrong? Studies show 10 follow-up studies found
10 prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence found people who don't go on to transition from 61 to 98%. Evidence suggests that they might be less than 85% more generally. Okay. And
resistance of 61 to 90
topics.
Oh, you're missing the mic. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Missing the mic. But
what are the studies? Where are we talking about? I would like to know if you are taking these studies specific. Well, because I have each one of them written down here, and I'm quite curious. Is the Drummond study one of them? Is the Wallen study? Is Stensma, the Swedish study, a part of this? The 2011 study?
Probably. I don't know.
Well, we should know. This is incredibly important for what we're talking about.
It's not. This is 2018. This is Gender Dysphoria in Adolescents, Current Perspectives in the National Library of Medicine.
Okay,
I think we actually have this one.
Want to get the mic again?
Oh, sorry.
You can carry it around with you.
Yeah.
Move it. You got to get used to this.
Yeah, dog.
I know. Scroll down to the conclusion of the study.
Well, yeah. I mean, I want to at least skim some of the what the numbers and reference are to like the reference.
While you're skimming, when I think of a little boy,
outcomes,
a little boy being like
disorders.
I'm a girl. The parent, I would hope that the parent would be like, you can pretend to be whatever you want. You can be an actor. You can play a girl. Mm-hmm. But I get afraid when a mom's like, he said he's a girl. That means he's trans.
Right. So for this, It's not a process. It doesn't exist in which someone can say, hey, I'm a boy, I'm a girl. And then they go into a doctor's office and like, well, take some Lupron. It's you do years and years.
Do not give people that clip. Please just delete it.
And between like a therapist and between the patient itself.
I'm just going to read this.
Sure, of course.
Adolescence is a crucial time for identity and psychosexual development in young people with gender identity concerns. The outcomes of GDC have been discussed in terms with its persistence and desistance. For most children with GDC, whether GD will persist or desist will probably be determined between the ages of 10 and 13 years, although some may need more time. Evidence from the 10 available prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence, reviewed in the study by Ristori and Steensma, indicate that for around
it is Steensma. I was right. I asked if this was Steensma. Okay, I can answer this.
80% of children who meet the criteria for GDC.
Right.
But you said 2011.
Oh, so there's multiple Steensma studies. They've actually built upon each other. And the problem with the Steensma study, unfortunately, is that they actually categorized people who were not trans in that study. They didn't compare people who were trans to people who were trans and then detransitioned. They compared people in the general population.
What's your source? What's your source for that?
The actual author of the study has come out since and said that what can
I pull up to confirm that?
Okay.
Like, because look, I pulled up a study that said a thing. You've made a counterclaim. I will pull it up.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so go to,
because I don't know who Steensma is.
Okay, so, Steensma, and the problem, I'll say one more thing because I had this written down. 45.3% of the people did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as people who were detransitioning when they weren't, in fact, doing that.
Wait, so can I ask you something?
Yes, okay, so he asked for the source. Let's do things in order.
I'm going to respond to what you just said.
Trans advocate.
I need to respond to what you just said right now.
That last point is kind of important to respond to.
Okay.
We're literally talking about desistance.
Right.
If they're including people who desisted, you'd have to get the number of those who desisted.
They included people who did not reapply for treatment. They counted that as someone who was desisting. That's just someone who didn't show up again. That's
literal desistance.
No, it's not.
What? How is that desistance? What if they're happy with their outcome? What if they're getting? What if they can't? What if they couldn't come back for more? What if they don't? What if they don't want more? What if they couldn't come back for more? They're like some reason. Those are two reasons. And like the reason for why they didn't come back is not because they don't want to be trans anymore. Actually, wait a second. Wait, what was this again? Adolescent desistance. What is that? The act of ceasing something, especially for criminal. Loaded word. Desistance. In this case, when it comes to desistance, does it mean that you don't continue with like transitioning? Or does it mean you don't continue with transitioning, or does that mean with you like go back? And my question would be, if it's don't continue, then how do these people who are researching figure out that like this is that they have an endpoint in mind that isn't the endpoint for the person who's like going through what's happening? And if that's the case, can you force desistance? Like, what if you run out of money? What if you don't have the money and so you stop transitioning because you can't get like something else that you need? You can't pay for another doctor's visit. Is that desistance? What if you have a job and you need to go into work? What does this mean here? Wait, I need to figure this out. A desister in a way participating in inherently stigmatizing discourse. Desistance. It's not a value neutral term as a trans child. Julia, I make research in criminal context. Desistance. Use the word to denote the cessation of an offense. Oh yeah, it's like an offensive word in of itself. It's like you stopping an offense, you halting, cease and desist. Desist function supports the. Yeah, what's that definition of that word? Like, what is the definition of that word? Does anybody know? Stats for gender, desistance. I don't know. I can't tell.
That's literal desistance.
Not whatsoever, Tim. That is someone who has decided they just don't want to go talk to that doctor or experience things with that doctor. They could have gone off to a different doctor. They could have done something else. But that is not someone who has verifiably said, I was trans, I'm no longer trans. So, that's just people who did not show up.
Your thing.
Okay. So go to transadvocate.com/.
I'm not going to, I need a study or something, not an advocacy website.
Okay.
I pulled up a scientific study for you. I'm not pulling up a nonprofit.
Good job.
Okay.
Featuring the person who did the scientific study.
Is there a counter study? Let me pull.
Studies
okay, we got to skip forward a little bit.
People detransitioned at a rate of less than 4%. And of those people who did it, the reason they detransitioned was social stigma. That's 52 of the 55. The other 3 of those 55, they didn't show a net negative effect. There was not a single study of the 55, the Cornell.
Do not skip. You don't want me to skip the part of them going going, this is a nonprofit. I don't like nonprofit. Here, I can just do it for you. This I pulled you up a real study, not a nonprofit. Nonprofits are bad. I missed a vital sentence. Okay. If this is a shitty quip and it's not funny, you're banned. Okay. I hope you know that.
NIH. Sure. Pulled up a scientific study for you. I'm not pulling up a nonprofit.
Good job.
Advocacy
So
group.
this is an interview with the person who did the study in this article.
I have pulled up a scientific study for you.
And the person who did, and I'm challenging you with the person who did the fucking study. And then
you're telling me to pull up an advocacy website, which is not on par with a scientific study.
But it's featuring the person who did the scientific study.
Is there a counter study saying this is not correct?
Okay. If yes, an overwhelming amount. Oh, okay, sure.
Let me pull that up.
Okay. Can you
look? If I pull up.
All right then. I mean, more evidence that Tim is stupid. That is very funny. That's the literal author talking about it. But I guess I can see him still. You don't have to time them out. But I guess I can still see them. Him actually wanting a study, and not like the person talking about it. Even though the literal author does answer the question, but
the NIH,
whatever.
Sure.
And then you say go to transadvocate.com. You understand why I'm not going to do this.
Cool. Cornell University.
I'm not going to Breitbart for my source on desistance. Okay.
Sounds good. Cornell University did a meta study.
What is it?
Okay, Cornell University did a meta study on 55 different studies. Just start looking up Cornell University meta study on detransition. Cornell University did a meta study on 55 different studies on detransitioning. Of those 55, they found 52 of the studies showed that people detransitioned at a rate of less than 4%. And of those people who did it, the reason they detransitioned was social stigma. That's 52 of the 55.
Oh, wait, I went back too far.
This is a meta study of a whole bunch of studies. I have another meta study.
So wait, hold on.
Oh, wait, no. He just said the exact same thing in the exact same cadence. What the fuck? How'd he do that? I thought it was listening to a rerun.
Specific study to confirm what you're saying.
Yeah, I also just want to ask a question about this too. Sure. So you're mentioning that this is a meta-analysis of studies on people who have detransitioned, but by definition, right, this is taking into account people who went through puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, physical surgeries.
Sure, for each study it was different things. In some of the studies it was people who were going through puberty blockers, some had hormone therapy, but a lot of them in one form or another had received gender affirming care. They were trans when the study first tried to identify these people, and then it looked at them years later.
And how is this sample collected? Because almost every single issue or almost every single study I've seen from trans advocates on this issue use a convenience sample rather than doing some kind of controlled randomized test for the treatment.
So this is a meta study of a whole bunch of other studies.
Okay.
So you would have to go between each study, because at the end of the day, I don't want to fall in this trap that me and Tim were about to do, where each of us starts saying like, well, I have a study. Well, you have a study. Well, I have a study. We could do this all day. So we should look at metadata, right? We should look at compromising data that looks over a whole bunch of studies. A second metadata study that I want you to look at, regret after gender affirming surgery, a systematic review and meta-analysis of prevalence. This went to Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, Singapore, Germany, Norway, Ireland, Serbia, and an interview between 27 studies, 7,928 trans patients. It showed a less than 1% regret rate.
So can I also add something desistance and
detransition? I have another meta study.
I got to address this right now. There is a problem we are facing in that you are saying a lot of things and I can't pull up any sources. At the very least, all I did was Google searched it.
Wait, didn't he just give him the source? Wait, did he not look for it? What do you mean? Did he just tell him exactly what to look up?
I pulled up the two studies that were associated with it and said, here's what it says. I have not given you my personal perspective on it. You've now given me your personal view on it.
No, I've given you the studies. These are two meta studies. I have a third meta study.
What are the studies? Let me please pull them up. I can't find what you're talking about.
The first one is Cornell University. They did a meta study.
What's the name of it?
It's Cornell University's meta study of 72 studies on gender affirming care. 72. Of that, 55 of the studies were directly related to detransitioning.
What meta study on?
I just want to flag that desistance and detransitioning are two different things.
Right.
Well.
Look up
Cornell University.
Cornell University.
So I've typed in the thing specifically that he told him to. Here's the first link. That is in a new analysis. All right, well, there it is. Apparently, Tim cannot do this. Apparently, it is impossible for Tim. It's not possible. He physically cannot do it. He has no clue how to do it. Yep, they're all the studies. Can you click on it? Holy shit, you can click on it too? That's crazy how that works out. Anyways, that's an impossible feat.
University, what does scholarly research say about the effect of gender transition or on gender trans well-being?
gender trans well-being.
Nice. And the third meta study that I want to bring up is a U.S. study. It's a 2015 U.S. transgender study.
But this isn't a scientific research paper that's peer reviewed.
No, this is a meta-analysis of scientifically researched papers.
Did you get that from what we know? Inequality.
But hold on, like, do we have a standard on why should we accept?
If you want to know their methodology, there's a click here to view the methodology thing. You can find that out for yourself right there.
But this is not a peer-reviewed scientific paper.
I mean, it's a okay. Wait, I just want to see this. This is for myself. Just in case I'm ever asked this question. It is peer reviewed. The studies that they go over are indeed peer reviewed. Let me see. I don't know if they publish this anywhere, like where to find its publication. Yeah, Google Scholar. Yeah, you could do that, but also like all they do is I'm not sure if you guys know this, if you ever seen this before. The only thing that they do is they found the studies and then they put them together and then they say like what the studies said. It's just like they're telling you what the studies literally said. Like they're not doing anything. They're just telling you what the studies said. And then you could like look at the studies and you could read what they said.
This is a meta-analysis, Tim, of peer-reviewed scientific papers.
I reject it outright.
Okay,
you
so
reject
if you want to reject that outright.
Bro, next thing you're going to do, you're going to tell me ivermectin is some cure because of a meta-analysis.
This has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
no, bro.
This has nothing to do with ivermectin.
You can't come to me when everyone tries screaming about ivermectin because of a meta-analysis that I reject and say I don't think it works.
You can go,
and then have someone from the left.
Wait, I reject meta-analysis. Yeah, and has this... Is there there's like some systemic reviews, meta-analysis of ivermectin. When did that come out? What is he even talking about? I mean, here's a meta-analysis of like the uses of ivermectin. Evidence beyond the hype. Conclusion: the evidence suggests that ivermectin does not reduce mortality risk and risk of a mechanical ventilation requirement. Although we did not observe an increase in risk of adverse effects, the evidence is very uncertain regarding this endpoint. Is this the meta-analysis that he was talking about that provided so much wacky hype for ivermectin? What is he talking about? What is he talking about? I mean, here's another one that says literally the exact same thing. That yeah, it doesn't help, but all right. They did 14 studies and all of them said that it doesn't help. All right.
Come to me and now claim meta-analysis is effective. No, the point is this. I said, give me a study and you cannot do it.
I am on my way to give you a third meta study. A combination of studies.
These aren't studies.
No.
He could click on, you could see the individual studies. You could see them. They're right here. They're right here. Here's the study. It's literally right here. Here's 72 of them. He gave you could just click on one randomly. We could just throw a dart at the wall. They're even split up by what what their conclusions were. They're even sorted by what their conclusions were. Like how can you say that he didn't give you a study? They're all right here.
If we go study to study back and forth,
we do not think
this is going to take fucking forever. So let's look.
We don't
one
like
study.
to think.
One study. One. I'm giving you two. Give me one.
This is embarrassing.
I've got like
embarrassing. You can't give me one study. Okay. I'm giving you two. And I didn't even make an assertment.
He gave you 72.
You want individual studies instead of meta-analysis, which is ridiculous, but sure, here's individual studies. The mental health outcomes in transgender non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care from February 25th
comes in
study.
Hold on. That nothing to do with resistance.
A little bit.
Do you want to go back to resistance studies?
That's what I was asking you about. I Google searched resistance. Wikipedia has two studies that say it's 61 to 98%. You said that's wrong. I said, what's your source? You didn't give me one.
I did on the spot.
You gave me a meta-analysis.
We're on camera, so
you could just click on one of the studies. He's just showing you that there's a lot of study. I don't know. Maybe Lance should have come with like the explain it to me like I'm 5. I've realized this, that a lot of times you do have to come with like an explain it to me like I'm 5 definition for everything that you know on the spot, so you can explain it in these types of situations. So if instead of like this back and forth, Lance just went, so what you need to do is click on it And then it'll show you the studies. And then you can click on the individual study. Just pick one, just one of them. And then that's the study. Just anyone, literally any single one of them. Go ahead. Just click on it. And that's the study that we can talk about. Just pick one. Random. Just one of them.
It's not peer reviewed. It's not a peer reviewed source.
If you want to go back and forth, Tim, on single studies, like I said, this can take forever. So do
you not have a single study?
I've named you tons of studies.
No. You've given me a meta-analysis, not a single study.
A meta-analysis combines other studies. Do you understand how that works?
Yes.
So of that, the 55 studies that it looked, of the 55 studies that it looked at,
72 studies that have drawn a conclusion, and then someone looked at them and made a different. You're saying that out of 72 studies that found a conclusion.
No, 55. It looked at 72. 55 talked about detransitioning.
It was a hypothetical number.
51.
You're looking at
52,
a bunch of studies that have come to conclusions.
Yes. Of course.
That are peer reviewed.
Yes.
And you're saying, but someone analyzed those.
Cornell University.
Yes.
Who from Cornell?
Click here to view our methodology, and you can learn about their methodology. You just rejected it outright when you saw it. You were like,
because
I reject this outright.
It's not a study.
It's a meta-analysis of study. These are different things. I'm explaining that to you.
But the problem is these studies have their own conclusions you're ignoring.
No, they don't. They're grouped in by... No, they don't. All it's telling you is what their conclusions were. Just click on them, and then you can see the conclusions. It's just like, it's a list. He's just... Would he be mad at a Google document? Is what... If I emailed him a Google document of all of my studies, and I'm just like, click on them, he's like, why would you send me this? I'm just click on one. Just click on the hyperlink, and then there's the study. It's right there. Just click on it.
They combine their conclusions to reach their findings.
Let me explain.
No, it's not even real. No, I wouldn't use this as an explanation because it kind of goes to their point. It's not a new explanation. The study doesn't come with a new explanation. It just tells you what the explanations of the studies were.
For those that want to understand what I'm trying to say, during COVID, there were a whole bunch of studies done, individual studies, peer-reviewed, that found ivermectin did not work. The right kept bringing up meta-analyses that said, actually, it does. I said, and I said this to Joe Rogan, I reject that. Show me the actual study. I do not believe this is correct. I will not afford.
This is the study that counts? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? In what regard? Tim is lying. I haven't heard or seen a single meta study that said that ivermectin works for COVID. Have you? I haven't. If anybody has it, please, I'm begging you, let me know. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Because I haven't been able to find it. I want that info, please. I want to see it. I want to see it. I haven't been able to see. I've seen one meta study on ivermectin's use in COVID, and it's ass. Oh wait, no, here's another one. I found another one. Oh, is this it? Is this what he was looking at? Ivermectin for prevention and treatment of COVID-19 infections. Systemic review, meta-analysis. Data sources. Research bibliographic databases from to April 25th, 2021 to review authors sifted into studies, extracted data, and assess risk bias. Meta-analysis were conducted. Meta-analysis of 15 trials found that ivermectin reduced risk of death compared to no ivermectin. Average risk ratio 38%. Sorry, 0.38%. Let's see. Low certainty evidence suggested that there may be no benefit with ivermectin for need for medical ventilation. My favorite ivermectin use. Conclusion: moderate certainty evidence. This is a completely different conclusion. Moderate certainty evidence. So when it's like, we maybe think something might be here. When we're going through, it's a positive if maybe something might be here, then that evidence finds that there's large reductions in COVID-19 deaths that are possible using ivermectin. Interesting. Can I click on the studies that they used? Nope. Oh, wait, no. I can find some of them. Okay, you can find some of them. Andrew Bryant's the guy who made it. Keep in mind, COVID data and studies were extremely preliminary at the point many studies were pre-established before peer review. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm trying to look for the stuff on this, because this is like, it's easy enough to argue against the fact that they were using moderate certainty when it comes to moderate certainty when it comes to this, which is like low causation, basically. We think there's a link here.
You some benefit to come in and make the same argument to me. If you do not have a study that is peer-reviewed and cited, then I'm not going to entertain your opinions.
So when I bring up the Cornell University study, that's
not a study, it's a meta-analysis.
Yeah, of 55 peer-reviewed studies, whose conclusion of 52 came to the fact that there is a less than 4% detransition rate. If you go to r/science, Tim, you can find out. No.
Come on. I asked you for, you're pulling up Reddit when I'm
I'm pulling up Reddit because Cecilia Benever.
I will say this is a bad look. He shouldn't mention Reddit. I wouldn't say Reddit either. But also, Tim does not have the room to laugh, because in his debate with Sam Cedar, he made to make a reference about how the left is morally bankrupt. He said that the left is like Thanos from Avengers Endgame.
Her last name is pronounced Dejen. Explains and downplays why you're wrong about that 80 to 85%, because she's the one who actually did that study. She's the one who did the study you cited. So she explains why it's being misused. It is not true.
I can say this. There are arguments about what is true all day, every day. There's arguments that M theory is wrong and that science is unwilling to give up because too many science.
I would say, like, if Tim's going to be so hard-headed on this, I would simply say that, like, because there are individual studies on this. I don't even know what their original point they were debating anymore. I genuinely forgot what the original fucking point that they were supposed to be debating was. I've completely, I don't even know what was supposed to be talked about anymore. I genuinely don't.
Scientists have dedicated their lives to it.
Desistance rate?
They argue that M theory is the...
I mean, he could just bring up the specific study about how if you start to go through like medical treatment for your gender dysphoria, the likelihood of you desisting goes, well, sorry, I don't even want to call it that. The likelihood of you like detransitioning is like incredibly wildly low. And once you get on hormones, it's even lower than that. Less than other surgeries like knee replacement.
Is the theory, while others are
he
coming
could just bring
up
that
with
up
like
specifically if he doesn't like
theory
it.
Or whatever.
I don't believe he doesn't have that study.
That people will decide what they think is true or not. Hence, I have a bottom line standard. If the right comes at me and says, ivermectin meta-analyses prove it works, I say, don't know, don't care. We have rejected the concept of someone analyzing a collection of studies and making a determination. What our standard is, or at the very least where I'm at is, if we're going to have any basic agreement on what is or isn't, there has to be a unified standard there, which is a peer-reviewed study, which is not absolute. If I have 2 peer-reviewed studies and the establishment narrative, when I search for it, says 61 to 98%, I will not accept your meta-analysis opinion the same as I wouldn't for someone who believes ivermectin works, because your argument is founded upon the same basis as theirs.
Okay, so first off, the meta-analysis of ivermectin actually showed that it wasn't effective at preventing or treating COVID-19. That was the actual meta-analysis on ivermectin, so it actually would back up your own claims. Secondly, you and me can look at individual studies, and it can take a very long time, but we should look at regret after gender-affirming surgery, a systematic review, and meta-analysis of prevalence, which looks
I don't
at,
like
again,
the conclusion.
27 studies
it's fake.
And interviews 7,928 trans people across the world. And again, in places like Italy, USA, Brazil, you name it, that meta-analysis also found a less than 1% regret rate. You have to be able to combine multiple studies, because this is something that has been so thoroughly investigated globally for so long that to ignore the science and data on this is too flagrantly.
Well, there's not been a single large-scale randomized clinical trial for puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria. There's not been one.
You all are very against Lupron, right?
Well, I don't know much about it.
I know. I just saying very against is pretty strong.
Okay.
I'm typically like, we shouldn't give.
I'm saying there hasn't been one large-scale randomized clinical trial for these treatments.
Like Lupron for when children go through like the early onset puberty.
Yeah.
And it's like an actual medical issue. Like,
yes, of course.
That's why saying very against something is like, well, what we're talking about is, are we going to a kid who are we dealing with an actual case of, say, endocrine disruption caused by phthalates in PCBs, or are we dealing with a kid who's just playing with dolls and the parents are incorrect, right?
And in that case, you would have a long process where they would have to do interviews with, again, professionals who would determine whether or not it's appropriate. And people who go on puberty blockers, I want to add this, it's for a limited amount of time. They want to do it only to be able to hold that off. No, it isn't. If you speak to the actual doctors on this, you only take it. No, Tim, let me finish the sentence. Come on. You brought me on your show. Let me finish this. You only go on puberty blockers for a short amount of time before you can be put onto HRT. They do not want to keep them on puberty blockers, and that way you avoid a lot of the potential negative side effects from that.
We had Helena Kirshner on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes was given the maximum dose of testosterone.
Anecdote.
Absolutely.
Lived experience.
So when I say lived experience happens, you say it doesn't happen. I'm saying it did happen.
No, I'm saying it can happen. I'm saying you have to look at broad
data.
Dose of testosterone on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes
side effects
we
from
had
that.
Helena Kirshner on the show.
Helena Kirshner, former transgender teenager, shares powerful story. Within minutes got testosterone. Let's see.
There's kind of like this attitude in the trans community that if you question your transition.
Here, let me see. Show transcript, because I want to hear this fucking person ramble on for this long. Planned. An appointment plan. Here we go.
Just made an appointment at a Planned Parenthood, and I went there, and it was one about hour-long appointment. I talked to a social worker for maybe 20 minutes, and then I talked to a nurse practitioner for another maybe 20 minutes, and then they like cleared me for everything and helped me do my first injection.
So there
20 minutes. Okay, let's see. It'll take a month or longer. How long do I need to take testosterone? It'll probably not go away. Bigger clitoris, not the big clit. Not the big clit. And this is an adult. Here, let's see. Let's get a couple of things. Let's get a couple of things down first.
Speaking with Helena Kirshner, she's a 23-year-old woman who went through.
All right. Is an adult. Good to know.
I just made an appointment at a Planned Parenthood, and I went there, and it was one about hour-long appointment. I talked to a social worker for maybe 20 minutes.
What do you know about hormone therapy? What are you hoping to get from? Patient is well versed and knowledgeable about hormone therapy. Okay, wait, what the fuck? You went in there with your like fucking conservative talking points? Wait, you know this probably helps a lot that you've like I spend all day researching trans people. Patient reports that he has thought about using hormones for some time, especially over the last 2 years. Patient states that turning 18 is why he was able to start the process. Okay, so grown adult has said that they've been feeling like they wanted to transition medically for 2 years. Who knows about your plans to start hormones? Patient states that he is out to everyone and identifies as trans. So states that they've been feeling like they want to medically transition for 2 years. Says that they're already completely socially transitioned. Like what do you want the doc? Okay, so they walked in and they lied to their doctors about everything. In the most like unrealistic scenario where you're a completely grown adult, and you know, like you solve like a trivia about it for the doctors, and you say that you're socially transitioned, and you say that you've wanted to medically transition for a while, and possibly at this case maybe even say like I've been feeling like I'm trans for as long as I remember. Okay, so if you guys, shocking, did you guys know this? But if you go to the doctor and you lied to the doctor about everything regarding your mental condition, and then you say that you have depression, so you want to be put on depression drugs, and then they prescribe you depression drugs? Crazy. This shit is remarkable. As a grown adult, this is remarkable. 1988? Ew, they're older than me. Ew. Sex listed with insurance. Female Helena. Wait, why the fuck did they why did she blur out her last name when she gave Ben Shapiro her last name? Like, he started the interview with, "Hello, my name is Helena Kirchner," and she's like, I gotta I gotta exit out my name here. I don't want them to know about me. What the fuck? Social work intake form. Here, do I have anybody here who's gone through transition care or been in the room or known somebody who's gone through transition care? Can you actually have they been able to get hormones in like an hour? Do you know? It was a week after consultation and test. How old were you? Were you an adult? 18? Okay, young adult, very young adult. I had 2 different appointments before my prescription was given, and I was 23. Okay. Wait, so weren't they talking about kids before? Why are they talking about this now? Grown adult says that they have a mental issue. Get prescribed medicine. Who could have seen this coming? All right then. I don't know why I should care. Here, let's see.
They go on puberty blockers for a short amount of time before you can be put onto HRT. They do not want to keep them on puberty blockers, and that way you avoid a lot of the potential negative side effects from that.
We had Helena Kirshner on the show, who walked into a Planned Parenthood and within minutes was given the maximum dose of testosterone.
Anecdote.
Absolutely.
Lived experience.
So when I say lived experience happens.
So for one, grown adult. 2, yes, anecdote. So some places can prescribe medicine through doctors very quickly. Some don't. Okay.
You say it doesn't happen. I'm saying it did happen.
No, I'm saying it can happen. I'm saying you have to look at broader data. You have to look at broader trends.
That's the issue I take, right?
Yeah, and it wouldn't make sense if I brought up a single horror story to you and said, this is fact. It can
I bring you guys a horror story?
We don't want that to happen,
Of course, no one wants that to happen. But then if we want to understand how this is actually taking place around the world from an actual perspective of science, we have to look at the data. We have to look at meta-studies. We have to look at and analyze global understanding of this. When it comes to Lupron, by example, yes, it's true that Lupron is not FDA approved for the use of on cisgender children. There is a product that is FDA approved for use with children that is a puberty blocker, and it has been used for a long time, for generations and decades. It's Lupron. It was just being done.
No, but that's for an entirely different reason. That's for an entirely different reason. So to say we want to prevent a child from undergoing early onset puberty so that they can develop at a normal, healthy rate is entirely different. It is entirely different from saying we're going to administer puberty blockers because this child feels they're a member of the opposite sex.
It's not like a different thing. He maybe had a point if he brought up like the length of time which you're on it, which can change drastically depending on, when the child would be going through puberty. But like, if we're talking about health outcomes, it doesn't matter why you're giving it to them. If you're giving it to them to do the same thing, which is to block puberty, then like, no, the health outcomes aren't different. It's being used off label, but like, who cares?
Whether or not it's
because you're looking for a different
is going to be the problem, right? You want to know whether or not its use is going to be dangerous on children.
And the reason for administering a certain treatment can render it dangerous.
Okay, do they do it by turkey baster through their ass? Like, what are you talking about? I'm pretty sure they just give it to them the same way they give it to everybody.
So, for example, if we have been amputating people's limbs for hundreds of years, if I go into a doctor and say, please cut my arm off because I don't want it anymore, and he cuts my arm off, that's medical malpractice. For you to jump in and go,
Actually, depending on the doctor you go to, I don't think it is. I mean, you can go to the doctor and tell them to like, actually, yeah, depending on the doctor, no, it's not. If you go to the doctor and you tell them that you want like a medical procedure done, they'll just kind of do it. Most of the time they'll just kind of do it. That's kind of how doctors work. If you go to like a plastic surgeon or something and you're like, hey, I want my arm off, honestly, they'll probably be like, sure, bud, that'll be $150,000.
We have been cutting people's arms off for hundreds of years. This is medically approved. People are allowed to do this.
Can I answer this?
That is true.
Yes, absolutely.
So what you're describing is called BIID, body identity disorder. I forget how it's spelled. It is a real phenomenon.
Dysmorphic.
It's extremely rare, but we know enough about it at this point to know that people will seek out to get operations on the black market if they have BIID. And what we found when people do that and go into the black market to have a limb removed is that it only provides a temporary amount of relief for their condition, and then it returns and they have further further complications from the fact that they now have a disability and or medical complications that come from all that.
My point is not about any kind of body dysmorphia about losing a limb. My point is about drawing a false conclusion by a medical treatment being allowed under circumstance A, but not being allowed under circumstance B. You're saying we allow it for kids who have hit precocious puberty, but then we don't allow it for kids who don't want to go through puberty because they want to be a member of the opposite sex.
It's still not FDA approved. That's different.
But you understand my point. You can't claim those things are the same.
I just Google searched it real quick. Stat in 2017.
Oh, I know this. I know this study. Yo, when I first learned about this issue, this is literally the study that I went to. That is so funny. I recognized it by that, like, by the picture of that woman. I know this study. I think everybody who's like had to talk about this have seen, sorry, not study. I've seen this article. I think everybody who's had to talk about this issue in the last couple of years have seen this article as well. It's a pretty decent article. And this is where you get like a lot of good information about Lupron, how it's been used, how there are now like long-term effects. I think there are a couple of different types of Lupron, and there are other like hormone blockers out there as well. Just Lupron's just like the really big one. I think they're being sued at the moment because like there's complications and long-term health issues. But this article is actually this article mostly actually touches on people who don't need puberty blockers because they're trans. They do it because they had it's mostly people who had like really early puberties, talking about the health complications that came from that.
100 out of 100 with NewsGuard. Drug use to halt puberty may cause lasting health problems. More than 10,000 adverse event reports were filed with the FDA reflecting the experience of women who've taken Lupron, describing everything from brittle bones to faulty joints.
My bones.
You know, regarding meta-analyses,
I'm worried about, you know, giving kids things on an experimental basis.
Yeah, this is a huge, long conversation, and it would be so awesome to go through each study. I would love to. It would probably take like 7 hours, 6 hours, but we could do it, but like not tonight, unfortunately.
Well, so let me ask you though,
but I want to keep down this path because I think we're making good progress.
Let me
here.
ask you a question, right? Like Jazz Jennings is sterile, right?
Who?
I don't know much about Jazz Jennings.
Jazz Jennings.
She's a reality TV star, right?
Jazz Jennings. Yeah. I'm concerned that Jazz isn't trans. Because
that's not for us to say.
Who?
I didn't say. I said I'm concerned that Jazz is not trans, right? Mm-hmm. And the reason is Jazz is dating women now, right? So then Jazz would.
What does that have to do with being trans?
Well, Jazz would then be a biological male dating women at the age of 23.
What does that have?
Who cares? Bitches be gay? Like, who cares? All right. Ever seen a lesbian before?
Being trans.
Well, Jazz would then be a biological male dating women at the age of 23.
What does that have to do with being trans?
So it has to do with whether or not Jazz made the decision for themselves or the parent made it when they were 3 years old. So the question is,
how?
We want to avoid a John Money type situation, right? Where you had these two kids and the doctor told one of the young boys he was actually a girl and then forced him to live as a girl, ultimately resulting in his suicide and then the death of the brother as well. We don't want that to happen. And so that did happen already, and we know that happened. So we have to be careful about taking a 3-year-old.
Isn't John Money the one? Isn't John Money the case study of when that kid got like a botched abortion? Oh geez, when that kid got a botched circumcision, so they're like, let's just like make it a vagina, and then they just like raised him as a girl, but then he killed himself. Isn't that story from like the early 1900s, late 1800s? Yes, it is. Yeah, that just all that does is prove that you can't make somebody trans. All it does is it literally proves that you can't make somebody trans. You just can't do it. You can't force somebody to be trans. It doesn't work like that. You can try to raise them like we now know that like it is a large part of nature, whether or not you're like trans or something, right? So you want to talk about the child mutilation, infant circumcision, infant botched circumcision. Now, I don't know how they do circumcisions, but how do you actually, I don't want to ask how you botch a circumcision, because like for me, I just thought that they like took, I thought they just took some top off or something. They accidentally like just cut the shit in half. That'd be so sad.
And then raising them and telling them they're female, because then if they start exhibiting traditional, gender behaviors, there may be some concern. For instance, Jazz stopped dilating.
Women can be
and
gay.
That was the big controversy over the past few weeks. The mother going on TV saying she would force Jazz to do it. If Jazz is saying, I'm not gonna, and the mother saying, do it or I'll wring your neck, which is a quote, and then Jazz is not dating women, we're starting to see a pattern that may be concerning, saying,
wait, what?
Stopped dilating. And behaviors.
What?
there may be some concern. For instance, Jazz stopped dilating.
What does that mean? Stop dilating? Stop dilating? What does that mean? Am I just dumb? Am I like, what does that mean?
And that was the big controversy over the past few weeks. The mother going on TV saying she would force Jazz to do it.
Oh, for the bottom surgery? Oh, that thing where you have to do the pussy stretcherino to make sure that it doesn't like close up on itself.
If Jazz is saying, I'm not gonna, and the mother saying, do it or I'll wring your neck, which is a quote, and then Jazz is not dating women, we're starting to see a pattern that may be concerning because it follows the John Money situation.
No? I mean, have you ever like seen a young person? Have you ever seen a young person? Like they don't want to go to the dentist. Have you seen a 22-year-old girl after her parents tell her that she needs to go to the dentist and she might get braces? Honestly, like, I think that's the greatest mass shooting threat the country has. They haven't done it yet, but I think we're going to get close here in the future.
Whether or not Jazz is trans or not, my concern is, what if? And that means there may be children who are being pushed down a path that ultimately leads to their suicide because their parents can't make the decision for them, but they did.
So the data overwhelmingly shows that if you
nobody
give
makes the decision
gender-affirming care, especially if you have loving and accepting parents who accept children's actual gender identity, it reduces the rates of suicide dramatically. In the case of a parent who affirms their child's gender, it can reduce suicide rates of up to 93% in some studies. It's not a case of
God, thank you so much for the
more often than not.
11 months. I really
children
appreciate you. Thank you.
Who are approaching their parents saying they think this is something happening to them, and parents pushing back and being like, "No, this is wrong. You're just a tomboy. Oh, this is this is not you. This is blah blah blah." And you don't go into a doctor and all of a sudden they're like, "Here's Lupron."
They do.
No, but they don't, Tim. The average amount of time. The average amount of time.
You can't say they don't when we've had the anecdotes. They do. Call it an anecdote.
Okay. It doesn't. Okay, here, I guess talking to Tim, instead of saying it doesn't happen, you have to say it doesn't happen to a amount that any reasonable common sense human being would care about.
Anecdote. I'm telling you, it does happen.
Of course, but that's an anecdote. We have to look at data.
So don't say
science,
it doesn't
statistics.
happen.
Well, it happens, but that doesn't mean it's a broad trend.
It should not happen.
Right, but that's okay. This is asking. We have to talk about what actually occurs.
Yeah, sometimes people die in cancer treatment, but like that's why we should ban it, because it shouldn't happen.
Via the numbers, right? That's what matters. Like I have here the largest U.S. transgender survey ever done. It's in 2015 to 21,598 participants, and this covers people in childhood, adolescence,
listen, data is the plural of
all the results you're
anecdote.
looking for.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think we're seeing the a rapid increase in the past few years of young people identifying as trans?
Okay, can I answer that?
Can you read the study,
Yeah,
please?
Of course. So it shows the 2015 U.S. transgender survey of 21,598 participants that with hormone therapy, psychological distress for children reduces by 222%, late adolescence 153%, adulthood 81%, suicidal ideation for children goes down 135%, for adolescents 62%, and for adults 21%. That is dramatic.
Is this the Stanford Medical School survey analysis done by Jack Turbin?
I don't know the person who did it.
Okay.
But in terms of the increase, Tim, of people,
because there was a study done by Stanford Medical School that very closely fits the description of what you've just read out there, which is very ascientific and what data that is collected. So just please find the source of that, because I want to pull that apart. I want to be sure that I know you're talking about that study.
I'm curious as to why you think it's increasing so much.
What's that signify?
A full binder Andy. He came with a binder and everything. That's crazy.
The history of left-handedness.
This is the history of left-handedness in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what
he
happens?
printed it?
It levels.
Yeah, it's like he's in Congress.
We used to
he should get the big printer.
People who were left-handed as satanic, as the devil, all that kind of shit. Do you remember that, right? And that's why there was a lot of people who didn't record themselves as being left-handed. And then boom, when we stopped doing that after the 1880s and in the 1900s, it spiked. Now this spike isn't because there was a whole bunch of indoctrination, or Alex Jones was like, oh, left-handed ideology, everyone has become left-handed. This has nothing to do with that. This meme is very real. People there were. And then it plateaued. We are in a situation right now where it is safer than ever for people to come out and if they're queer, bisexual, whatever it is, and because
I got any queer bisexuals in chat?
That's why Gen Z of all
I was concerned there was a trans genocide.
Yeah. So here's.
This is the actual statistics on people increasing. You can see the red one. That is Gen Z. That is the amount of people who in Gen Z, it's skyrocketing. It looks like they're identifying more than ever because their generation feels more comfortable talking about this kind of stuff.
So you don't think that there's like a trans genocide or anything like that?
I don't think that there's a trans indoctrination that is coming through media.
Genocide, I said.
Yes, and I'm saying that I don't.
What do these two things have to do with each other? There are people who there are a lot of more people who are vocally for killing people who illegally cross the border, but there are a lot of people who cross the border. So are they really saying that?
I don't think there's a trans indoctrination coming through media that is programming kids to become trans. I think that's ridiculous. So, and if you want to change topics to talk about trans genocide, we can move on to that. But that, you asked me specifically, why is there a spike? Yeah. That is why.
Okay, so my follow-up is, you think trans people feel safer than ever?
No. Right now, there's over 400 different bills being pushed in the United States that is directly targeting trans people.
So they don't.
Okay, now I know, and I see what he's going to try to do. He's like, oh, it's safer than ever. In some places, yes, it is safer than ever. In many places, no. It is not. It is, in some places, it is actually worse than ever. Florida being one, Texas being another one.
Don't feel safe.
Of course they don't.
So then why are they coming out if they don't feel safe?
They have more access because that generation, Generation Z, has a lot more acceptance towards trans people than older people who pass laws, draconian people who pass.
Also, that's self-reported. That's not saying that they do that in public. You can be trans, but also not tell. You could be closeted. Ever heard of like being closeted?
That's laws. The boomers are the ones running the show right now. They're still the ones in government. They're still the ones passing laws. There's very few Generation Z in government or parliament.
You want to know what I think? I think there is.
Should I be in government?
Okay.
And I think it's you.
Okay.
Because you're sterilizing a lot of these people.
No!
They're literally sterilizing them. The surgery to remove the gonads, hysterectomies, and puberty and cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers have a high rate of sterilization. I mean, first of all, removal of the gonads in the uterus is an absolute sterilization, and then puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual.
That's true, but Tim also believes that, like, seeing as like trans people are born, they're not created. They're kind of like, trans people are kind of like have you guys ever thought about how trans people are kind of like a state of matter? How they're even more fundamental than, just being like a part of the gender bimodal distribution. How they're literally like a state of matter. How there's like like solid, liquid, gas, plasma, trans. It's kind of weird how that works out, right? They're like matter. They're just like it's like a state of matter. They're like matter. You can't create them and you can't destroy them. You can try. They have a really long half-life. But no, I don't know, this is just weird. This is all just so weird. Anyone here a draconian person? I got any draconian gender gays?
Puberty blockers have a very high rate, and cross-sex hormones have an extremely high rate of sterilizing the individual.
It can.
So these people can no longer reproduce.
All right.
That's genocide.
Right. Well, is this the joke you're gonna go for? Well, just because they can't reproduce doesn't. That's not what that word means.
Joke? You are removing these people's ability to reproduce. And if they're at a young age and they haven't had the ability, like for instance, Jazz Jennings can never have kids. Jazz Jennings also, and this probably part of your studies, can't actually feel any sexual feeling of any kind.
Do you have any idea how weird this sounds right now?
Who is this?
Like, why
who is this person that he's talking
genital
about?
Pleasure? That's so weird. That's so bizarre.
That was very weird yourself.
You guys are all
later. No. So I'm talking about adults who engage in activities, which is a large portion of the global economy, whether you like it or not. Sure. Sex sells, they say. And when I say this person will never have this ability, you go, how weird is that?
It's weird for you to fixate on a stranger's genital pleasure. That's strange. That's so bizarre.
Well, she's public about it.
But see, you're not making an argument right now, is my point.
I'm not. I'm saying it's weird. It's not an argument. Yeah, that's an observation.
So you're trying to make an appeal to emotion and an appeal to shame.
I'm just giving you my genuine thought when you say something like that. Like,
it was a really fucking pathetic attempt at trying to make an argument.
Why should we talk about that? Why should we discuss whether or not she has genital feeling? That's not important. It's not.
Oh no! This poor person grew up in Florida. No, that's the only thing I need to know about this poor girl. That's the biggest tragedy I've heard in my entire life. Well, the second biggest after Tim Pool knowing about you. No. Born in Florida, US, 2000. No, brother. That is so fucking sad. Couldn't be me. Sex sells, guess he's broke as hell. Oh no. Personal life. Also, how does he know all this shit about like Jazz Jennings and her transition? why'd he look into it so hard? Like, what was the point? I'm Jazz, a family in transition. Oh, this is back in 2011? 2011 as a transgender child, 2014. Okay, day-to-day life. Like I'm in TLC. Oh no. My life as a transgender teen. Nice one. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess he's been doing like crazy research into Jazz Jennings' trans life. I don't know. I feel really uncomfortable doing this. Here, one moment. Oh, because they're like, because the right is like, oh, I see. Because the right is saying that the mom is like forcefully transitioning Jazz Jennings. Okay. Crazy. Shows off scars in photo. Well, you don't need to do that. Yeah, and Ben Shapiro reacts to Jazz Jennings. Oh, this poor fucking woman. It's so hard to be a woman that like exists. I feel so bad for them sometimes.
It's none of my business.
So let's focus then on the sterilizing of the individual. Are you okay with that?
Who's sterilizing people?
Jazz Jennings is sterile.
Why are we going back to Jazz Jennings? I don't know anything about her.
Because Jazz is a famous individual on cable television.
So if she is sterile for whatever reason, what does that have to do with me? Why does that concern me? Why should I pass legislation
the sterilization of teenagers?
This is such a weird way to frame this. Like,
well, I mean, you can get like a hysterectomy, so sure. I think teenagers should be able to get like hysterectomies, so sure, yeah. You will be sterile. I do believe teenagers should be able to get their ovaries removed, their testicles removed, if it needs to be done. Yeah, it's fine. If it's medically necessary, yeah. I am in favor of medically necessary things taking place.
You are removing teenagers' ability to have children.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not a doctor, Tim. I don't have the ability to do this.
Right?
I support people having access to health care. Of course. Why would I want to prevent that just because some people have bigotry towards them?
Let's try again. You seem scared of this. Do you believe that parents and doctors should have the ability to remove the ability of a child for future reproduction?
They should have the ability to give them access to health care. Of course they should.
So why do you keep saying
it like that? You're implying that every single gender affirming care.
Well, why do you keep saying in your way like that? Weird.
Do you agree with pumping children full of possibly deadly amounts of radiation when their body is doing a natural function?
Just so you know, that's me explaining leukemia treatment. That is chemotherapy treatment. But hey, listen, it is pumping somebody's body with near deadly amounts of radiation and possibly lethal chemicals when their body is doing a natural function, which is doing cancer. I'm doing a cancer. Yeah, like you can explain whatever medical procedure you want in the most like brain dead evil terms, but like it won't change the fact that
results in sterilization. That is not true at all.
I said the removal
There's also people who are trans that never get bottom surgery.
You seem very scared of this. It's scaring you.
How am I afraid to?
Because you keep deflecting when I ask you. So Jazz Jennings is a specific example. Let's try this. Let's slow down and go one point at a time.
You think I'm deflecting because I don't want to keep talking about someone's genital pleasure who's a stranger. I'm saying it shouldn't concern you. It shouldn't concern anyone, Tim.
Your appeal to emotion is not going to work on me. I'm asking you a science-based.
I know I can appeal to your emotion.
I'm trying a logic-based question about the future of these people. I believe you are genociding them. I believe you intend on genociding autistic individuals. I genuinely believe that.
Who's autistic?
So true.
A large portion of trans kids
are
autistic. Real. Namely females.
He got me. He got me. I've been trying to kill off a lot of autistic people by playing this debate. I've been hoping it works. You know, just get like a huge influx of overstimulation of stupidity and it just kind of fries their cerebellum. That's my hope, at least. Let me know if it works. If you're an autistic person and you died because of this stream, can you send me your favorite emote? Type your favorite emote in chat. Why are you live? Why did you see me click a like on your tweet and you instantly decided, oh, let me see what he's up to? Why'd you instantly think about stalking me? You piece of shit. All right, that's a couple. I've killed a couple so far. Let's bump those numbers.
So this is an issue in that young,
I didn't see that.
lesbian, autistic females are a large portion of...
Wait, what was that?
In that young, lesbian, autistic females...
Yo, don't we love that chat? We love them. Gotta be my favorite gender. Young, young autistic females. Young, lesbian, autistic females. We love them. We love them. Isn't that right, chat? W, young, lesbian, autistic females. I'm high and lesbian and autistic as fuck. Let's go. I am autistic and almost died from cringe. I love them to death. Gotta be one of my favorite genders.
Are a large portion of those who are transgender.
Do you have data on this?
Come on, bro. Do you have data on what you've brought up? You couldn't give me one study, but yes,
I would just accept that. It is from what I remember, if you did identify as a lesbian and you want to go through transition, a lot of them are non-binary, but some of them go on to identify as trans men and then get like mastectomies, as far as I remember. But yeah. Okay.
I've given you not only studies, meta studies. I've given you multiple meta studies on this. I've given you a surplus of information on this topic.
Make up six times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people.
Oh, my trans girl's autistic.
6 times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
That's not.
I love him. He's so dumb. Guys, can we keep him? Oh, guys, can we keep him? 6 times. It's 60%. Dumbass. What the fuck? It literally says it. It's 6 times. So 60% of their time, they're autistic. Everybody knows this. What are you, stupid? He's feral. What, you should be put down? Oh my goodness. Good night, Piss Tank. Good night. Thanks for being around. I'm losing it, brother. What is happening? This is a huge what in tarnation type moment. 6 times, 60%. That is crazy. I know, I'm stuck on this.
According to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally...
6 times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
It's so good. I want to know, how does he get to 50 times? What is 50 times then? Is that like 500 times more potent?
Surplus of information on this topic.
Make up 6 times more likely to have autism, according to NPR.org. So I think you're trying to genocide autistic people. I literally...
6 times more. What's the percentage of? That's what I asked you.
6 times, 60%.
It's so good. Look at him looking up. Look at him looking up so smug. Look how smug he looks. Look at it. Wait, I need to grab this face. It's so good. It's truly a remarkable face. I need you to see this up close for our little screen besties in chat. Look at that. Look at how smug this bitch is. Look at how fucking got you, dumbass. He's like, he'll never recover from this. Oh, it's so good. 60%. 60%. 70, nigga.
That's not how that works. That's not. You don't.
600. Sorry.
No, that's not.
Is he memeing? I can't tell. I can't tell anymore.
You're saying what percent of them?
What percentage of trans people happen to be autistic lesbians?
600? Wait, is he not memeing? Wait, wait, is he not? Wait, I thought he was joking. I thought he was joking there. I saw a little smug smile. Is he not joking?
That was your claim that a large portion are. I'm saying I don't know any statistics on that. I've never heard that before.
So the first thing I pulled up was that transgender and non-binary people are up to 6 times more likely to have autism, right?
Right, but that's not answering the question yet.
And your question is what portion of... let me Google it again. Because I thought that was sufficient and
60%. Screaming, crying, shitting,
24%.
pissing.
So that's not the majority, even if that's status.
5%. Wait, what did you look up?
24%.
What portion? Ew, why did you say portion? What portion of trans kids? Not portion, not like you're serving not like you're handing it out for the Thanksgiving dinner. Proportion? What portion of trans children is the trans kept in? Anybody up? Any trans is up right now getting portioned? Is this a debate? Yes. This is supposed to be a debate. Anybody up getting portioned? Largest study to date confirms overlap between autism and trans children. About 30,000 or 5% of cisgender people in the study have autism, researchers found, whereas 895 or 24% of GNC people have autism. Is that just because autistic brains pick up extra radio waves and extra waves of energy outside of the visible light spectrum? And so that's why they're on like a different plane than us? Is that why they choose to trans their gender? Also, not every trans person gets bottom surgery, just so you know. They're picking up the autism spectrum radio waves. You're right. We just don't have tools enough to pick up that spectrum of waves. You're right. So true. It is their superpower. Holy shit, is that what those shirts meant this entire time? Is that what they really meant this whole time? That's fucking crazy.
So that's not the majority, even if that stat is true.
6 times more common, 24%.
That's still not the majority, even if that statistic was true.
Yeah, no, the majority is...
So 24% of trans people are autistic, according to that data, and 6% of...
So what I think is, I think that there are people who hate people with Down syndrome, and in Iceland, they've actually publicly avowed or praised their eradication of people with Down syndrome. I think that's horrifying. Like... You can be okay with it. I'm not saying you're not allowed to believe that, right? You don't have to have the same morals as me. I just think it's wrong to genocide like people with Down syndrome. You know what I mean?
You have completely derailed this conversation. You're assuming that I'm pro people having abortions for people who have Down syndrome when we're talking about...
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying in Iceland, they've stated...
What does this have to do with trans rights?
Right. So we see a higher rate of autistic people, autism in trans kids.
You said it makes it the majority. It does not, even based on the source you pulled up. Okay.
24%.
Okay.
I still believe that this is very...
Lance looks tired. I mean, he has been doing this for about like 2 hours.
Very much an effort. I think the left is intent on genociding trans people.
In what way?
Crazy.
Removing their ability to reproduce.
How are they removing their ability to reproduce?
By cutting off their testicles and removing their uteruses.
That is not...
Yeah, that's not like forcing them to do that. It's not forcing... You're not... You get genocide. Okay, you know what? All right.
The only operation that is done. There are trans people.
Nancy Pelosi is the one who's doing the surgeries.
Genitals as before. Right. Not everyone has to decide to get bottom surgery. That's a choice they should make.
And cross-sex hormones do have a high rate of causing sterilization.
It can, but it doesn't always. Also, and you can be trans and not get any operations at all.
So I think you are. So like I'm in favor of making sure these people can always have families and have kids. Right. Your position, whether you...
What? No, it's to make sure. No, it's not to. So what? So you're forcing them not to go through certain things because, you need to preserve their ability to make families? No, who cares? What you should be preserving is their life happiness. You don't know if they would be happier with children. And even if you brought up a study that said that people with children are typically happier, you don't know if that's because they have children or because they're in better financial straits. To have children is why they're happier. Most people who wouldn't be happy with a child don't have children.
You support the moral issue of or not results in many of them being sterile. For instance, the reason I use Jazz Jennings as an example because this is a person on television with millions of followers who wrote a book and told kids about this journey. The journey that Jazz Jennings went on resulted in a complete inability to have a family and have children.
Okay, wait, pause. You can have a family and you can have children. Giving birth. No, that's a different thing. Being able to give birth or not give birth or impregnate somebody does not determine whether or not you'll have a family.
I think that's terrifying because Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. Jazz will never have a family. Jazz, the genetics of Jazz Jennings is over. That is one of the most horrifying things to me as a human being, because I think genocide is wrong, right?
Why should her ability to be or have reproductive function, why should that concern you?
For the same reason the Uyghur Muslims in China concern me, like human rights issues. China, for instance,
But what if she never wants to have kids?
That's something you determine for yourself later in life.
Exactly. So why is it our business?
Because it's been removed before Jazz could have the ability to make the conclusion.
That has nothing to do with us. She could decide to never want to have.
Okay. I think Lance should actually tackle this point. It's not a losing point. But I think Lance should actually, if I was going to talk to somebody, I'd want to tackle this point. Because it's not like a hard point. Wait. Off the pause face. There you go. Little okay, wait. Yeah, there you go. How tackle? What's the rebuttal? Oh, for here, like when he's asking like, oh, if he goes on the sense of like, oh, they like aren't old enough to understand the fact that they can't have kids. I think they're old enough to understand that like they won't be able to have kids. Most bottom surgeries, as far as I remember, like you still may have to be at least like 16 to 18 to be able to have a bottom surgery. And that's also the age of consent in like most states of America. It's either like 16, 17 or 18. One of the three already. That on top of the fact that if this is like a medical procedure that we think is more important, then you should be able to get that. On top of the fact that we already have procedures that you can get that will remove your ability to birth children or father or like to sire or to sire to mother children. Your ability to do that, it can be hampered on some very important medical issues, right? And now it just depends on whether you think that this is a medical issue that rises to the severity of that not being something that you can do in the future. It's like, you know, that's like a more on a case by case basis with like the kids, the parents, and the doctors, right? I think doctors typically don't like to take away the ability for you to give birth, like kind of period, right? If you're a female, if you're like an ovary carrier, like it's very hard for you to get like a hysterectomy or your tubes tied or anything along those lines. It's very difficult. Very, very hard indeed. I've heard like many stories about this, especially if you're like younger, like 22, 23, and especially if you like are married or something and you don't care to like involve your
this meme is
your
very
husband.
real.
Yeah, like I already heard that IUDs are like a bitch to get just normally, right?
Shark.
Right. They hate the idea of like females, AFAB people getting their reproductive capacity, put down. Yeah. I would talk about how you can easily freeze your eggs. Yes, you can easily freeze your eggs. You can like freeze your sperm as well. There are also processes in where I think they can take like cells from your body and actually make eggs or sperm cells. They can do spermatogenesis off of like some flesh, some meat. As far as I've seen. But anyways, yeah, like that's. I think he should tackle that point in something something in line with that. I think it's possible. I think it's a winning argument. I don't think it's a bad argument at all.
And that's fine and valid.
Right, so my morals would be that a society protects the children because there's
also what is genocide? Asking him the question of what is genocide
older when your brain is fully developed, which is why we don't allow people to drink and do certain drugs, whatever drugs are legal, until they're 21. So for me, I'm like, if you can't drink till you're 21, if there's like you can't smoke till you're 18, this society absolutely recognizes you can't drive till a certain age. That the reason that the driving age is what it is. One of the arguments made, I think it was in Illinois,
like
is that risk taking is a lot higher in youth than it is in older people. So the argument is once you're past 16, you go through driver's ed. That helps control for the higher risk taking of younger people. So we set an age limit. For someone who's 10 years old to be put on Lupron and then cross-sex hormones, they will never develop the ability to reproduce. So in the instance of Jazz, again, a famous individual who's very influential.
You don't know that. Some don't. Some actually can't have kids later in life. Some can. It's possible. It's something that can happen.
With millions of followers, there was never the ability to reproduce developed, which caused complications. Complications aside, that's Jazz's personal business. But the puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones did sterilize Jazz. 100% sterilization. Jazz was not old enough to understand the implications of that. So I have concerns about having children, whether they choose to or their parents choose to. I think that's genocide.
I can kind of see your argument, because if a kid was a straight kid, just a kid, and they were like a 12-year-old girl, and she was like, I don't want to have babies when I'm older. And the mom was like, okay, then we'll sterilize you right now. And they went and had the kid had a hysterectomy. I think that's illegal. I don't know, but I would imagine society needs to protect little kids from crazy parents that are like, just because a 12-year-old says they don't have babies later in life. So the fact that it is sterilizing as a byproduct, I think should be taken into account with the whole procedure.
I think that's still something that comes down to the individual and what they choose to do. And if someone is like, I want to have gender affirming care, knowing the risks, then why is that my business?
Yeah, complete Martin Bailey. It's just completely a different thing. It just makes no fucking sense.
It's the same thing with someone who wants to have a surgery that can have other complications. That's not my business. If someone had an appendix inflamed and they had to have their appendix out, there are potential complications that come from that, but I'm not going to prevent them from having healthcare and saying that you can't have a right to get your appendix out.
Oh, also, like getting a hysterectomy is not this easy. It's really not that easy. It's really, unless you're a migrant on the border, getting a hysterectomy is like pretty hard.
Because every major medical association in the United States agrees that that is the best way to treat appendicitis. And in this case, when we're talking about trans people, every single medical association in the United States agrees on gender affirming care.
Then you know what they should do?
Every single one.
You know what they should do? They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective. But they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation.
Cross-sex hormones? What are you talking about? What, they should release a study on if you can take estrogen or testosterone?
So that it's safe trial for, you know what they should do? They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for puberty blockers.
Randomized controlled trial.
And cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective.
Do you think there's never been a study on puberty blockers before? I want to hear that one more time.
They should produce one single randomized controlled trial for
like a lot of these are controlled, but this is for me. I do be saying things. I found one on oral contraceptives. Yeah, like randomly selecting kids. I mean, they're randomly picking people who have. Wait, how? I was kind of thinking that like, what? Like, some people get water. Some people get a sugar pill, and other people get like testosterone. But you're picking up like random people off the street. I mean, you could talk to trans people about this, but like, all you can like, it's kind of unethical to tell somebody that they're going to be getting like gender affirming care, but then just give them sugar water. You know what I mean? All you can really the only real ethical thing that you can do is, you know, follow people who are getting the care to begin with. That is really funny. That is really funny. I like that. 60%.
Puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to show that it's safe and effective, but they have not. So it's not healthcare, it's experimentation. You talk about giving kids healthcare. That's not healthcare. Healthcare repairs something which is broken. You use the example of somebody's appendix not functioning properly.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yes. So what you have to do in that instance is intervene so that the body...
That's not true. You can give somebody preventative healthcare, where you give them healthcare to something that is not broken. Crazy.
Can function as it is intended to. Destroying somebody's ability to procreate is demolishing the organ that you're claiming to treat, right? You're destroying the biological function rather than helping to improve it. That's not healthcare.
I want to pull this up too. This is from University of Utah, because I was reading about this recently.
I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure like trans girls get like healthcare to help their head and not their balls, typically, if they have any, which they might not. Why is this guy so mad? He hates the idea of trans people.
Goes on to mention that hormone replacement therapy can make you sterile, and that it's important.
It can.
It's important to preserve your sperm. It says if you're trans feminine, Otherwise, the hormone therapy may make it impossible for you to have biological children. If someone is put on puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones as a child, they will never have the ability to preserve their reproductive functions.
So if you're put on puberty blockers, they are reversible. You can stop being on puberty blockers and you can still maintain a lot of things that you were worried about being taken away. When it comes to Jazz Jennings specifically, she's actually made statements about this because, you know, I was just looking this up. Jazz Jennings says, I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continued to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more so, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and now living as a proud woman today. What does that have to do with me? Why would I want to take that away from someone else?
What year did she make that statement?
She made this on March 31st.
She made it recently because that video came out where the mom said she was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instant.
Wait.
She was going to force the dilator.
And then Matt Walsh went hard, and Jazz was like, "Hey, Matt," and then Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz."
Sorry, Matt was like, "Sorry, Jazz." Recently, as in this has been 3 years. This has been 3 years. But okay, what did Matt Walsh say? Sorry, Jazz.
This meme is very real.
Live reaction. Matt Walsh responds to Jazz Jennings. What the fuck? Why is he having the back and forth with this girl? But he's been like, Matt Walsh addresses trans reality star. A message to Jazz Jennings. Like, why do you care? Jazz Jennings said in the original. What is this? I don't keep up with this guy, so I was literally like a couple of days ago.
Brainwashed. So he may never fully come to terms with what happened to him, at least as long as his disgusting wretch of a mother is still alive.
Disgusting wretch of a mother. Fuck, dude. Holy shit.
It's just really hard to watch that. I don't know why people like are so intent on bringing our community down. Like, why do you care? Let us just be. Let us be happy. Let us be ourselves. We're not hurting anyone. You know, we need to celebrate each other and our diversity, not bring each other down. And anytime you're wishing death on anyone, I think you need to take a step back and look at yourself and your...
Crazy. Oh, he did a response. Okay, here's the response part. Oh no, is Twitter doing the Twitter thing? No, the Twitter thing where if you scroll through the video too fast, it just breaks and it doesn't want to play anything anymore.
Mother perspective involving themselves in your private life. You are absolutely right that your conversation with your mother that we saw there about your own deep emotional and psychological pains should not have been a public spectacle. I never should have seen that or heard it. Nobody should have. But I didn't make it a public spectacle. And I didn't make you into a public figure. Your mom did that. She around as a mascot for transgenderism at an age when, when I was that age, took that away from you. She was more interested in monetizing.
Holy shit. Now this is grooming. Oh, yo, you want to talk about grooming? Hey, little boy. Your mom hates you. She knows nothing about you. She tries to hurt you. I'm here to set you free. I'm here to tell you the real you. I won't let her do that to you again. All right, brother, calm down. All right, calm down.
You.
Nice one.
Using you as a vehicle to promote her ideology.
Yo, do you think that if and when Matt Walsh gets divorced, this is how he'll talk to his kids during the every other week visitation?
And it's proven to be
she hates you
vehicle, which is why I have to respond. You want to be left alone. I get that. I wish that you were left alone way back when you
That's
were a
why
child,
I keep making videos about you.
A child. That's the life you should have had.
I wish you had a private life. That's why I keep making videos about you to my million subscribers.
By the adults in your life, especially your mom. And I'm sorry that it was taken from you. I truly, surgeries and everything else, which it isn't true at all. It just simply isn't. But that still would not justify your mom's decision to turn you into a public figure. Even if we accept the logic behind transitioning children, which again, I do not accept and never would, it still would be unforgivable for a parent to make it into a public exhibition.
All right, then. Nah, this is creepy and weird. Leave Jazz alone. True and real. Real and true and factual and correct. All right. It seems like he's taken a bite out of another child that he but this one can actually talk back. Crazy.
There's a lot of questions around the morality of this. The left likes to defer instantly to purity arguments, which I find fascinating, considering the left typically has a low purity rating when it comes to moral foundations. For example, when you said it's really weird talking about someone's genitals, it's a purity argument, which the left typically never makes. That's why I said it's a very weird thing for you to do. Approaching this from an academic perspective, we would make a few arguments about whether or not a person can truly understand they've lost the ability to reproduce if they've never had it in the first place.
What the fuck is purity? I think I think what he's typically talking about is like the specifically think about the children. Oh, they reference like these studies where they ask questions to decipher the moral foundations of certain people that they had. And it's like, you see, liberals have a much higher sympathy threshold, and conservatives have a much higher law and order threshold. And you see
the psychological and the philosophical implications of stripping away a person's ability to reproduce before they were old enough to even know what that was. So, for example, if you take an adult human, female or male, and remove their genitals by force, they will be very, very upset. Extremely upset. In fact, it's a form of torture in a lot of countries. It's meant to terrify. If you took away their ability to feel,
I will say, if the federal government captured me and then removed my dick and balls, I would be kind of scared. He's kind of right there.
Sexual satisfaction. It's a form of torture. In fact, female circumcision is horrifying to the world. And it actually was huge controversies up in Dearborn, Michigan, because what it would do is it would result in women who are as adults could not feel anything and they were effectively used as like objects for their husbands. So in making an academic argument, we would say Jazz Jennings does not understand, and that's fine if Jazz is happy. That's great. The argument into the greater is Jazz will never have kids. Fact statement. I think it's wrong to take away that from someone who doesn't understand what it is.
What if they don't want kids?
They will decide that when they're an adult.
I wouldn't ask this question because he's just gonna do like simple thing. I think what he should be like is that it's a hard decision. It's not a guarantee that they're going to lose their fertility, but if they do, that's just something that like patients will have to deal with sometimes. I mean, sorry. It's just, it's weighed against, these aren't decisions that are just made in vacuums. They're made between like medical professionals and the kid and the parents. And so if that's what they all three come to the conclusion that is like what should be done, and then they'll take the risk of the possibility of not. Listen, I'm going to tell you this now. If like my doctor came to me and told me that like after all the trials and tribulations, after my kid's trials and tribulations arc with being in and out of the doctor for like a couple months, and then they come to me and they're like, yo, I think they should go through this healthcare. There's like a 30% chance that they'll lose the possibility of having kids, but also there's like a 70% chance that we think they may kill themselves. I'm taking my kid to the doctor, brother. Sorry.
And have assessed the circumstances, but Jazz can't actually feel.
Welcome to being an adult.
Jazz,
you have to make hard decisions sometimes.
This was a study. There's a doctor who came out, did a Zoom video on it, specifically, I think, referring to Jazz.
Zoom.
Jazz will never experience any adult satisfaction or desire. And so the question then becomes, why did Jazz
You're not
there.
You're not her doctor.
Why do you think Jazz got bottom surgery?
Oh, I don't have to ask that.
So a doctor on Zoom came out to talk about how this other person who's not their patient, I mean, unless I missed that.
Came out, did a Jazz can't feel. This was a study. There's a doctor who came out, did a Zoom video on it. Specific.
Oh yeah, a doctor who did a Zoom video who does not have Jazz as his patient said all of these things, very sure that Jazz will never be able to do. Okay.
She said that she's satisfied with it. That should be the extent of it.
What did she say?
I don't regret my transition at all. When I was 11, I started male puberty and I was put on hormone blockers. Those blockers saved my life and continue to save the lives of so many youth out there. If I was forced to go through male puberty, it would have been devastating. Even more, taking estrogen through hormone replacement allowed my body to develop how I wanted. I blossomed into a young woman, eventually got bottom surgery, and I'm living as a proud woman today. Yes, I do struggle with mental health. Why? All of you speaking about our mental health.
What was the purpose of the bottom surgery?
It affirmed her gender.
Turn her into a bottom.
Gender. What does that mean, affirmed gender?
So you have, and all of us have, a gender identity that we want to express in one way or another. And with hers, she affirmed her gender through the process of getting bottom surgery to look more and feel more like a woman.
Why do you think Jazz stopped dilating?
I don't know.
It hurt.
Why does it hurt?
But if this was an important part of affirmation, you'd think Jazz would maintain it.
Okay. Washing your fucking hair is important to maintaining it. But let me tell you that people with long hair, not all of them actually have a good hair routine. All right? You would think having waking up at a decent time and having a good breakfast is something that it would be indicative to you having a decent start to your day. But how many fucking people do you know that actually do that? Not many. Not many. Okay? Not many. A Powerade and a stick of nicotine gum is not breakfast. I'm sorry to tell you this. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Breakfast of champions. Seek professional help.
That's not for me to decide. That's someone else's own identity. So, again, that's why it's weird to me to try and impose this upon someone else. Like, to try and say, like, you're disgusted at the fact that she can't have kids or something like that. It's like, I don't know if she ever wants kids because I don't know who she is. But that's a decision for her to make between her and her doctor. Has nothing to do with me.
Why would any trans child get a bottom surgery?
Again, to affirm their gender.
So
as part of gender affirming care.
Why
and children don't get bottom surgery, by the way. It's
so what do you mean by
18.
child?
Well, Jazz was 17.
Yeah,
right, and so there are exceptions,
and
yes, but average age is over 18.
Was
like Boston's Children's Hospital has never done that on anyone under the age of 18. The average age for bottom surgery is over 18 years old.
So
overwhelmingly.
Why would I just don't understand why the it's not penile and virgin vaginoplasty. I don't know what it's called because Jazz didn't have a penis. What's the purpose of?
Huh? Is that true?
Making
also, why does he know all this? This is weird, bro. I don't know, man. This has gotten to the point. I don't know anywhere near that much about any conservatives' genitals. I'm sorry, but like I don't know. If he went to a late night game show, if he went to a late night game show specifically about this singular YouTuber's genitals, then he'd win. He'd go home with a milli, 100%. It does feel like a HIPAA violation.
What's the purpose of that?
What's
the whole, the space? What's the purpose of that?
The operation is because it gives them it affirms their gender through the process of having a similar genitalia to a cis woman.
So what's the purpose of it?
I just explained that.
So the purpose of it is just feeling, just emotion.
No, the purpose of it is part of affirming who they are through a surgery that makes them look and feel more like a version of a woman that they want to be. You don't have to. There's not a template. That's not the only version a woman can be. There's other versions of how a woman can be and look, but that's the version that she wanted.
There's some dick women.
What I'm trying to understand is...
It's real.
Why create a permanent wound for the purpose of a man to have sex with?
What the fuck do you mean permanent wound? What are you talking about? Why don't you could say, yo, the cis women's vaginas literally bleed every month, and you're calling a vaginoplasty a permanent wound, brother? What are you talking about? Vagina is not a womb. No, he said wound. What the fuck are you talking about? Tim hates pussy confirmed. It's crazy because he is one.
In order to affirm the identity of someone who can't feel any of that?
Well, first off, I have no idea about the actual sensations that people experience after these kind of surgeries, but that's not my business. And the second thing would be, I don't believe it's a wound. I believe it's an operation to have a genital change. That's it. To describe it as a wound is just very crude.
But it's factually a wound, right? I'm trying to avoid the right calls it a mutilation or an abomination. I'm not saying that.
Well, it's still crude to just call it a wound. After it's healed, I'm sure there's no more wounds or scars or anything.
They have to dilate for the rest of their lives because it is a wound. Like, I'm being academic. I'm not trying to be insulting to anybody. The right calls it mutilation and abomination.
What the fuck are you talking about? Would you... Piercing holes aren't wounds, okay? You have to... you have to keep something in like a piercing hole or else it'll close. That doesn't mean it's a wound. It's not a wound. By definition, it's not. It's not what a wound is. And I gotta stand up every couple hours or else my back gets stiff. My spine is a wound. Sometimes I gotta kick my legs out from under me to stop them from going to sleep. My legs are wounds.
The reason they have to use dilators for the rest of their lives is because it is factually a wound.
But you're asking me a question that I can't answer because I'm not this individual.
Does he think that it's like a fleshy flesh hole? Like there's no skin or anything? It's just like it's just all like blood and flesh or something? It just like does he think like the inside of a vagina looks like the inside of a carcass of like an uncooked chicken?
I don't know why someone would want to get that surgery because I'm cis and I don't experience these kind of things. But if someone wants to, but Tim, if someone wants to and it makes them feel better and improves their quality of life, then why do we have to get in the way of that?
Well, can I interject here?
My position is for adults, I agree. And I had the argument with Tom Fitton. He said it should be banned outright. So I disagree.
But overwhelmingly, when you look at the data, when it happens to children, it improves their psychological distress. It removes and lowers suicidal ideation. It shows in the data that it helps them.
That's not true, man. So the studies...
Okay. That's all I can take. That's not true, man. I'm gonna... What is this? This is... We're like 26 minutes from last time it started, it seems. Okay. That's all I can take. That is wild. All right, well. Incredible, isn't it? Truly remarkable, is it not? Big news. Yeah, what a loser, bro. What the fuck? All right, well. I think Lance did pretty all right. I think he did pretty good. A couple beats were missed. But I mean, like, I can't tell you that you'll hit every single mark in this live sort of like a debate format with like everybody, especially with Tim with his like wacky stories that he tells, half of them simply being lies. My new Riot Girl band is Permanent Wound. Oh man, it's so edgy. I love being edgy. Oh man. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. If you're enjoying the content, hit the subscribe button. If you don't, it'll make Boo very sad. I know a bunch of you who are watching are not subscribed. Join the frenzy. You won't regret it. Thank you, Boo.